Chapter 1, Mummy in the Corner. Konoha's life today is still unpretentious. Although the situation in the frontline war has become more and more tense, there has been a little more tension in the village. The deeds of Kakashi are heard from the front from time to time, and he is known as the super genius who can become the youngest shinobu in history at any time. In the Uchiha clan, an unknown old lady has to cross the road every day to accept the help of a certain runtu. In ninja school, theoretical courses are constantly being reduced, and practical courses are increasing substantially. Is as boring as ever. In the near future, the above practical courses will be the main focus. Outstanding people will get the opportunity to graduate early and become a glorious Konoha ninja. Teacher Masato Yoshino announced the news. The whole classroom is boiling, and the unidentified leak seedlings cheered and geared up. As if he had graduated, he would immediately become Kakashi's second place, giving the village a glow. Are all fresh leaks? Have you started to encourage graduation? It seems that Konoha's size is a little bit unable to hold it, and I feel more and more struggling with the frontline war, and I urgently need to replenish the source of troops. In the corner of the classroom, a guy covered in special bandages looked up lazily. In the Third Ninja World War, Konoha village had 1 out of 4. Its cruel degree far exceeded that of World War I and World War II, and it lasted extremely long, and the casualties were particularly tragic. Although there have been shadow-level powerhouses like Bofeng Shuman, and even Heiji Kakashi, a super genius who has set Konoha's series of records, more tragedies have been staged during the 3 world wars. Xuanyi had been prepared for what happened before him, but when this moment came, it was inevitable that he would still scratch his head a little. But forget it, although the preparations are not fully in place yet, it's enough. My body finally barely adapted to the radioactive material emitted by Godzilla. Xuanyi couldn't help but shook his head. Hokage world is a pedigree open world. Whoever is closest to Lu Dao's father will have a noble pedigree, and whoever's pedigree will be stronger. Unfortunately, Xuanyi is also involved, but he has nothing to do with Lu Dao's father and Huiyi's ancestor. The moment he, a traverser, came to this world, he found that he had a colossal creature in his body. This was his unique power, and it was also the biggest secret he tried to hide. One head, falling into deep sleep, Godzilla. In other words, I do not know who Xuanyi, has become an existence similar to human Zulai, with a big guy in his stomach. After so many years of trying to adapt, I haven't let a large amount of nuclear radiation leak out. I am really a great man. The people in this classroom can live to this day. I really should thank me for not killing. Xuanyi lazily looked at the noisy classroom. As long as he is not paying attention, he loosens the bandage on his body that is used to block the radioactive material. The people in this house, even if they don't die, all have genetic mutations. The red-eye disease in the front row can be mutated to Sagujade without guarantee, and the guy with cataracts will become glaucoma if they are not sure. Nuclear radiation is a disastrous weapon. In the world of Naruto, there has never been such a thing as nuclear radiation, but there are various techniques comparable to nuclear explosions, such as the tail beast Jade. Who made Godzilla this kind of creature itself a terrible source of self-propelled nuclear radiation, not to mention the big move of releasing atomic breath. Even if it just walks around at will, it can pollute the environment and leave terrible nuclear radiation, directly cover a large area nearby. Although Xuanyi didn't know exactly what level of Godzilla in his body, the nuclear radiation bursting out of his body was real. In the past few years, as he grows, it seems to have unlocked Godzilla's to a certain extent, allowing the amount of nuclear radiation that erupted in his body to increase year by year. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, Xuanyi has continued to refine chakra and began to try to control the nuclear radiation in the body. The effect is remarkable. It has successfully controlled and suppressed the increasing amount of nuclear radiation every year. Give me another year, no, half a year, I am sure to perfectly control all nuclear radiation, and completely abandon these troublesome bandages. Hyun-yi shrugged. Teacher Masato Yoshino looked at the noisy classroom and sighed silently in his heart. He knew that this was not a good thing. Graduates now have to participate in the war. He doesn't know how many people will be able to participate in the war after the war is over. Survive. Hey, Xuanyi, you have to raise your energy anyway. Are you not interested in the honor of graduating early? But when he saw the state of Xuanyi's salted fish in the corner, he couldn't help but yell, and a deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. I do not know Huo Xuanyi, it is a legend in the school. Every year, I am a strong candidate with Uchiha to bring soil and compete for the bottom of the actual combat class. If it is said that Uchiha's belt soil is only unexpectedly too strong, resulting in inexplicable mistakes, but at least belt soil has been working hard. But I don't know Huo Xuanyi. That's really amazing. The absolute number one in theoretical courses, full score in subjects, is a super genius for the whole year and even since the establishment of the school, especially for the series of courses on the Will of Fire. The reading comprehension topics done by Xuanyi are particularly wonderful, which is amazing. He wrote analysis of the Will of Fire and the inheritance of village leaders taking the 3 generations of Hokage as an example, on the villagers' common understanding of where the leaves fly, the flames grow continuously, and adhere to the 3 generations of Hokage as the center. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com My views of people in a village who loves each other and other content. It is said that Hokage said it was good after seeing it. As long as it involves theory courses, especially thinking courses, Xuanyi can be called the god of Konoha. Once you get to the actual combat class, this one will stretch your hips indefinitely. I have never won a fight. Brought soil with Uchiha, courageously take the lead, and compete for the honor of the penultimate. This won't work, ninja, it's always going to be a battle. It's not going to rely solely on theory. Yoshino Masato criticized. I see, Mr. Yoshino, so can get out of class be dismissed. Xuanyi lazily raised his hand. The whole classroom roared with laughter. There is only Xuanyi, who naturally lacks the fear of Yoshino Masato, and can always say what everyone wants to say at a critical time. Although Xuanyi is very salty, his popularity has always been extremely high. I remember that the people who brought the soil this year, except for Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, and Mackay graduated at the age of 8, on average, they stepped onto the battlefield around the age of 11. I was frightened and cried, thanks to Bo Feng Shuman saving the field. I don't know Huo Xuanyi was sitting in the classroom, looking at these classmates who didn't know how many survived after 2 years, but the brain was running fast. The teaching system of ninja school is a 6-year system. But it will soon be changed to a 4-year system. The Third Ninja War has been fought for more than 2 years, and the front line has suffered heavy casualties. It was when the group of people such as Tato, Kai, Aoba, and Ebisu set foot on the battlefield. Therefore, if I don't know Huo Xuanyi, it is inevitable to walk around on the battlefield. Chapter 2, Neuropathy and Gene Mutation. In the afternoon, Yoshino Masato organized an internal practical class for Class C. Every student took the stage one after another, shouting loudly to show off their talents. A young girl kicked Marino Ibiki into the air with a decisive action. Well done, the thing that reassures me the most in our class is Uchiha Kazue. You have seen her performance. In the past year, she has made rapid progress, and the results of each subject have improved by leaps and bounds from the middle reaches. If you all work hard like Kazue, I will feel more at ease. Yoshino Masato proclaimed his praise and looked admiring. Uchiha Kazue, his performance in the past few years was mediocre. In the past year, he didn't know what happened. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He has not graduated yet, and almost possesses the strength of Zongnan. Xuanyi naturally also came on stage. The opponent was the sick Moonlight Storm. The two screamed and pecked at each other. Xuanyi's performance was even more mediocre. In this competition, Uchiha Kazue won the first place. This has gradually become the norm in the past year. Everyone was surprised by her sudden explosion of talent. After class, when most of the people were almost gone, Xianyi got up and left and returned to his residence. As a war orphan, the village will not treat Xianyi badly, and with the inheritance of a certain inheritance, the total wealth is not bad. The most money-burning consumption on weekdays is to make silver fiber bandages, which cost him a large part of his wealth, but this kind of expenditure is necessary. At most half a year, I will definitely be able to perfectly control the nuclear radiation in my body. This can be regarded as a balance between me and Godzilla. Hyunyi was cooking and thinking. Godzilla is a kind of creature, it's powerful and stalwart, needless to say, it can be called a son of the earth general existence. In various versions, Godzilla often exists as an important maintainer and supplement to the Earth's ecological environment, and it is also rare. There is no absolute malicious titan behemoth to humans. But the problem is that a terrible monster of this size, even if it is just a few trivial actions, can cause extremely terrible consequences. For example, the nuclear radiation that has plagued Xianyi for many years. Nuclear radiation is also the root cause of Xianyi's salty fish. The less you move, the lower the total amount of nuclear leakage. Moreover, Xianyi has absolute reason to believe that his physique is also being subtly transformed by Godzilla. Perhaps he will have to add the influence of chakra's power, otherwise he would have long been unable to bear the increasing amount of nuclear radiation. Similarly, his own process of refining chakra, together with his own will, also affected the sleeping Godzilla to some extent. This is a two-way process, and it is also a process of adapting to each other's existence. Because of various reasons, I don't dare to unscrupulously refine chakras, but based on the information collected in the past, it can be calculated, the total number of cells in my body is definitely far more than ordinary people. This is Xuanyi's conclusion based on learning the 3 Shenjutsu in school and combining his own and other people's different times of performing ninjutsu. At that time, when many people of the same age had performed the 3 body technique several times, when they were panting, Xuanyi felt that she hadn't warmed up yet, and she didn't feel anything. This is the result of his deliberately not refining chakra. The total number of cells in a normal human body is about 130 trillion. To refine chakras, these 130 trillion cells must be combined with spiritual energy for refinement. Because he is a traverser, Xianyi is confident that his spiritual energy is higher than that of ordinary people, but pure spiritual energy cannot make him possess such a terrifying talent for chakra. Can only be the cause of physique. There is absolutely a terrifying total amount of cells in his body. I have powerful self-healing ability and amazing energy. It stands to reason that this is a physique that can only be possessed by the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. It seems that I have to find a way to get some precision equipment and study my body. Xianyi took a deep breath. It won't be long before he will be on the battlefield. Even if he is only doing logistical work, he will be involved in the war sooner or later. There are some things that must be done. It's time to meet up officially, big guy. Xianyi whispered. After dinner, Xianyi went directly to bed and sat cross-legged, as if he was refining the chakra. No matter who watched it, he wouldn't think anything was wrong. After the outbreak of the 3 world wars, people from the secret department, garrison, and enchantment department often acted in the village, closely monitoring everything, and beware of the infiltration of enemy spies. In this period, absolutely cannot show any form of peculiarity. This time, he wants to see with his own eyes the behemoth in his body. And I have to confirm first, which Godzilla is this big guy in my body. Chapter 3, Unknown Godzilla. Very quickly, my consciousness sinks. Xianyi directly came to an extremely dim space. This is the small space-time in his body. Is the residence of Godzilla. I tried so many times before without success, this time I finally did it. Sure enough, I am constantly approaching this Godzilla in all directions. Xianyi looked around, looking around, there was only endless dimness, and the only luminous body was himself, with a faint light on his skin, barely illuminating the surroundings. He lifted his foot forward and walked slowly to the front of a behemoth. Looked up, Rao Xianyi had been mentally prepared for a long time, and was shocked by the big guy in front of him. Although it is extremely dim, only a rough and fuzzy outline can barely be seen. However, you can still clearly feel the power of this terrifying guy in front of you. Heavy breathing sounds in a specific rhythm, and every breath is like the rhythm of the whole world itself. Can't accurately describe the huge existence in front of me in words. Standing in front of this guy, it seems to be facing the gathering of countless lives. This exaggerated body shape, not an ordinary Godzilla. Xianyi shook her face. Normal forms of Godzilla, such as the first and second generation Godzilla, are about 50 meters tall. The strength of this type of Godzilla is actually not strong. The humans on Earth use technological means, as long as they don't use a nuclear bomb to explode stupidly, but arrange a refrigerant or the like, they can basically win. The height of the nine-tailed beasts ranges from 50 meters to 70 meters. It can be said that an ordinary adult Godzilla is not defeated by the tail beast in size. Of course, if it really wants to fight, the ordinary Godzilla will be torn to pieces by the tail beast every minute. But the one in front of him, even if it fell into a deep sleep, it still exudes a sense of terrifying oppression that shocks the soul. In this endless dimness, there is brewing depth and depression that cannot be sensed, as if facing a whole world. The size of this Godzilla in my body is definitely far more than 50 meters. Although the higher position is dim, I can't see it at all, but... Xianyi clenched his fists fiercely with a look of excitement. He originally estimated that he only hoped that the big guy in his body would have to be a second-generation eye with a certain level of combat power at least. It could be used as a super psychic beast, just like Hanzo and his Sancho fish, it is in human form. Self-propelled gas storage, wherever you go, wherever you die. The scenes that could be seen in reality gave Xianyi a huge surprise or fright. Such a huge body. I'm afraid it's those giants with names and surnames. Xianyi's eyes are deep. He has locked the subject of guessing to the top few Godzillas. Space Godzilla, Hell Godzilla, Snow Godzilla, and Old Sioux Godzilla, these four-headed Godzilla. Space Godzilla is an existence called the Destroyer, whose range of action has already been separated from the Earth, and tearing a normal Godzilla by hand is just like playing. Hell Godzilla is from an officially recognized fan manga, which directly smashed through heaven and hell, making it a mess. Ice and Snow Godzilla, covered in snow and ice, has the ability to penetrate space. And the Old Sioux Godzilla is more powerful, and it can also be called the highest forced rank among all Godzillas. In this version, the meaning of the birth and development of human beings is to give birth to the old Godzilla, and all mankind is just a transition and catalyst for the birth of the old Godzilla. After expelling the terrestrial people and two other cosmic civilizations together, the old Godzilla dominated the Earth for 20,000 years, and he could also distinguish a 50-meter-tall sub-Godzilla from his body. The strongest atomic breath that this guy expelled can crush a moon-sized star. If it's really one of these four-headed Godzilla, then there is something amazing in my body. I'm a real human column power level, but how to tap this power? A big problem, if you are not careful, you will kill yourself. Xianyi took a deep breath. Stepped in again, watching the guy in front of him more closely. But when approaching the 100-meter range, the huge resistance oncoming made Xianyi dispel the idea of touching this big guy. Now he has only initially constructed a balance mechanism with this Godzilla, far from reaching the level of smooth communication. Even he can't be sure now, what kind of attitude the big guy in front of him has is a huge hidden danger. I must find a way to establish a more suitable relationship before this guy officially wakes up, whether it's various forms of relationship, symbiosis, sealing technique, or other means. Xianyi pondered silently. The next moment, he sat down directly cross-legged within the distance of 100 meters, constantly feeling this amazing resistance. At the same time, I did my best and started trying to adapt to everything Godzilla brought. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Not only this resistance, but also the bursting radiation force, subtly transforming and sublimating his body, Xian Yi is carefully comprehending all of this. His thinking and consciousness are under too much pressure, and he observes the huge Godzilla in front of him, while trying to monitor every change in himself. Soon, Xian Yi's consciousness fell into immense exhaustion. Who? In reality, Xian Yi slowly opened his eyes, as if he had been in a lifetime, and was already sweating profusely. Even the sheets are soaked. His face was exhausted, but he couldn't hide the gleam of light under his eyes. The spirit is exhausted due to stress and intense thinking, but the body becomes more active, as if it has inexhaustible strength. I also felt a little different change. The nuclear radiation in my body can almost be perfectly controlled by me, saving half a year of time. More importantly, the blood succession boundary that I envisioned, which I tried once but almost killed myself, seems to be usable with my current mental and physical conditions. Xian Yi slapped both hands suddenly. Began to mobilize the chakra inside. In an instant, a large number of chakras gathered together, and then, in a crash, involving terrorist nuclear reactions at the atomic and molecular levels, during the collisions, using the magical power of chakras as the medium, shocking fluctuations erupted. As long as Xian Yi wanted to, he could play the technique he envisioned at a lower cost at any time, instead of nearly killing himself like before. This unprecedented new blood following the limit, Xian Yi called it Nuclear Escape. Chapter 4, Really Cruel. Nuclear Escape. This is the name Xian Yi gave to the unique power he has mastered. Controlling the power of the nucleus with flesh and blood is simply unprecedented and crazy. Using chakra as the medium and driving force, it uses a strong spirit and a strong body to control the atomic level collisions and the horrible power that erupts. This is nuclear escape. Is powerful, weird, and has never appeared in the world of Naruto. This is the most special blood succession boundary, and it is also a special bloodline that belongs exclusively to Xian Yi. However, the nuclear escape and the blood following the limit are not perfect, and the problems Xian Yi faces are equally severe. Nuclear escape, even if it's just the most basic use of nuclear escape, it takes amazing energy and physical strength. Xuan Yi sat on the bed, feeling the slightly concentrated nuclear power in his body, and was silent. Nuclear, the most basic element, is to involve atomic level changes. The difficulty and pressure of manpower to promote this step can be imagined. Had it not been for the presence of Godzilla, he had directly undergone a subtly symbiotic transformation of his body. Xian Yi would have died long ago, let alone trying to practice nuclear escape. Godzilla is born to control nuclear fusion, and there is even a special organ in his body that performs nuclear fusion at all times. By swallowing air and water as energy sources, it can be infinite nuclear fusion. Xian Yi couldn't help but rubbed his eyebrows. That organ is called atomic furnace. Really, drinking northwest wind can make it stronger. Xian Yi does not have such an organ in his body, but to Godzilla's blessing, Xian Yi has survived the most difficult adaptation stage, and has already reached the threshold of controllable nucleus by running. I basically understand that in the original book, Day and that guy were embarrassed when they used the wood escape for the first time. They tried their best to create a dry wooden pile, leaving Danzo speechless. Xian Yi sighed and looked up at the black hole outside the window. Difficulty is only one aspect. And dangerous is another aspect. 1 year ago, after the ability to control the core radiation of the body gradually stabilized, Xuan Yi also tried to further develop the power of nuclear escape, but he almost killed himself. That time, it was only a preliminary attempt, and the terrifying burns instantly spread on his arms, and the unprecedented amount of nuclear radiation eroded his body crazily. Fortunately, relying on the amazing self-healing ability and the perennial wrapping of the bandage, it did not attract the attention of others and avoided more troublesome consequences. The technique he had conceived at the time didn't even have the possibility to use it. If he continued forcibly, it would only end when he was blown into slag. And that technique is also one of Godzilla's signature abilities, and it is still Xian Yi's conception, his own assassin in the early stage. I couldn't even use that technique before, let alone other ones. Almost every technique played by nuclear escape can be said to be a forbidden technique. Xian Yi thoughtfully. Forbidden technique is not so much difficult to practice, it is more dangerous than it is too dangerous, and it is easy to cause the effect of killing oneself. Multi-shadow clone and wind escape spiral shuriken are all listed as forbidden. And Xuan Yi's technique, as long as it is played, not to mention its destructiveness, the spread of nuclear radiation alone is enough for the enemy to drink a pot. Fortunately, he now has the ability to control nuclear radiation. It should be okay now, although there is a price to pay, but there must be no problem with the successful use of nuclear escape, probably. Xian Yi continued to refine chakra like this, and then continued to adapt to the nuclear escape blood succession boundary. It's daybreak. There are some hidden dangers, and now they can be cleaned up. Xian Yi didn't sleep all night, but his mental state had recovered, and his physical state was surprisingly good. He got up an hour earlier than before and entered the woods next to the village. Taking advantage of this time before going to school, Xuan Yi has always had the habit of studying and studying hard, especially like sneaking into the small woods. Holds several books written by 3 generations of Naruto masters, such as The Theory of the Will of Fire and The Will of the First Generation of Naruto. Xuan Yi's favorite is to read this kind of book. Scroll through it dozens of times, and write a bunch of comments seriously. Especially for the book 3 Generations of Huoying quotations, Xian Yi attaches great importance to it, and writes so densely on it that even Xian Yi himself does not know what he is writing at the end of the annotation. Anyway, it's right to write J8 blindly, and he didn't write it for himself. Every time I look at it, I feel that this village building theory is a pile of good-looking but useless rhetoric. There are only a lot of empty theories and crude and straightforward examples to support it. Xian Yi scratched his head. For example, in the chapter Dear Each Other and Love a Villager, a member of the Thousand Hands clan took the initiative to abandon his name and entered the ninja school to shine and help others. He often went to the next door to help the widow who lost her husband in the war. In the end, the two lived happily together without shame. Xian Yi later deliberately verified that this thousand-handed tribe, shortly after Xi became a father, died on the battlefield of World War II. Of course, the latter paragraph was not recorded on it. There is no solid pyramid framework, no specific guidelines, and all rely on the leaf theory of the 3 generations of Hokage as the general outline. Xian Yi looked disgusted, he really resisted the crookedness and looked at this naive thing. At this moment, an Anbi in the village is on a secret patrol and appears here. He glanced at Xian Yi, who was studying hard with a frown, and couldn't help nodding secretly. Search for torn milk, this kid again. The expression under this man's fox face mask is full of weirdness. Asterisk. Is this the kid who broke the village record in the theory class in the legend? After seeing it, Hokage said it was good, as diligent as ever. It's a pity that the direction of the effort is wrong. It's better to practice ninjutsu when you have this time. Soon, this Anbu disappeared immediately, and the whole process was silent. 2 consecutive hours passed. Xian Yi closed the book with a snap. Then, he stood up from the rock and stretched his waist to face the rising sun. It's another beautiful day, but why didn't I see Mr. Dai this morning? I wouldn't choose this place if it weren't for him to exercise regularly here. For a few hours, I couldn't see the Wanyan Ninmat wearing it, and Xian Yi felt particularly insecure. Like an enemy spy, he will appear beside him at any time, and then wipe his neck at his innocent child. Mate Day is a recognized endurance for 10,000 years. He takes his son Metkai every day for self-masochistic exercises and suffers from discrimination and ridicule. However, Xuanyi would not taunt them. He also wished everyone would humiliate Daihakai, so as to give him a chance to get in. At this time, Dai, because he only knows physical skills and does not have any ninjutsu and illusion skills, cannot be reused, even as cannon fodder, which makes people feel superfluous. Therefore, occasionally, he will go to the battlefield as a logistician. Most of the time haunted the village. Because of the increasingly severe war situation, the number of tasks has dropped sharply, and the number of single-player tasks that Dai Neng has received has also dropped sharply. He can't even receive garbage tasks such as weeding and finding cats. Moreover, no one wants to team up with Dai this ways to take on higher-level tasks. In the original work, when the trio of Kai, Genma, and Ebisu were in the territory of the Fire Country, when they encountered the infiltrated Misty Seven people, they all went to the rescue by Mat alone. It is conceivable that the father and son Dai and Kai are in a difficult situation in Konoha at this time. Coupled with the amount of exercise of their father and son, the requirements for the quality and quantity of food are very high. When their lives fell into a huge difficulty, Xuanyi made a decisive move. At this time, Xuanyi did not hesitate to take out the few savings in the family, and specially released tasks such as chopping wood, doing housework, and cleaning the roof for Daihakai to do, which made Xuanyi's not wealthy family even worse. In the past 2 years, Xuanyi has almost grown from a rich family to a pauper, ruining her family and raising Daihakai. That's it, he was once praised by the villagers. Everyone felt that Xuanyi's consciousness was too high. He spared no effort to relieve his companions, and he deserves to be a perfect seed to inherit the will of fire. Even if I do it again, Xuanyi will still do it. What kind of is money? Is it a loss to be able to gain a shadow level and a super shadow level? I will feel safe with Mr. Dai, a dead man, but where is he at this time? Xuanyi yawned. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is almost time, it's time to go to school. He walked directly out of the training woods and walked around the forest outside Konoha village by the way. He had always been like this in the past. But today, it's a little different. Hey? Someone is there in that place. Xuanyi's face moved slightly, and she looked at some inconspicuous grove with the light. There is the place where Xuanyi conducted secret training when he developed that extremely dangerous technique. The development failure a year ago caused this place to be filled with a certain degree of radiation cloud, which has always been regarded as a forbidden place by Xuanyi. People other than him will be affected by nuclear radiation if they enter. Today, Xuanyi intends to recover nuclear radiation. So early, why would anyone appear in such a place by coincidence? Xuanyi was silent for a while, feeling a bit tricky, and pondered for a while. But in the end, I tentatively approached, glimpsed in the gap between the trees, and saw Kazue Uchiha, the sister of Izumi Uchiha, the lover of Itaki in the future. This woman, sweating profusely, is training, breathing heavily, and apparently has been cultivating hard for a while. Moreover, after completing the practice, he took out the box lunch and consumed it on the spot. At first glance, there seems to be no problem. However, when Xuanyi saw that this woman used her dusty hands, seemingly inadvertently, but deliberately, he sprinkled the dust into the lunch box and gulped it, he realized it. This is a ruthless person. The nuclear radiation scattered in the air, after more than a year of fermentation, there is not much left. The real big heads are all buried deep in the soil. Who? Kazue turned around suddenly, took out kunao, and threw it out fiercely. Chapter 5, Weird Writer I. There was killing intent in Kazue's eyes. This time she shot it with even more ruthlessness. At the moment of throwing kunao, she moved quickly and rushed out. After seeing Xuanyi, his expression was slightly startled. Do you treat your classmates with such a cruel hand? Icky, this is not like you usually. Xuanyi used a finger to easily flick kunao, and suddenly fell down, supporting the ground with one hand, and then kicked it sideways. The powerful force made Yu Hui snorted on the spot. After a backflip, Kazuki pulled away, looking at him with jealousy and surprise. "Why are you here, and your strength?" Iki's face changed slightly, and he pulled out a new kunao, slightly clenched. "This place is the reason why she has become stronger this year. It is the root of her breaking the fate of mediocrity and getting the attention of the clan. It is absolutely not allowed to be discovered by outsiders. It's really hard work. You can make rapid progress in this year. It is actually by this method. This year, you have eaten a layer of land. If it weren't for today, I had advanced by an hour. I can't find you." Xian Yi looked at Iki. This is also him, and this is the first time that Uchiha has been solemnly observed. Well, there are no genetic mutations found for the time being, such as some extra organs popping up. Can guide this dangerous force on a large scale. Iki, they have misunderstood you. You are a genius, a true genius," Xian Yi said solemnly. Iki's murderous face was suddenly startled, showing a look of confusion and horror. "How would you know?" "The reason is simple." Xian Yi nodded his hands, and then, in front of Iki's vigilant and furious gaze, he squatted slightly and slapped the ground fiercely. Snapped. The radiation buried deep in the ground was completely absorbed by Xian Yi in an instant. Even if someone discovers something wrong in the future, no clue can be found. I admire your courage and awareness to become stronger. If you want to continue to become stronger, then come to me. At least, I won't let you eat the dirt anymore." Xian Yi smiled, just turned around, exposing his back to the shocked Iki, and left without any haste. Iki's heart set off a stormy sea, and repeated confirmation that the strange power that could stimulate her body and make her stronger disappeared. "Who are you on Earth?" "Ninja school." Anyone who just walked into the gate could see Metkei running laps on the playground like a fool, and his father Motte was standing outside the fence and shouting encouragement. When Xian Yi came to school, "K, you bastard!" Dai made a fierce fist, crossed the fence, and knocked his son Kai into the air. "Oh, sorry father, I let you down again. I'm almost 11 years old, and I still can't run 1,000 laps around the playground. I'm such a waste." Metkei knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. "K, my son. You shouldn't give up lightly. Your physical skills are the metal to witness your youth. Youth will not deceive." "Woo, I understand my father, I will do 800 push UPS right now, and if I can't do 800 push UPS, I will skip 1,500 times." "K. Father." The father and son cried in each other's arms. Xian Yi felt that her eyes were almost blind. He finally knows why it is rare to see Daihakai this morning. "Oh." Xian Yi sang, "You rarely came so early today." Dai waved his hand to Xian Yi, showing respect on his face. "Stay as hard as ever, Mr. Dai, but didn't K graduated early? Why did you come back?" Xian Yi walked over, ignored the pointing and contemptuous gazes around him, and smiled. Among the people in this class, Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, and Cranetail Metkei graduated at the age of 8. They are the only ones in existence. Dai rectified the forehead protection on his forehead. "Yes, Kai and I received a mission from the village to return to the ninja school to maintain order. There is still some time before the start of the game. It must not be wasted. Struggle is youth." "What?" Xian Yi sang, "Thank you very much. After the war is over, I will definitely make money and make up for your losses." Daihakai, at the same time a 90-degree bow came, and he was grateful. "The will to fire in you is so strong, I clearly feel it. However, if you say this again, I will be angry. They are all Konoha ninjas. It is right to contribute to the village, and I strongly agree with it. Your point of view?" Xian Yi nodded and praised. Kai clenched his fists and encouraged. Xian Yi sang, "With your strength, if you work hard, you might be able to graduate early. At this time, the people around, who came and went, suddenly burst into laughter. Just like Xian Yi, you still want to graduate early. No matter how strong a theory class is, it is useless. Damn it, I don't know what the village thinks, I actually let K, the crane tail, graduate early. Students of all grades passed by one after another, and some guys were extremely jealous. Kakashi is very good, even if he can graduate early, but what is the reason for the tale of Matty? The theory class is poor, and the ninjutsu illusion is not good, relying on powerful physical skills to sweep the same class. Turned out to be the second to graduate early. You only know physical skills, what a ninja, you father and son are all jokes of the village. Oh, thank you for your support. Dai gave a thumbs up to everyone who laughed at them. Xian Yi shook his head, encouraged a few more words, and then walked directly to the classroom. Mate Kai looked at Xian Yi's back. Xian Yisang is really a great man. He has supported my father and me. He has never discriminated against us. He has always encouraged us. He is not good at fighting, so I must try my best to protect him. In the dark, Kay clenched his fists, and two of flames burned in his eyes. Xian Yi walking in front noticed something and nodded secretly. What a nice look, he is deeply looking forward to the moment when Kay burns all his youth for him one day in the future. Soon, Xian Yi returned to his class. Many people were talking in low voices about the content of today's actual combat class, with anxiety and expectation on their faces. Graduate early. This is an honor that only geniuses are eligible for. Except for a very small number of people, they received some vague news from their parents, and they were slightly worried. Most of them were ignorant, looking forward to becoming the second Kakashi instead of the second Metkai. The village has achieved Kakashi's goal of setting Kakashi as a benchmark for the new generation. Xian Yi sat back in his seat, waiting for the upcoming new round of practical lessons. For this practical lesson, Xuan Yi is completely indifferent, and now only claims that he will select outstanding people to graduate early, but in fact, soon, all of Xuan Yi's people in this period will be forced to graduate and sent to the battlefield. Shine for the village. Moreover, Xian Yi now has a preliminary grasp of the power of nuclear escape, which can be regarded as the power of self-protection. As long as you don't get crazy enough to find Shinobu, you can rely on one-handed nuclear escape and Xian Yi's own physique to protect yourself enough. Are you really laid back? Don't you worry about your future at all? A pale-skinned guy asked casually next to him. Moonlight Blast. Didn't know what Moonlight Hayate was all about, and fell ill when he was in school. There is no way to worry, I just need to go all out. Xian Yi smiled. Moonlight Storm shook his head, some of them couldn't understand Xian Yi's salted fish mentality. The Moonlight family and Shiranui family are both Konoha's small families, and even the Moonlight family still has a sword technique as a family inheritance, but the Shiranui family is even more miserable, and there is no Mao. If you insist on saying yes. Maybe it's Senbon throwing technique? The future of Shiranui family directly fell on Shiranui Genma in the next class. As for Xian Yi, the master of theory and the king of mouthpieces, it is impossible for Xian Jian to be an assistant in the future. At this time, Uchiha Kazue walked into the classroom without squinting, let alone looking at Xian Yi, as if nothing happened. Soon, Mr. Masato Yoshino walked into the classroom and directly led everyone to the playground. The people in the other classes were also in place one after another, and for a time, it was extremely noisy. It's actually a cross-duel between classes. Xian Yi touched his chin. This is probably observing the strength of their students in this class, evaluating the possibility of graduating all the students in this class ahead of time and sending them to the battlefield. The 6-year system is about to be changed to the 4-year system. When the 3 wars were the worst, it was about to come. A ninja appeared with the instantaneous technique and officially announced the start of the actual combat class. In the first game, Uchiha Kazue vs Hyuga Loiha. The crowd was commotion. Hey! Is the first match between Uchiha and Hyuga. These two people are very good in the same period. Although they are not as good as Kakashi, they are also among the best. Kazue raised his head indifferently, stepped into the arena, and made a confrontation with Hyuga Luubo. Hyuga Luubo from the next class. Xian Yi thought about it. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and looked at it with interest. Hyuga Luubo, in the original work, it was not until the Fourth Ninja War that formally appeared. Now, it's the same period of Kakashi and his Swanyi. Click it. I have heard of you, the most outstanding genius of the Naka Uchiha clan in the last few sessions. I will not lose to you. Luubo Hyuga looked confident and directly rolled his eyes. Grow your eyes? They are a good pair of eyes, but in front of my eyes, your pride is worthless. Kazue shook his head, slowly closed his eyes, under the unbelievable gaze of everyone. When opened again, a Guyu writing wheel eye has been opened. This is a pair of beautiful eyes with a sense of oppression. If you observe carefully, you will find that Guyu's eyes are much more blurred than the normal writing wheel eyes, but the blood red of the large swaths is more intense. This? Ikki actually awakened to Shaolunyan. When did it happen? Yoshino Masato was dumbfounded. He taught Ikki for 4 years, but he didn't even know about it. At this age, I started writing round eyes. Is this a genius? Regarding Shiranui Genma, this person's age is a mystery. Judging from the number of the ninja, the number is very close to Kakashi, which means that the two became ninjas almost at the same time. Considering that Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, then Shiranui Genma should be at least 3 or 5 years older than Kakashi. However, in the original work, when Mat Dai faced the Mist-Hidden 7, Genma was teaming up with Kai, and judging from the content, the two were also tall and physically fit. It's about the same, roughly the same age. This should be a bug in the original book, and this book chooses to list Shiranui Genma as the same. Chapter 6, You Actually Poisoned Your Blood. Uchiha vs Hyuga is the highlight when it comes up. It seems that the village wants to use these two best guys besides Kakashi and Kei to show others a good example. In the distance, some people sent by the high-level villagers are observing a showdown between the two big pupil families. Uchiha and the Hyuga family both claim to be the #1 giants in Konoha. This battle is interesting. Most of the tribesmen of these two big families are now fighting against Wuyin village, which has dragged Wuyin to the village. I just hope that their offspring will be equally good. These people are watching this battle silently. They all shoulder an important task, which is to assess the overall level of this session and whether they can be sent to the battlefield. The war on the front line is getting tighter, and Konoha's huge size is a little overwhelmed. Hey? Right round eyes. Soon, they were surprised. A 10-year-old girl has awakened the blood of the Uchiha family. This kind of talent? Well, it's really amazing. I thought that the Uchiha people in this session would not have any real genius. I didn't expect to have surprises. The one headed by nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. Master's Highway, do you need to report to Master Naruto? Such a child is definitely worth paying attention to. An Anbu wearing a mask whispered. No, wait a minute, at least until all the people in this year's competition are over, I will submit a detailed report to Lord Naruto. Yuan Zaiwei's face was shrouded in a huge hood, and she said solemnly. Uchiha Kazue's writing round eyes caused a great shock. At the age of 10, he opened his eyes, enough to be called a genius. You must know that many Uchiha people cannot open their eyes for a lifetime. Originally, because of the strange flower, the Uchiha family once lost all people, but now Ikki's eyes are opened, and all the rumors are directly shattered. Uchiha, still that Uchiha, geniuses come forth in large numbers. It's actually writing round eyes, but I won't lose, and my white eyes are just as powerful. Hinata Luyubo was also taken aback, suppressed his inner anxiety, and said solemnly. Everyone knows that the Uchiha tribe with and without writing round eyes are like two people. Ikki just smiled and shook his head, stopped speaking, and backed away abruptly, and immediately sealed his hands. Art Fire Escape Fireball. One shot is Uchiha's signature ninjutsu. This is even more surprising. A fireball comparable to the size of a person, it rushed towards Luyubo in a whistling, that crazy burning flame, illuminating everything. Among the electric flint, Ichigumi glanced at someone watching the battle in a flash, and then moved his gaze away again without a trace. Xuanyi's face showed surprise and admiration. It's crazy. In the past year, how much did this woman pay to become strong? How much nuclear radiation did she eat to stimulate her body? Even this pair of riding wheels looks slightly different. It seems that they were forced to give birth when they were not up to the standard in all aspects. He remembers clearly that the people in this year of the original book, the entire Uchiha family, are really awesome only with the blackened soil, who opened a kaleidoscope to ride a wheel at the age of 12. But now there is a 10-year-old Ikki with open eyes. In the future, Itaka's sister-in-law, who is not in line with the original, the plot has been changed. Using nuclear radiation to induce bleeding and limit the world? Although Yuhui must be an accident in all cases, it is good if there is no violent death, but this subject is not lacking in research value. The ghost knows that chakra is a kind of spiritual and material penetration. What role does omnipotent energy play in the middle, the line of the sacred tree and the line of the big tube tree? Xuanyi pondered silently. At this moment, in the arena, the confrontation between the two also caused bursts of exclamations, which opened the eyes of many people. The comparison between the insightful writing wheel eyes and the perspective white eyes is a bit ahead of the current level of students in this class. In the end, Ikki used the shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan to force Luyubo back again and again, and finally was kicked by Ikki, who seized the opportunity and was defeated on the spot. Damn it, if I can hit you in the body. Luyubo looked unwilling, his soft fist had no room to play, even if it was a close fight. He was given dodge one by Yike. The wailing of the weak. The two made a mark of reconciliation. Ikki glanced at Luyubo, said softly, and walked off the arena. She walked to Xuanyi's side, moved for a while, hesitated a little, and then stood behind Xuanyi very consciously. The game continues. There was a duel between Ikki and Luyubo, and the subsequent game actually faded a lot. Round after round, all kinds of chickens pecking at each other, people can't bear to look straight. It looks like this is the case for this year's people. Most of those who are outstanding are from the great ninja clan. Send these people to the battlefield. Once they are attacked by the enemy squad, apart from Ikki and Luyubo, I'm afraid they will all be killed and injured. But other villages have successively sent new people to participate in the war. We were able to delay doing this until now. We have already achieved the ultimate. The many people who watched the battle talked in a low voice. Many people are ready to leave. Wait a minute, there is another guy that makes people care. Oily Nymph said lightly. The next match, Matere Red Bean vs Ignoring Huo Xuanyi. Soon, the two walked onto the arena. It turns out it's you, a weak chicken in actual combat. It's really unlucky for you to be an opponent with me. Hongdu put his hands on his shoulders, looking at Xuanyi's expression, a little strange. What are you saying? Well, you don't know it at all, but it's no wonder that this is an undisclosed piece of news. I was just accepted as a disciple by Osamaru-sama not long ago. A weird smile appeared on Hongdu's face, with the words "please praise me" all over his face. The people around them all showed shocking colors at this time, looking at Red Bean in astonishment. Oshimaru-sama. Atsuki Bean has actually become a disciple of Sunan, it, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com I think too. Why is she? I am not worse than her. In the eyes of many people, there is a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and their eyes are red. That is Ashimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, a strong shadow class. Even the teachers in the class have changed faces, and there is a little respect in the eyes of Hongdu. Can become a disciple of Sunan, Red Bean will definitely become an excellent ninja who shelters the village in the future. At this time, Atsuki Bean sticks out her tongue and licks her lips. This is the action she learned from Dashimaru. Atsuki Bean felt that it was necessary for him to move closer to Lord Ashimaru in all directions, even in words and deeds. Really? So amazing! Xianyi looked in surprise. Hongdu sneered. For some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. He suddenly took out Kyo and rushed over, slashing Xuanyi's face severely. Stab! The bandage was cut, a trace of blood appeared on his face, a large amount of blood overflowed, and it was contaminated with kusu. Didn't you run away? What a poor guy, I can't even catch my speed. Besides, let me tell you one more thing. Hongdu Zimei smiled, and under Xianyi's sudden change of face, she stuck out her tongue, pretending to be greedy and intoxicated, licking the blood of kusu. Xianyi stretched out his hand weakly, but it was too late to stop the operation. I like drinking fresh blood the most, hey? Hey! The Red Bean swallowed Xianyi's blood in one bite, and before he had time to taste it carefully, he was stunned. The next moment, under everyone's eyes, she spit out. She had a face full of disbelief, and she stretched out her fingers trembling. Despicable, you actually poisoned your blood. Chapter 7, What a delicious bite of nuclear radiation. Hokage Building. The great man standing on the peak of Konoha village, 3 generations of Naruto adults, has just processed the latest documents urgently, and looks tired. Brother Shiram almost assaulted his companion in extreme anger because he was not full enough. These 2 guys are really restless. Although they are powerful, if they are sent out to perform the task. 3 generations of Hokage took a puff of smoke and fell into deep thought. Highway, are there any results? After a while, the 3rd generation of Hokage called Anbu to ask. The game is coming to an end. Master's Highway intends to observe the performance of Mitere Atsuki up close, so that he can make the most appropriate report. Anbu knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said. Is that so? As expected of Yuzushi Wei, she is such an excellent ninja that makes people feel at ease. 3 generations of Hokage showed a slight smile on his face. Unv Wei is the same period of Bo Feng Shuman. Although it has not been able to stand at the shadow level in terms of hard power, it is the most perfect elite Shang-Ren. His abilities are too comprehensive. There is no shortcoming in ninjutsu illusion jujutsu, commanding ability, tackling toughness, and perception ability. So that, on the battlefield of the 3 wars, Unv has become a rare and powerful ninja who can act alone. Mitere Atsuki Beans can be seen by the fussy guy Ashimaru. It seems that she has a characteristic that attracts Ashimaru deeply. 3 generations of Hokage smiled and nodded. The last disciple of Ashimaru was still the rope tree. Since the death of the rope tree, Dashimaru's whole person has become a lot colder and gloomy, and there have been some changes that even his teacher can't understand. This time, the 3 generations of Hokage are very worried. S ability to recruit new disciples has shown that Dashimaru has stepped out of the shadows to some extent. Then let me observe it myself. 3 generations of Hokage took out the crystal ball. The art of telescope. On the crystal ball, the game scene of the ninja school emerged. Mitere Atsuki Beans, duel. Is this person familiar? It seems that the guy who is very good at flattering, oh no, is a guy who is good at writing theory. Full score in politics class, which widened the road at a young age. When the 3 generations of Hokage saw Xianyi, the whole old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Okay, this kind of child is the inheritor of the will of fire. Look, you will learn theories by analogy. If all the people in the village had the enlightenment of this child, it would be too easy for him. There were green leeks all over the land for him to harvest. However, the third generation of Hokage remembers that this child's actual combat ability is very poor. To Mitere Adzuki Bean, a child who likes to imitate Ashimaru everywhere, Xianyi will suffer. The third generation of Hokage chuckled his pipe. But the next moment, the strongest Hokage lord, he gave a faint utterance and was surprised to see that after swallowing Xuanyi's blood, the red bean actually vomited out again. It's really interesting, but what's going on? Sandai Hokage squinted and thought. Ninja school. Despicable, you actually poisoned your own blood. Red beans took a bite of high-concentration nuclear radiation, which tasted sour and refreshing. She deliberately studied Ashimaru, and even felt that she should be more advanced than Lord Ashimaru in certain manners, in order to attract the attention of Lord Ashimaru, and was uniquely favored by Lord Ashimaru. Then, after deliberately cutting Xianyi with a knife, he swallowed a mouthful of blood. As a result, the terrifying amount of nuclear radiation in the blood immediately caused a terrible burning sensation to her mouth, which was extremely hot. What made Hongda more frightened was that she clearly discovered, this mouthful of blood actually contained some terrifyingly corrosive, but inaccurate, weird toxin. The entire mouth was horribly killed, and a large number of cells died instantly. The red bean people are stupid, she has countless counts, conceived many kinds of showy plans, but never thought that she would swallow a bite of blood. You. She shivered and pointed at Xianyi. Her eyes widened, as if looking at a monster. She had never seen such a crazy person. Neuropathy, I have heard of poisoning people on their clothes and skin, but who can poison their blood? Is this calculated? I will drink your blood. The key is that this poison is so poisonous. Red Bean's mentality burst a bit. Now she, just a few days after being accepted as a disciple by Oshimaru, is in a period of desperate need to find someone to show off. As a result, the car overturned on the little Xianyi. This, poisoned in the blood? So cruel. Even the referee was dumbfounded, and stayed on the spot. For a moment, I wondered if the game should be suspended. The entire arena was silent. Everyone swept their eyes. Even the evaluators who represented the high-level villagers in the distance were shocked at this time. Do you want to be so amazing? Or is the Red Bean got it wrong? But they saw that Red Bean's face was white with endless horror. Suddenly there was silence, with a weird color on his face. Is it true? Red Bean, you don't need to be so anxious. In fact, as long as you say it, I will surrender immediately. This is all trivial. Xianyi sighed, feeling the broken silver fiber bandage on his face, and in desperation, he pulled off all the bandages on his face. He now has the ability to block the leakage of nuclear radiation, and he doesn't need this thing anymore. Then, when the bandages on his head were torn off, the handsome face was revealed. Suddenly, a sound of cold breathing directly raised the temperature in the school by a few degrees. Many people, after many years, it is almost the first time to see Xianyi's complete face in front of him. This handsome face has a helpless and handsome face, which made many sister-in-law Yang's hearts throb. Kuosuo, it turns out that Xianyi-sang is so handsome. I knew I would start it in advance. Then why do you want to bandage your whole body deliberately? Probably to conceal this compelling handsomeness. The chirping voice sounded, and immediately after Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, there were bursts of shouts. The value of the face is justice. Oh, they are a group of superficial guys, and they know how to greet him. Xianyi walked directly to the Red Bean. Damn, what do you want? I haven't lost yet, don't underestimate me. Hongda gritted his teeth and threw out Q now. At the same time, he suddenly leaned over, resisting the horrible dissolution in his mouth, rushed forward, and shot very decisively. At this age, she is excellent. It is not without reason that she can be favored by Dashimaru. Just. Xianyi took a step back lightly, and suddenly grabbed it with one hand. In an extremely violent posture, after holding the leg whip by his body hard, he pinched the neck of the red bean and pressed it to the ground with a bang. Boom! There was a loud noise. There were slight cracks on the floor. Be quiet, the game is not important anymore, the important thing is you, if you delay it, you will die. Xuan Yi's voice was flat, just like that, he pinched Red Bean's neck with one hand and pressed the opponent tightly. In the bizarre gaze of Red Bean, the index finger and of the other hand came together to form a mark. In less than 20 seconds, you should still be saved, Hengdu, you owe me a life, don't be so reckless in the future. Hyun Yi said in a low voice, and then nuclear escape, the art of adsorbing turbidity. Iki, who was watching the battle below, suddenly lit up in his eyes, filled with fiery heat. That's right, this is the ability. Hyun Yi sang, you actually. Chapter 8, The Spicy Man is still here. I am in a hurry to follow the power, and if I don't take action again, Red Bean Ba achieves a fart. The disciple who had just received Ashimaru was killed before he could go to the battlefield. That was the shame of the entire Konoha village. Once the Red Bean had an accident, nothing else, Ashimaru would not let him go. You are really going to trouble me? Xuan Yi shook his head. He remembered that during the test of Shinobu in the original book, Hengdu cut the prince with a knife and stretched out his tongue to lick the blood on the prince's face. I didn't expect this habit, did it have a clue at this time? Xuan Yi was forced to take action. Nuclear escape, the art of adsorbing turbidity. In an instant, a large amount of nuclear radiation in the Red Bean body was swallowed by Xuan Yi in a whistling manner invisible to the naked eye. This technique is the ninjutsu that Xuan Yi has mastered to control nuclear radiation in the process of integrating nuclear radiation for many years. Wait for the last trace of radiation, after being swallowed by Xuan Yi. Red beans, although vitality is severely injured, especially the massive necrosis of oral cells, it takes a long time to cultivate, but at least it can remain normal in general. Except for the pale face and the sweating all over. What have you done? Hengdu turned his head hard, feeling the rapid improvement in his body, his face was stunned. She was saved. This is my technique, don't care. Xuan Yi got up, but still dragged the red beans with one hand, step by step towards the edge of the field. How could you not care? This whole process is too weird, okay? Atsuki Bean frantically complained in her heart, and at the same time she was extremely depressed. As a disciple of Master Ashimaru, she was actually put down by a bit of blood. I'm such a fool, really, I even lost the hidden shadow snake hand taught to me by my teacher. Hengdu tears her eyes and her confidence is hurt. Atsuki Beans, you have to think about the benefits. For example, you can't successfully use the shulker snake hand technique. Xuan Yi kindly reminded. Hengdu was furious, Xuan Yi, you bastard. The next moment, she was kicked out of the arena by Xuan Yi and landed with a bang. The action is decisive, like a scumbag. Lost. The disciple of Sunan, lost to the last student. But now, it doesn't matter anymore. Controlled nuclear radiation, developed nuclear escape, and initially established a stable connection with the big guy in his body, Xuan Yi no longer had to hide as before, and be cautious. Numerous shocking sounds sounded, and everyone stared at Xuan Yi in unison, with an unbelievable expression on their faces. Impossible, Xuan Yi actually defeated Sunan's disciple. A loud cry overwhelmed everyone. The guy with the goggles on his head is full of unwillingness. The last one in the school, Uchiha brought soil. He is clearly at the same level with me, why can't I win the red beans, how can this be? Dai Tu was completely stunned, gritted his teeth, the huge contrast made him unacceptable. Why is? He didn't understand this whole process at all. The old crane tail, unexpectedly changed, turned gorgeously. After the low tide, he is the only clown left with soil. brought soil and clenched his fists fiercely, trembling all over because of his excitement. As expected of Xian Yi sang, "This is the power of youth." In the distance, Kai, who is seen Ren to maintain order in the arena, looked excited. "Not only did I not understand it with the soil, but other people did not understand it either. No antidote was given, no medical ninjutsu was used, but the poison was detoxified. This kind of poison, what's going on? And it actually exists in his blood. Is it really that Xian Yi calculated in advance and deliberately made hands and feet on his face?" Those official ninjas who watched the battle thoughtfully. At this time, Zhai Wei pushed his sunglasses, and a bright light was reflected on the black lenses. Not only that, besides the poison itself, this kid's physical skills are also amazing. Can hardly hold a leg whip of the red bean without moving. This kind of physical strength far exceeds the average level of his peers. Moreover, the angle and speed of the shot were also unusual in one blow to the angry red bean. Weird blood poison, wrapped in bandages all the year round, lazy and reluctant to move, but has a powerful body, synthesizing this information, so that's it. It's some kind of secret technique, or blood succession limit. The oily nymph speaks slightly. Many people looked dazed and nodded again and again. That makes sense. The secret technique related to poisonous blood can barely be tainted with the poison of the Sancho fish that Yunnan village Hanzhou has mastered, but there is an essential difference between the two, which is more like some unknown blood inheritance boundary. An Anbi said. Zhihui nodded slightly, his face under his hood and sunglasses could not see any mood swings. He said, "I originally planned to observe the red beans, but I didn't expect to have unexpected joy. I would personally report to Master Naruto." After finishing speaking, Zhai Wei left the field directly, and there was no need to watch the game afterwards. He has obtained valuable information. This year's student, Yu reading www.yuugonshu. In addition to the genius Kakashi, Com also has a lot of reliable guys who are able to take on some responsibilities. Especially Shiranui Swanyi, it was the biggest surprise. Hokage building. Needless to say, I have seen it. I do not know Huo Swanyi, the unknown blood inheritance boundary, really interesting child. The 3 generations of Hokage stopped Zhai Wei's words, smoking a pipe, and constantly flipping through the documents in his hand. This is all the information about Xian Yi, from birth to now, as well as information on Xian Yi's parents and grandparents. However, after a long time, the 3rd generation of Hokage could not find any clues. It's strange that the Shiranui family seems to have never awakened a similar blood succession boundary. 3 generations of Hokage touched his chin, very interested. I don't know now, where is the upper limit of this blood succession limit? If it was like Moonlight Hayate's awakening child's blood through the bounds, it would be over. Transcendence has the ability to invisible and ablate its own pheromone. It is known as the most powerful invisibility technique, but it turns out that the blood is invisible when it is immobile, and it becomes visible when it moves. It's almost impossible. Moonlight Gale's body was also worn down by this blood continuum, sickened, and almost ruined the possibility of further development. At this time, a gloomy voice came. I am going to the battlefield soon, and I need a few powerful new generations in my hands. A gloomy guy walked into the house. Here is a legendary man. Although he will be late, he will never be absent. After all, asked for the existence of thousands of protagonists who didn't know, and was rejected thousands of times by the 3 generations. Shimura Danzo. Chapter 9, White-Eyed Brothers. Came so fast. You just brought UNVGE into your roots not long ago. Isn't that enough? 3 generations of Hokage looked at his old partner with a little dissatisfaction. The hand of the root stretched out longer and longer, slightly crossing the boundary. Not enough, the roots buried deep in the ground need to absorb more nutrients to grow Konoha. The bigger the roots, the better. You know how big the roots are. Danzang hit the ground hard, then glanced at Highway. The oily nymphs buried their heads slightly, as if they were indifferent to everything in front of them. Highway, I have worked hard for you this time. You should rest for a few days. I have a new task assigned to you. 3 generations of Hokage took a pipe, and after Highway disappeared, he was silent for a moment. Which one do you want? Uchiha Kazue, Hyagaloha, I don't know Huo Swanyi, I want these 3 people. Danzo said, I wanted to recruit Kakashi to the roots. He lost his father and was emotionally unstable. I was rejected by you. I can assign Metkai to you, if you want. Metday can also give it to you. Hisaka, I don't need a fool. And there are still 2. They don't have the qualities and talents to be a good ninja. I think Moonlight and Wind is also good, his blood succession limit has great potential. The little things from the Moonlight family? Invisible when they are not moving, and visible when they move, what is the use of such a blood succession boundary? Sending a few shadow clones is better than this blood succession boundary. Danzo was a little angry, but also very disappointed. Are you fooling me like that? You have changed and you don't care about me anymore. Even if I recommend K, even Hey 8? Ikki definitely can't, the Uchiha clan won't allow it. As for Lu Yubo and Xian Yi, you can pick one. Then give Lu Yubo to me. Tuanzang's face was gloomy. Is the Hyaga family? Although it is a separation of families, but recruiting Lu Yubo into the roots, there is also a lot of resistance. I think Swanyi is a good boy. He has a perfect political course and has awakened a new boundary. Hinata Lu Yubo, Konoha does not lack genius, Zhihei is even better. Danzo got what he wanted and turned to leave. Hyun Yi? New blood? Okay, at least it's much more practical than that shit. However, there is no shortage of such ability. The UNV's Hihehe recruited miraculously controlled the nano-level poisonous insects. As long as he touched it, he could use countless nano-poisonous insects to kill the enemy, which is more useful than blood poison. Hey, it's a pity that I still didn't get the living shale UNI blood succession. Danzo is far away. In the office, there are only 3 generations of Hokage left, smoking a pipe one after another, and sighing deeply. The new generation should grow up as soon as possible. In the arena, the shock brought by Xian Yi shocked many people, so much so that many people were looking at him with strange eyes. Is indeed unfamiliar, with bandages wrapped all year round, and suddenly torn, giving people an unspeakable feeling. I want to challenge Hyun Yi. Suddenly rushed out with the soil, shouting, Xian Yi, come and fight me. The loyal Kai suddenly appeared, blocking the soil for the first time, and said lightly, this is not a challenge. Please return to your position. The game is not over yet. Get out of the way, I want to challenge Xian Yi. Subconsciously grabbed the soil, but in an instant, he was thrown away by Kai. Then I will challenge you, take the move, fire escape how to fireball. Bring the soil quickly to seal, bulging his cheeks. Then was stuck in his throat, he himself was kicked out by Kai on the spot. A farce. Damn it, why is it like this? I obviously worked very hard. I took a mouthful of dirt and collapsed. This gave him even greater ridicule. No one cared about bringing dirt, even Xian Yi just shook his head and returned to the team without responding. It's really sad. If you want to make the soil stronger, you must either open it or blacken it. Although, using the art of fireball at the age of 10 is absolutely excellent, but he hasn't really used it after all. The guy who loses the chain at a critical moment is more abominable than the mediocrity with limited talents, Xian Yi sang, what do you think? Kazue pulled her long hair lightly and said with a smile. Hey, is it really okay to say that your family is like that? Hehe, the treatment of genius and mediocrity is destined to be different. It took me all my life to become the most valued genius in the clan. Kazue looked at Xian Yi's profile intently, which caused another wave of attention. Finally, after the battle between Shiranui Genma vs Ebisu ended, this large-scale practical class for the whole year came to an end. In this actual combat class, the quality demonstrated by the students in this class is enough to make the village leaders make up their minds. Some ninjas who are responsible for maintaining the arena outside the school have also relaxed their vigilance. Hey, I saw a lot of interesting pictures. The overall quality of this session is very good. In my impression, although it is not as good as that of Bo Feng Shui Men, Uzumaki Kushina, and Yu Nushi Wei, it is also excellent in all previous sessions. They will become excellent ninjas in the future. Some ninjas were talking. In fact, their mission is to maintain and guard the entire school. The school itself is an important place and is often guarded by members of the Anbu. These comprehensive qualities are limited, and most of them are ninja guys, so there is no need to worry too much about foreign enemies sneaking in. Mate Day followed the others, no one wanted to walk with him, which was embarrassing. Others have relaxed their vigilance, only Dai is still looking around. Ha, Dai, what are you doing? Will the enemy launch an attack when the game ends? Someone pointed at Dai haha and laughed. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. More people laughed. Oh. I just think that carrying out the task to the last second is the right attitude to sway your youth. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? After 10,000 years of forbearance, I opened my mouth and talked about youth in silence, which just laughed at me. Okay. Why, not convinced? Do you want to hit us? No. Someone is coming. 2. Mate Day quickly turned his head, his strong physical instincts made his muscles tense subconsciously, and suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. Rumbling. 2 Rojans rushed over. I'm so hungry, brother. Yes, the reward for doing the task is not enough for us to eat, brother. We have worked very hard, but during the war we couldn't even eat enough. The village abused us. We had to find food for ourselves. I was about to starve to death. Well, there is a ninja school ahead. With so many students, there must be a lot of food. Then go eat, if you get in the way. Then kill it. 2 huge burly men rushed over in such a big stride, not fast, but every step they slammed the ground to pieces, and the chakras that burst out were incomparably astonishing. The ninja who was in charge of guarding the ninja school changed his face the first time he saw the 2 of them. Here, these 2 guys are, the legendary brothers. No, they are so hungry and crazy again, go report it to the superior. They were talking and laughing at the last moment, and his face is as earthy at this moment. Mate Day also had a tight face and a heavy heart, it was actually the 2 of them, brothers with white eyes. Feng Shen and Thor. Chapter 10, Don't Use That Technique, Xian Yi sang. Feng Shen and Thor are notorious in the village. These 2 simple-thinking villains are Tsunade's little brothers. They only have to eat, eat and eat. Everything else is nothing. What kind of village, what kind of company, is not worth mentioning in front of food? Indifferent moral values, cold beliefs, and cruel methods have made them notorious throughout the village. We can't be the opponents of these 2 guys, what should we do? It is said that the Shirame brothers are going crazy, and Shinobu will have a headache. Only Tsunade-sama can stop them. Many people turned pale, and some immediately began to evacuate the teachers and students of the school. Some ninjas rushed up, but they were just man-arms as a car. They were not able to withstand a single blow. Their attacks could not even leave the slightest injury on these 2 rough-skinned guys. Inside the ninja school, there was also a mess. The students of all grades panicked a bit, only to hear a violent roar erupting outside, dusty, but they didn't know what happened. Did the enemy come here? No matter what the enemy of the village, he is dead, dare to sneak into Konoha. Many people plan to hide in emergency shelters under the direction of the teacher. Feng Shen Thor's charge was so fierce, he broke the wall and broke into the school. This posture can definitely trample a bunch of people to death. Get away! Teacher Masada Yoshino was shocked, and some of his students bear the brunt. I use illusion to interfere with them. Right round eyes. Kazue Uchiha immediately used the writing wheel to try to stop the Shiram brothers with illusion. It's useless, these two guys won't look at you at all. Xuan Yi's face sank. His location was less than 100 meters away from Feng Shen and Thor, who charged violently. Brother, I can smell the food. Yes, brother, I can smell it too. The village is really damn, obviously there is so much food, and if we don't eat it, then we will eat it ourselves. Feng Shen and Lei Shen had a stern look. There was no place for living people in their eyes, only food. Seeing, some people are about to be trampled to death. Kai wanted to rush over to protect Xuan Yi, but was slapped and slapped by Feng Shen in an instant. Go away, I'll delay the time. Yoshino Masada pulled out kunao with a resolute expression, and roared at Feng Shen and Thor. A series of kunao and shuriken were thrown out, and even the skin of the opposite two could not be cut. Seeing, Yoshino Masada is about to be beaten to death. Really, teacher, don't push hard if you are not strong enough, you can't stop it with your strength. Xuan Yi began to seal quietly. Among the electric light flint, Yu Hui glanced at the writing wheel. With strong insight, he caught all the seals of Xuan Yi in an instant. Yin seal, ugly seal, Mao seal. Fire, thunder, water. What kind of technique is this? Yu Hui's heart jumped. Although he was extremely confused, he saw Xuan Yi's face that was so calm that there was no panic. It's this time, how sure is it to come back? Hyun Yi, what are you? The next moment, Iki was taken aback. The terrifying high temperature burst out, like hot lava that appeared in a flash, raising the temperature of the adjacent area by dozens of degrees in less than a second. It seems that it will stack up at an even more alarming speed. The huge cluster of cells in Xuan Yi's body was frantically agitated, gushing out a terrifying scale of vitality. In the vision of Xiao Lunyan, Xuan Yi's whole person turned into a burning volcano. Chakra erupted within it instantly, like endless turbulent magma, roaring in the human meridian. This time, Xuan Yi moved genuinely, he had to pay a certain price and use that technique. Nuclear escape white hot. However, in the next moment, a figure came at an astonishing speed that even a Guyu writing wheel could not catch, and first kicked Yoshino Masada to avoid being smashed into flesh by the Shirame brothers, and immediately landed. At Xuan Yi's side, he stretched out a hand and firmly grasped Xuan Yi's hands. ZZ. The terrifying high temperature quickly burned the palm of this person's hand in an instant, emitting a green smoke, giving off the smell of barbecue. Don't use that technique, Xuan Yi sang, it's not that far yet. Mat Dai, who rushed over in a hurry, looked solemn, now is the time for me to burn my youth. Mr. Dai. Xuan Yi smiled and shook his head. Bayman Dunjia, it is a pity to use it in this place. Dai like this should play a bigger role. At this time, the Shiram brothers had already rushed in front of him. But the two of them didn't know what they were aware of. They suddenly braked, and their thick thighs went deep into the ground. The sand is full of dust. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Brother, I shuddered. Yes, I too. If you continue to rush forward, you may encounter something terrible. This feeling is the same as the eldest sister. Feng Shen and Thor are stiff in place. At this moment, the technique of gold binding. 3 Anbu wearing white robes appeared, directly restraining the Shirito brothers. It seems that I have caught up. The golden binding technique is really a weapon against these two guys. Are you all right? These two guys have been controlled by us. An Anbu spoke calmly. Immediately, he whispered and realized that the surrounding temperature was something wrong. Finally, the eyes of the 3 of them focused on Dai's palm that was severely burned. Something interesting seems to have happened. Another Anbu said faintly, and the eyes behind the mask looked carefully at several people. "Thanks to you for arriving in time, thank you very much." Dai bowed at that time. "You are welcome, you are fine." The three NBs just kept things in mind and didn't ask much. The members of the secret department are mission tools for the emotions. As for the analysis of things outside the mission, it is the work of the village intelligence department and the elders. Soon, the three NBs escorted away the White Eye brothers, and these two guys who attacked their companions would be severely punished. The village is really useless. To such a guy who knows to be unreliable, let them move freely. Kazue was silent for a while, and said very dissatisfied. As for the high temperature that broke out at that moment, and the unspeakable horror that seemed to happen but did not happen, Iki did not ask for the time being. It's just that Xian Yi, this fellow, feels even more wrong to her, and Mat Dai, can ninja also have the power to fight against the Shirito brothers? The village also has its problems, please don't say that. Dai bowed again to Iki. Mate Day is always a humble attitude towards people. A crisis that broke out inexplicably, just ended. Many people just saw that Xian Yi and others were almost killed. Fortunately, 3 NB elites arrived in time and stopped the White Eyes brothers with the technique of gold binding. Aside from being scared to cry like bringing the soil, and further clearly recognizing his incompetence, it does not seem to have caused any worse consequences. Brother Shiram, I remember that these two guys were completely abandoned and imprisoned by the village because they killed their companions in order to get more food during the mission. Xian Yi thought. Feng Shen and Thor, two powerful fools, in the original work with the prince, they were cheated by Mizuki and defected. After being yelled at by Tsunade, they obediently ran back to Konoha prison. And now, it seems that the two brothers have not yet come to the point of killing their companions, they are still ninjas in the village. After a while, the school announced that classes would be dismissed early, and people in shock left the school in a hurry. Xian Yi also put his hands in his pockets, as usual, waiting for everyone to finish before leaving. That technique you just, what was it? Just when Xian Yi finally walked out, Iki was leaning against the wall, putting his hands on his shoulders, and asked. "Oh, that technique is just a trick." "A little trick, what kind of damage can a ninja's palm suffer?" "It's really a trick, trust me." He didn't lie. Compared with the ultimate move, atomic breath, the incandescent light that started off at a high temperature of 10,000 degrees, what is it? The two walked out of the school and walked directly into the small woods outside the village in a very tacit understanding. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Since you chose to come to me, you must be awakened, Yu Hui. Xian Yi smiled lightly. Xian Yi sang, although I don't know how you did it, I really need that kind of power. Please teach it to me. In return, I will definitely work hard for the village. Kazue bowed her head, and asked for the power that could violently stimulate her body. If I don't give it, would you choose to kill me? Xian Yi looked at her meaningfully. If I hadn't experienced the incident during the day, I don't know that Xian Yisang still hides more powerful power, I might have done it. But now, I am willing to pay the price in exchange for Xian Yisang's blood succession boundary. Yu Hui struggled, but she had tasted the fate of breaking mediocrity, and she absolutely couldn't tolerate the restoration of mediocrity. At the moment, she directly bowed down and made the most respectful and noble courtesy to Xian Yi. This world is so cruel, and geniuses have attracted attention. If you want to become stronger, I can help you, but I need you to become a sharp edge in my hands. It's fair. Xian Yi said lightly, also, there is one thing you seem to have made a mistake, the village, or something. You are helping the village if you want to help me desperately. Kazue's body shook, she noticed a certain deep meaning, and her face showed a deep shock. Is there any problem? Of course, you can go back, maybe you can really kill me. I don't mind, but if you really take that step, it means there is no way back. No, you have misunderstood, I just suddenly felt that Xian Yisang is really a terrible person. When did you know how to pretend to be yourself? Or rather, always. Chapter 11, Silence of Ashimaru. That night. It's too dangerous, don't do this kind of thing in the future, but if you are half a second late, this arm will be gone. Xian Yi frowned tightly, and after stripping off all the nuclear radiation, he looked at Mat Dai's left hand. Blood and blood, even the bones were severely damaged. This is already a blessing in misfortune. I really had to wait for Xian Yi to use that technique completely, the arm that Mat wore was gone in an instant. Was melted on the spot. Ha ha ha, at least the result is good, the dark part of the village is sure to be reliable. Mat Dai laughed unconsciously. Father. Kay sat on her knees, looking at her extremely optimistic father with a touch of emotion. Then, the father and son had another preaching and cried. Xian Yi's head hurts. Father, how did you know that Xian Yisang still possesses such a powerful strength? Kai finished crying and looked puzzled. He and Xian Yi can be said to be the closest partners, and they have been together for several years. In Kai's cognition, Xuan Yi is a very lazy guy. His brain is very easy to use, but he is totally indifferent to things like cultivation. Dai smiled confidently. Xian Yisang's strength has always been so strong. He has been practicing hard in his own way, but for some reason, it is not convenient for Xian Yisang to use this power. Dai glanced at Hyun Yi, who was calmly drinking tea and smiled, and suddenly recalled the scene he saw a year ago. Xian Yi used his own hands to experiment with that technique, and most of his body suffered terrible corrosion. With the kind of injury, Dai was frightened, thinking that Xuan Yi was going to die, so he almost went to the village medical ninja for help. That time, it was really dangerous, Xian Yisang. Dai sighed. Xian Yi put down the teacup, pondered for a moment, and solemnly said, anything you do has to pay a price. As long as you think you are right, you should do it unswervingly. This is youth. Oh. Wow. As expected, Xian Yisang, has he interpreted youth to this point? Have you seen it? Xian Yisang is your role model. When you see him, you can see the passionate youth. Father. The father and son cried in each other's arms. Nimas. Xian Yi is awkwardly unable to sit back and relax. He admired Dai Hakai's concept of youth and believed that the father and son were not wrong, and youth itself was a process of desperation and struggle. What's special? Xian Yi looked at these two second-hands with a pained face, and kept muttering in his heart, my subordinates, dear ones, have to adapt and get used to. The father and son, who have few friends in this life, were so enthusiastic about them by Xian Yi, they rushed out of the house on the spot and raced around the village in a handstand. Xian Yisang, my father is heavier than me. To be fair, I have to find a way to gain weight. You can hug me. Kai stood upside down, solemnly stretched out a hand towards Xian Yi. Go away. Xian Yi looked at the father and son, howling at the figure who went away frantically, and shook his head slightly. Is really full of fighting spirit. But. However, these two guys, I'm afraid I haven't noticed anyone around the dark part staring at them. Xuan Yi closed the door at random. Then sat on the bed and began to refine the chakra. With his powerful touch, he vaguely sensed some gazes. Must be envy. Whether it is the special display of Xian Yi or the characteristics he displayed when facing the White Eyes brothers during the day, the village's attention has been drawn. Well, in this case, I still don't want the wear to be exposed. According to the urine characteristics of the village, if I really know the special nature of the wear, I will definitely send the wear to the battlefield and then consume it. Xian Yi shook his head secretly. Not to mention anything else, in the original work, Dai opened the 8 doors, and directly destroyed the fog-hidden 7 people. Will the senior villagers feel sorry for Dai? Maybe there will be, sigh that he didn't notice such a powerful ninja in advance. Can be more, and I will definitely feel that it is very worthwhile to wear it. With the life of an unrecognized Xiaoren, it was a profit to defeat the 7 people in the midst of the average elite Shangren level. The price/performance ratio has exploded, okay. Especially when the scale of the war continues to expand and Konoha feels immense pressure, when such an incident occurs, the Konoha executives have to secretly laugh out loud. But Xuanyi didn't want Dai to die like this. Burning his youth should also be burning for him, not for the 3rd generation of Hokage. Now, in the name of awakening to the boundary of blood succession, I can start to properly create a genius with full marks in politics. Hyunyi smiled. Outside, several NB stared for a long time. How? Mate Day has no problem. The chakra volume is at an ordinary level of ninja. However, the chakra who does not know Huo Xuanyi, how to say, the total amount exceeds most of the ninja, and the speed and scale of his refining chakra is amazing, really. Powerful blood. It seems that in the past few years, he has been awakening intermittently to the boundary of the blood, and has not suffered severe physical injuries like Moonlight Storm. Anbu led by nodded, awakening the blood succession boundary will have a slight impact on the body. When something like that happened during the day, the 3 generations of Hokage would naturally instruct Anbu to check it carefully to see if anything was missing. At the same time, in a dark basement, a certain long-haired man is seriously dissecting some animals, and seizing the few time to return to the village. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is conducting an experiment. He, Adzuki Beans, I heard that you lost during the day. You lost to a crane tail. Ashimaru's voice was hoarse. I'm sorry, teacher, I will not lose the next time. Adzuki Beans walked into the laboratory, feeling nervous. Yuan suddenly got a few snakes out of the sleeves, then pried open the red bean's mouth, took a bite, and brought out some blood. This is the first time I have heard of this 1st generation of blood following the boundary. I am very curious. It is really interesting that you lose most of your combat effectiveness with a mouthful of blood. Ashimaru licked his lips and smiled evilly. Now he is obsessed with collecting all kinds of blood inheritance boundaries to spy on the secret of immortality. Is very interested in the special blood succession boundary, especially Xuanyi, the first blood successor who awakens for the first time. If the inheritance can be stabilized, Konoha will have a whole new blood family. It's too late, Red Bean, don't worry too much about losing the game, I really believe in your talent and aptitude. Yuan put the red bean cells into a test tube, and said with a deep smile. But the red bean squeezed, and then, half blushing, carefully took out 2 strings of 3 color from behind, and handed one of them to Yuan. Anything else? Teacher, this is my favorite food. I will give you half of it. These 2 skewered are the last 2 skewers she bought after waiting in line for a long time. Ashimaru was silent for a while. Well, then I'm not welcome, I just can't wait to smell it. Chapter 12, Uchiha's first clan feels very exciting. That night, it was quiet at night. Xuanyi sat on the bed, ignoring the peeping gaze outside, sinking in consciousness, and continuing to enter the time and space in the body. The huge Godzilla was shrouded in endless darkness, standing still, falling into a deep sleep. Every time I see you, a big guy, I think it's reliable. But which Godzilla is you? Xuanyi sat cross-legged at a distance of 100 meters, looking at the behemoth, trying to communicate, but still couldn't get any response. I don't know if the other party is unable to respond, or is too lazy to respond. After all, compared with such a huge Godzilla, Xuanyi looked extremely small. After watching for a while, Xuanyi began her formal practice. Using spirit and chakra as the medium, he tried to get closer to Godzilla and gain Godzilla's power. During the day, I initially demonstrated the power of nuclear escape, and even almost used the technique of incandescent light. If you are on the battlefield, relying solely on the technique of absorbing turbidity and incandescent light is far from enough. You don't want me to be killed. If you can, please advise me a lot. I am a very timid guy, I desperately need your help. Xuan Yi's mouth had broken thoughts, and immediately closed his eyes, little by little, feeling Godzilla. This time, for the first time, Xuan Yi began to urge chakra, the power that can penetrate the body and spirit, and flock to Godzilla. Just started like a cow into the sea. But soon, in a vague way, a brand new mental fluctuation appeared. Although there was only a trace, it was extremely heavy and profound, unable to figure it out. What surprised Xuan Yi more was that this mental fluctuation was passed on him in a flash. There was a response. It seems that you like chakra a lot. But then again, no one doesn't like chakra. A big smile appeared on Xuan Yi's face. It was great, and finally there was a response. Strike while the iron is hot. I need to get your power and share your body, especially your abilities, such as atomic breath and electromagnetic shield. Of course, if you want to teach me what spiral atomic breath, infinite atomic breath, etc. No problem, I don't dislike. Don't speak? Well, if I become stronger, I can have more chakras. Aren't you interested in chakras? You are still asleep now, can't you refine yourself? You give your body to I use your body to fight, I can use your body to refine chakras. This idea is great, right? I think so too. A deep sense of disgust came. Hey, there is no need to be so stingy. Anyway, you also live in my body. At least give me some rent? If you refuse to use my body, then we will lose some money. We can sign a psychic contract. When encountering an enemy, I directly summon you with spiritism, and you help me fight. Xuan Yi spoke carelessly and climbed up the pole. Whew! The next moment, there was a shock wave that overturned Xuan Yi. Outside, Xuan Yi suddenly opened his eyes and shrugged. Was kicked out. What a stingy guy. He clearly has a mountain-like physique, but his eyes are smaller than the eyes of a needle. It's really hard to deal with. He is not a big snake pill, so he would not refuse to return it after borrowing his body. But Xuan Yi's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. When he was kicked out just now, the shock wave he encountered was very similar to a vibration wave. In Monster Planet, the old Godzilla snarled casually and turned the 3 civilized Special Forces troops back to the Earth after a lapse of 20,000 years. Ultra-vibration waves, which can directly shake a vast area, can be called a powerful attack to clear the field. The chakra required by the super vibration wave is too large, I can't do it temporarily, but I tried to develop a weakened version of the ordinary vibration wave, but there was no problem. Xuan Yi thought silently, and began to try. At the same time, Uchiha clan land. Kazue is accepting an inquiry from the family elder. Really, it's really a blockbuster, and I suddenly awakened the writing wheel. Ikki, doing a beautiful job, keep working hard, don't live up to the expectations of the clan. Uchiha Satana nodded with a smile. The main forces in the clan are now at war with Wuin village, and the elder Uchiha Setsuna is now the principal of the entire Uchiha clan. Then, Kazue, would it be convenient for me to tell me about the process of eye-opening? Instantaneously, his eyes narrowed. As for Yuhui's aptitude, the clan has long ago concluded that it is not very good. As a family with a history of thousands of years, the research on Shaolunyan has never stopped, and the judgment of Ikki is supposed to be correct. At the very least, there will never be a genius who opened his eyes to 10 years old and just judged it as a mediocre ridiculous thing. Kaichi broke the common sense and opened his eyes at the age of 10. Practicing hard all the year round and unwilling to accept the fate of mediocrity, I gained these eyes. Kazue bit her lip lightly, her face showing stubbornness. Guya was slowly spinning in her blood-red eyes. So, break the eyes of destiny, cherish it, Kazue. Setsuna nodded slowly, but, are you sure there is nothing else to tell the clan? For example, you go with the Shiranui guy, it's very close. I'm just curious about that guy. I wrap bandages all the time and don't like to be close to others. There must be a secret. It seems that it is because he has awakened a new bloodline. Kazue lowered her head. Nodded in an instant. It seems that I, an old man, thinks too much, thinking that you can open your eyes because it has something to do with Xianyi's ability. In that case, you can withdraw. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Iki's heart jumped, and he looked calm on the surface, stepped back respectfully, and was about to walk out of the door. Suna suddenly said, I will recommend to Master Naruto, and put you and Xianyi in a small team, is it okay? No problem, willing to follow the instructions of the clan. Very good. Uchiha Satsuna looked at the figure of Iki going away. Then, he took out a piece of information about Shiranui Swanyi. What kind of power is it that can make a mediocre tribe suddenly open his eyes? He squinted his eyes for an instant, looking at the photos of Xianyi on the intelligence. That is a photo taken when Xianyi just started school. Uchiha Sana, an activist who has been going all the way from the second generation Naruto period to today, has already been skeptical. Xianyi is the only person who is most likely to affect Iki, and is also the outsider Iki has the most contact with on weekdays. It seems we need to focus on this little guy. It's best to include this guy in Uchiha's house. If it is as I guessed, is there really a limit of blood that will stimulate the Uchiha clan to open their eyes? It's exciting to think about it. Sister. You are back. Izumi, who is almost 3 years old, hugged Iki's thigh and said vaguely. Sister, why is your face so bad? Kwanmai raised her head, her face confused. Kazue took a deep breath, forced a smile, and touched Kwanmai's head. My sister is fine, but I'm a little tired. What did Kwanmai do today? Is there any good for nothing? Well, I met a new friend today, called Ataki, a very shy boy. Really, that's great. Chapter 13, Early Graduation. Early in the morning, Xianyi welcomed an unexpected guest. Shiranui Genma with 1,000 needles in his mouth was regarded as the new patriarch of the Shiranui family, although the entire Shiranui family, only 2 people were left dead. Humph, are you finally leaving the bandages? Xianjian frowned and sneered. Oh, my stupid brother Xianjian, why don't you think of looking for me if you don't focus on cultivation? Why are you starting to bite thousands of books again? If you shudder, it would be terrible to stick such a big needle in your mouth. Xianyi yawned. Damn it, that's why I hate you. I'm not stupid at all, and I'm obviously a month older than you. Forget it, anyway, this is for you. Genma held 1,000 books at random, and then took out a scroll. These are a few techniques left by the clan, don't expect them, they are all popular ninjutsu. Genma shook his head bitterly. Little ninja. Like the Uchiha family, not to mention the first level of forbidden skills, just ordinary ninjutsu, you can take out dozens of them at will. You have awakened the poisonous blood inheritance boundary. If you learn these ninjutsus, you will surely grow faster, graduate as soon as possible, don't die. Xianjian hesitated, as if he wanted to ask something, but due to some taboos, he couldn't speak. Xianyi showed a clear expression. Do you want to ask me about the blood inheritance limit? Yes, but this is a very private secret message. If you don't ask me, how do you know that I won't tell you? Xianjian looked happy. Oh? Degree? Then can you tell me? Of course not, stupid guy. Genma was furious, he threw the scroll to the ground and turned around to leave. Hey, why are you so impatient? You don't want to know, can you awaken the blood inheritance boundary like me? Xianyi scratched his head and sighed, as if he was rather disappointed in Suanjian's performance. What? Xianjian stopped and hesitated for a moment, then, is your blood succession bounded by the secret blood of the Shiranui clan? This, can I do it too? There is a strong desire in the voice. Could it be that the Shiranui family, like Uchiha and Hyuga, has a blood inheritance boundary that can be inherited? Of course not, I'm a genius, and you? Xuanyi sighed loudly. Xuanjian was completely enraged, and screamed at Xuanyi. The two remaining seedlings of the Shiranui clan began to suffocate each other. Genma vomited out the senbons in his mouth as weapons in the future. He will create exclusive ninjutsu based on this senbon, such as senbon clone and chasing tooth senbon. But it turned out to disappoint him. Xuanyi directly pinched Qianben with 2 fingers, and broke easily, and immediately kicked the opponent into the air with a Noha tornado. His powerful physical fitness is fully demonstrated at this moment. This is Kai's physical skills. I mingled with him every day. Although I haven't practiced, I can remember a little. My brain is very useful. Genma's nose and face were blue and swollen, and he left with tears and tears. In the past, he could ignore Xuanyi, the king of mouths, because Xuanyi's actual combat was terrible, but now, why is it suddenly upside down? Sorry, Genma, I used you as a shield, and, if you carry meaningless baggage on your shoulders too early, you will be crushed to death. Xuanyi shook his head. Picked up the scroll on the ground in one hand, opened it and looked at it. It was a few D-level ninjutsu and a C-level soil escape ninjutsu. At the same time, Xuanyi stood at the door and tore off the band-aid on his cheek. The wound that was cut by red beans yesterday has long since healed. And this scene has also been silently recorded by the dark parts in the distance. Vitality A, Physical Skill C+, according to his own statement, the blood successor is not the blood successor of the Shiranui clan, but Shiranui Xuanyi can be temporarily judged as the precious first-generation blood successor. In this world, there are actually some acquired blood continuation boundaries, such as land dun, melting dun, etc. In the 4 wars, Uchiha Madara was able to skillfully use land dun. And these are based on the combination of the chakra properties of the 2 attributes. Generally speaking, like the skeletal hyperplasia of the Kaguya family and Uchiha's pink eye disease, this kind of blood inherited into the genes and stably inherited is the most precious. I hope that this new blood succession boundary can be inherited stably, so that Konoha can have another blood succession family. Anbu took a deep look at Xuanyi and observed him all night before leaving. Have you finally left? Xuanyi kept quiet, and went straight to school after breakfast. I didn't see Daihakai, these 2 guys must have been very exhausted all night yesterday. The character that is easy to be overwhelmed by blood is really helpless. Ninja school. Xuanyi just walked into the school gate, it caused a huge sensation. He completely tore off the bandages all over his body, revealing a slender figure and superb face value. Coupled with yesterday's defeat of Matere Adzuki Beans, Xuanyi became completely popular. Is that guy Shiranui Xuanyi, the guy who defeated the Sunin disciple in the legend? Humph, I heard about that battle. It was Adzuki-senpai who was so stupid that she ran to drink this guy's blood. Who can drink blood for serious people? Can you? I heard that Xuanyi-senpai has mastered a certain secret technique. It was the first time to show it yesterday. I want to graduate early. People in all grades are talking about yesterday's events. After a night of fermentation, many people knew that Shiranui Xuanyi had defeated the disciple of Lord Ashimaru. They don't care how Adzuki lost, the point is that when they lost, the disciple of Oshimaru was defeated by someone named Shiranui Janai. This is in the new generation circle, this is enough to trigger a small earthquake. So that no matter where Xuanyi went, countless people pointed at him. Look, he just doesn't know who Xuanyi. Hey? But I heard he likes to wear bandages. Idiot. It must be because I defeated the red bean, so I stopped pretending. So handsome. Xuanyi walked into the school gate calmly. At the same time, there are also many parents who are escorting their children to school, and they are also looking at Shiranui Swanyi. That kid, is Hyun-yi, really good? Wow, Grandma, why even you praise him, he is a super cocky guy, he is a bit worse than the big cocky Kakashi. Took the soil to help an old man, and said very dissatisfied. Hee, okay, bring the soil, let's stop here, it's really hard for you. An old grandmother who squatted her body kindly touched her soiled head, squinted her eyes and watched him run into the school. Hat, with soil, he is really a simple child. The weird corners of the old grandma's kindly mouth flashed and disappeared, and immediately, she smiled and looked at Xuan-Yi's back. After watching for a while, she turned around and left tremblingly. Everything looks normal. After she walked away, Xuan-Yi raised her head slightly and glanced thoughtfully. That person is the only relative of Jadu. It's really kind. Jadu is always late because he has to help the only grandma to go out in the morning. Xuan-Yi shook his head and walked directly into his classroom. Class C of the 4th grade. As soon as he came in, he saw Yoshino Masada sneezing desperately. Yoshino Masada noticed Xuan-Yi's attention, his face suddenly became serious, and he nodded in relief. Swanyi defeated Hongdu and really gave him a face. This is his excellent teaching achievement. Xuan-Yi, you did a good job yesterday, keep working hard and don't shame me. Masada Yoshino showed a serious look. Maybe, I can have another genius in Class C? Uchiha Kazue and Shiranui Kenai were the students who supported Class C in the contest yesterday. I see, Mr. Yoshino, I came to the classroom and waited so early in the morning. It's not like your style. Is there something important to announce? Well, it's about early graduation. Chapter 14, The Dance King Can't Wait to Dance. Really came. 4-year system, all graduated from 4th, 5th, 6th, and 3rd grades, and began to accept tasks issued by the village to support the war. Then, Masada Yoshino directly announced the news of early graduation to everyone. This caused a huge turmoil. Similar things are happening in several other 4th grade classes. All people in this grade graduate early. Don't slacken off after graduation. Yoshino Masada is like an old father who is about to marry his daughter. I am afraid that after 2 years, all of his students will die. It's a pity that few students who are so excited are in the mood to listen to him. Most of them are immersed in the huge surprise of early graduation. From now on, I will also be Konoha Shinobu. Many people are cheering. Ahem, these guys are too naive. If we set foot on the battlefield at our level, maybe a lot of people will die, right? Moonlight Hayate coughed twice, so sick that he felt like he would belch at any time. Ah, don't be so pessimistic, a few people in this classroom can survive without saying anything. Are you right, Hayate? Xuan-Yi is still lazy. As long as Konoha's senior executives have a bit of brains, they won't kill chickens and get eggs. The newcomer squad system of 1 old and 3 cute is still quite reliable. Soon, Masada Yoshino began to announce the roster of the 3-person team. Mori Ibiki, Kaminaka Uran, Yamashiro Aoba. Moonlight Blasts Wind, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. Uchiha Kazue, I don't know who Xuan-Yi, your team is insufficient, and there will be other ninjas to replenish your team afterwards. Because most of the Shangren are participating in the war outside, the number is insufficient, so there will be some teams that have not led the Shangren for the time being. You can directly accept the tasks of the village and contribute to the village. Yoshino Masada announced the final result. This is the result of combining each student's personality, strengths, and overall results. Talented people will naturally lead the team to Shinobu, and let these Konoha seedlings get started, so that they can grow into robust leaks as soon as possible. Those who have no potential and backstage. Naturally, they directly accept the task of the village. As for how much they can survive in the end, it is up to fate. The only exception is the group of Iki and Hyun-Yi, who formed 2 outstanding students into a team, and also had to make up a ninja from outside the school. This kind of thing also happened in the next class, bringing Tu and Lin to form a team, the same to recruit teammates from outside the school, but they did not lead the team to forbearance. Really, I hope that in my squad, we won't get into strange things. It's better to lead the team to Shinobu to be more reliable. Kazue glanced at Xianyi hesitantly. The elder in the clan yesterday only told her that he would find a way to make Xianyi join her team, but he did not say that he would add a teammate from the outside. If there is a choice, she would rather let Moonlight Hayate join her team. Those who are not strong are secondary, but the focus is on familiarity. I already know who the third team member is. If that's the case, it seems that the village is paying attention to us. Xianyi said with a smile. Really, Xianyi Sang even knows this, it's amazing. Soon, Shangren appeared one after another, and took away their respective teams. The teams that were not selected by Shangren looked disappointed. Uchiha Kazue, I don't know who Oswanyi, you two will go with me, I will be your leader. A man covered in a white coat, standing at the door of the classroom. Iki and Hyunyi looked at each other, got up immediately, followed behind Yun Ziwei. The group of 3 people started to shuttle quickly and went straight to the training ground of the village. Along the way, the 3 of them did not speak, moving at high speed in silence. Yun Ziwei observed the 2 people from the corner of the eye, and nodded secretly, at least the basic quality is good. Soon, the 3 of them came to a training ground. Oh! Hyunyi sang, are you surprised to see me? Ha ha ha, I actually knew it a long time ago, so I waited for you here in advance. Kai kicked out a Konoha whirlwind in place and shouted. Obviously, he has been preparing for this pose for a long time. It's this idiot. Yuhui's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help it, but when she saw Xianyi's satisfied expression, she immediately remembered, that guy's performance when facing the White Eyes brothers, Dai and Kai, do both of them have hidden strength, and they are also Xianyi Sang's person? Xianyi Sang is really a dangerous guy. Xianyi smiled and nodded, it's really looking forward to it, Kay, I feel safe to partner with you. It seems that you are all familiar with it. If this is the case, it will save a lot of unnecessary things. Highway nodded, then, let's get to know each other first. My name is Unv's Highway. My favorite thing is bugs. The most annoying thing is someone who hurts bugs. Teacher, Medkai, I am the best at physical skills, what I like is exercising and staying with Xianyi Sang, things that I hate, there are no things I hate for the time being. Kazue Uchiha, I am good at illusion and physical skills. I don't have anything I like. The thing I hate the most is an unbreakable destiny. Finally, several people looked at Xianyi at the same time. I am a relatively simple person, I don't know the fire and mystery, I am good at ninjutsu, what I like is the process of practicing dreams, and I hate this turbulent ninja world. This is contrary to my dream. As for my dream, it is also relatively simple. That is world peace, and I will forge ahead for the world of peace. Hyunyi said with a smile. Is the world peaceful? It's really a lofty ideal, you deserve it. Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly, and approved Xianyi's words. Oh? Teacher's Highway seems to know me well. Well, I spent some time in Anbu before, but I know that you, a special junior, can carry out the will of fire to this point, and get the appreciation of Hokage-sama, but it is extremely rare. Ji said slightly with a sharp glance, clearly chatting, but the whole person exuded a strong gloomy temperament. It seems that people who lack the sense of existence often appear in the entire oil girl's house. You all go get ready. At 6 o'clock tonight, the 3rd class will gather here. Your opponent is a worm clone sent by me. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I will adjust your training plan based on your performance. Zhizi said this sentence dryly, and turned into a mass of worms on the spot, disappearing in the same place. Insect, even if he is an elite shinobu, don't even think of using an insect clone to defeat us. Kazue said so, but her expression was extremely solemn. Unv Jiwei, known as the most comprehensive ninja, has no shortcomings in all directions, and is simply a monster-like guy. The village actually sent such a ninja to their team as a guide, which was shocking. Insect clone, the special entity clone technique, with such a knowledgeable and powerful teacher, I must be able to learn a lot. In other words, I just need to learn the entity clone technique. Xuan Yi nodded. The entity clone he wants is not like the shadow clone, and it will be finished with a touch. But, like Mu Dun Avatar, it can carry ultra-high intensity combat. At this time, Kazue approached Xuan Yi's side, pulled out her hair, and said softly, Xuan Yi sang, "There is still time now, why don't we take the opportunity to try?" Xuan Yi's ears are itchy. All right, I also plan to study your special physique, K, let's go together. In the dim underground cavity, the huge outside golem is casting a large shadow. Oh? It seems that Konoha still took this step and sent the new generation to the battlefield. Such a bad world is not what I want at all. Between the pillars, the facts prove you are wrong. The old man slowly raised his head, a three-hook jade riding wheel eye, exuding a strange luster of blood red. Now, it's time to start implementing my will. Chapter 15, There is something white coming out of you. Uchiha Clan Land. Damn it, why didn't I lead the team to Shinobu, because my talent is not enough? But it's enough to be in the same team with Lin. Held his head with soil, smiled silly for a while, then became unconvinced. Even guys like Xuan Yi can lead the team to Shinobu, why can't I? Ah, Grandma, why did you come out so early? Don't move around if you are in poor health. Yelled with soil and hurriedly ran over to support his only relative. Grandma looked kind and pleased, my old bone, I just hope to see you more before I die, look at your expression, are you with Lin? That girl is good, but you need to cherish her with your life. Yo, use your life to protect her. Ah! Why are you talking like that, you are still young. And of course I will do my best to protect Lin. One old and one young, leaning against each other, the shadows merged into one, and they dragged down a long time in the sunset. This scene is happening every day. No one thinks it's wrong. Only brought dirt, heartless, but subconsciously felt that what Grandma said today was a bit weird, but based on his IQ, he couldn't understand it at all, so he simply didn't think about it. Just cherish the moment. He, bring soil, what a good boy. Brought soil into the house. Grandma squinted her eyes and raised her head, her mouth split open, and a terrible smile appeared. She immediately noticed something, disappeared quickly, and turned her head to look. Xuan Yi's three-person team happened to pass by. Xuan Yi sang, "Did you find anything just now?" Iki said in a low voice after walking away. "No, a very trustworthy old man." Xuan Yi lowered his head and smiled. "That person is a grandmother with dirt, a very kind person, there will be no problem," Kai said. After the three of them walk away, Grandma closed the door with a smile, her body began to twist, and a white thing separated. The white thing quickly melted into the ground. "Master Madara, things are going well beyond imagination. If that guy loses his grandma and lover one after another, he will go crazy, you are really cruel." Baiju emerged from the ground. "Shut your mouth, you are just an inferior copy of the pillars." Uchiha Madara spoke indifferently. "Yeah, it's so fierce. But, Lord Madara, are you so optimistic about the tail of the crane with dirt? I think Iki is more suitable. I am 10 years old, and I have a younger sister, which is suitable to give birth to eternal kaleidoscope round eyes." Baiju looked puzzled. "Why is it with soil? Instead of Uchiha's rising star Iki? Maybe there will be another pair of reincarnation eyes." At my level, the eternal kaleidoscope can no longer change the overall situation. What I need is an independent husband who practices my will, who has a lot of emotions far beyond ordinary people, but also tastes the pain of successive loss. I have been looking for decades. Only found the soil, he will be the most suitable candidate. Spot sneered. With soil, he chose by thousands of choices. The entire Uchiha clan, one by one, pretending to be a good hand, but there are very few guys who have such a full range of emotions as the soil. However, Uchiha Kazue can pay attention to it appropriately. Did you put the white spores on her? Of course, I started when I passed by just now. Master Ban, I'm almost becoming a master of disguise. I've been deceiving since I was born. Baiju laughed innocently. Master Madara said coldly and sternly, this time, I personally dispatched to make Dato feel the pain of losing a loved one at close range. Huh? But, you are dying, can you leave the outside golem and go to Konoha? Madara did not speak, but directly began to seal. Shinobi the art of elephant turn. An innocent Baiju who stood by and watched the excitement uttered a scream on the spot, and was enveloped by endless fragments. In the next moment, he becomes a Uchiha Madara who is still very old. I can't even carry 10% of the chakras in my old state. Xiang Xuanban shook his head, lost the reincarnation eye, and was extremely reluctant to activate this reincarnation eye pupil technique. But forget it. The elephant turned and disappeared in the same spot instantly. Uchiha clan land. As the three of them walked along, Xianyi naturally received the scrutiny of many Uchiha people. But as many Uchiha people, I found out that I was one of Iki's teammates. His eyes eased immediately. Oh, Uchiha's new generation's strongest genius companion? Then there is no problem. It seems that it is safe for the time being. Xianyi calculated silently, slightly relieved. He already knows the fate of Dato. Grandma and Lin can be said to be the two favorites of Jadu. It is indeed a good way to stimulate Jadu with the death of these two people. It's just that I didn't expect that Madara would start the layout so early. But these have nothing to do with Xianyi, and he will not expose it. Sister, who are they? Are you Koizumi me? I am your sister's teammate and also your friend. No, right, my friend is only Ataka now. When I came to Iki's house, Xianyi saw the cute Izumi, but before I could say anything, I was dragged away by Iki. Xianyi sang, give it to me. Do you really want it now? Of course, I can't wait. K had a question mark on his face. You read www.yuyugonshu.com for a while to look at Yuhui, and then to look at his respected Xianyi sang again. K, you go guard the door of the house. Xuanyi stared at Iki for 2 seconds, fell silent for a moment, and began to seal. The technique of adsorption and turbidity. Xuanyi's palm was immediately filled with a cloud of radiation that was invisible to the naked eye, and then he slapped Yuhui. Snapped. A lot of radiation. The moment I touched Iki, it began to stimulate Iki's body, directly affecting her genes. After many attempts, a suitable degree was finally found between the two. Yes, this is the feeling, the pupil power is turbulent, I can feel that I am getting stronger. Kazue was trembling all over. This is the feeling of power. Only this kind of thing, the violent stimulation to the body, can make her feel the difference and have the possibility to get rid of the mediocre track. My blood succession ability is very dangerous, you have to be conscious. Xianyi said while observing Iki's state. If I was exposed to this level of radiation for many years, Iki's fate would be worse than death. Unless Iki's positive evolution speed can far exceed the speed of distortion, and he can ensure close monitoring and transformation of his body. Iki, my guess is correct, you are a genius, a real genius. Xianyi admired. Iki's talents seem to be all concentrated on, to withstand intense stimulation to forcibly increase his potential. But Iki, something strange is coming out of you, white. Xian Yi pointed at Shirazu that came out of Iki with a serious face. Chapter 16, Oh my god! Asshole, what kind of weird power are you? Baiju kept twisting his body, and as soon as he got out of Iki's body, he screamed. Unexpectedly, caused his whole body to start an uncontrollable riot. What the is this blood succession limit, and it's not a fairy technique. What the are you? Kazue was frightened and furious, and her strong fighting instinct made her get up instantly, opened her eyes, and kicked this guy out with a fierce kick. Are you parasitized, Kazue? It seems that you have been targeted a long time ago. Xian Yi also slowly got up, looking at this Baiju with a serious expression. The next moment, before Baiju recovered and fled, Xian Yi made a decisive move. The huge radiation cloud spread, enveloped Baiju, and began to frantically interfere with Baiju's body cells. The life tissues from the sacred tree, under the ravages and tears of nuclear radiation, burst out signs of distortion. This is also the reason why Baiju couldn't maintain the spore form and was forced to be exposed. In the ninja realm, such a strange power has never appeared before, directly distorting and mutating all life cells. Iki, Kai, kill it immediately, and can't keep it alive. Xian Yi said in a low voice. The three-person team began to cooperate for the first time, and in a crash, they surrounded Baiju and held it down. Although I don't know what you are, I want to practice Xian Yisang's will. 8-door Dunjia, open the door, open. Kai hit Baiju's neck severely with his super physical skills, only to hear a click. Baiju died. Xian Yi was still not at ease, and directly pulled out kunao, cut off this guy's head, and confirmed that he was completely dead. It's okay, it didn't disturb the village. Xian Yi, what exactly is this? Without blood and brain, it can still be parasitic on me. Kazue was extremely furious, and her intense anxiety severely stimulated her sensitive nerves. In the eyes of, the blood-red riding wheel eyes, at this moment, because of the huge radiation and the stimulation of anger, the agitated pupil power suddenly broke through a small bottleneck. Ergu your right round eyes. Yu Hui's face turned white, and it seemed that stepping into Ergu Jade was extremely detrimental to her body. More importantly, the Ergu Jade in each of her eyes is still slightly blurred, and you won't be able to notice it if you don't look carefully. Xian Yi quietly let go of the radiation cloud and began to cover the entire house, carefully avoiding Chuan Mei who was playing with toys. Did not find other Baiju. Xian Yi was only slightly relieved. Don't ask this question in the future, and you must never raise it to anyone. I will find a way to deal with it. Kazue hesitated slightly. But Kai nodded directly, understood, Xian Yi sang, I will be tight-lipped, even my father won't tell. Kazue also reluctantly nodded with an ugly expression. Xian Yi looked at the dead Baiju, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Felt a little tricky. Uchihamadara, has he set his sights on Iki? This is not okay, Iki is my person. Xian Yi pondered. This thing is very valuable to us. To be precise, the value is beyond imagination. Xian Yi solemnly wrapped Baiju's corpse, then looked at Iki, and ordered, I want to find a way to seal this thing in the scroll, and then you will help me buy a batch of experimental equipment. I need to study. Take a look at this thing. Understood, but I can only get you some basic equipment, and I can't help you with the really sophisticated ones. Enough. Xian Yi nodded. Baiju's corpse is of great significance. It is made from the cells between the pillars, or to be more precise, the weakened cells peeled off from the sacred tree. As long as this thing can be thoroughly studied, it is not impossible to spy on some of the mysteries of Mu Dun and the sacred tree. Although I didn't plan to get Mu Dun's power still has great reference value. Xian Yi cut off a small piece of Baiju's body tissue and carefully stored it on his body, silently deliberating on some of the techniques of the Senshao Zujian in his heart. Is typically Mu Dun clone, able to fight and carry, vitality is extremely strong, it is simply the most perfect entity clone technique. Soon, Xuanyi took the two of them and left Yuhui's house. Before Yuhui's parents returned, they left. Pretend that nothing happened. And at this time, Uchiha Madara, who just used Shirazu's power to rush to Konoha, secretly sneaked into the Uchiha clan. After so many years, this place still hasn't changed. Madara showed a cold expression on his face, and then turned into an old granny with a bang. She was also old-fashioned, and there was no flaw in his disguise. Walking tremblingly. Today, he wants to offer a funeral of the only blood relative to Tai Tu, so that Tai Tu will feel the darkness and pain in this world. Spotted walking tremblingly, squatting, and dying of breath at any time. Master Madara, I have lost contact with the spores I placed on Yike. Baiju suddenly appeared from the ground with a head. Oh? That little thing is really not easy. I can find spores. How did she do it? I don't know, I and the other spores are not in the same consciousness after all. Humph, forget it, it's just a mere white Jew. You reading www.yunsha.com is just a game of chess anyway, the focus is still on soil. Madara walked slowly, and all the way back home, he was about to die on the spot in front of the dirt. Ah! Grandma, why are you sneaking out? Didn't I let you rest? Bring the soil, yelled and rushed out. He, good boy, Grandma just wants to buy you some fruit to eat. I am your only relative, and only I can care about you, so I must take care of you as hard as I can. Oh! I fell down. No. What's wrong with you? Is your body uncomfortable again? Tato immediately panicked, with red eyes and tears, and he was about to rush to his only relative. But it's too late. Seeing, Grandma is about to die in extremely painful, eyes widened, panting, the spot at this moment, the acting burst, more ignorant than the blog, every micro-expression is impeccable. Oh my god! Masara will take advantage of the situation and will rush to the street, stimulate the soil, and make the soil feel painful. Hum, bring the soil, this world is so ugly, life and death parting is the cruel normal, hurry up and wake up. Then, a sturdy arm suddenly appeared and supported him. Are you okay? Xuanyi looked at him or him with great concern. It's okay, good boy, thanks to you showing up in time. No, I'm not good, and it's not timely, old man, don't run out casually when you are old, this will make me very embarrassed. Xuanyi forcibly pulled the adult who was about to fall to the ground. Kuo, you won't die. Whose son is this little boy? I should have strangled his grandfather back then. Chapter 17, What a Vicious Kid. I am very grateful to Xuanyi with the soil, and for the first time in his life, I feel that Xuanyi is not that stinky. Bring soil, you have to watch your grandma, don't let her old man run around. Xuanyi used his strong arms to forcibly hold the old man to prevent her from falling down. There is a sincere meaning on the smiling face. He is indeed sincere, not letting the old man succeed. The ghost only knew when the old grandmother in front of her was offended, let alone whether it was Baiju or Madara herself. Xuanyi remembers that among the many pupil arts of the reincarnation eye, one of them is called the art of reincarnating the image, which can be transformed with a living person as a sacrifice, carrying half of the chakra. In the original work, Itaka's elephant turns around to deal with Kakashi and the Cho team, and the ghost's elephant turns around to deal with Kai team. If it's just Shirazu, you can find a chance to start, but if it's Uchiha Madara, even if it's an old Madara, in terms of strength, the thoughts in Xuanyi's heart are fleeting. The risk is too great, unless Godzilla is completely integrated regardless of the consequences. However, since the old and immortal Dance King hit Yuhui with his idea, Xuanyi ignored the passive beating. Must retaliate back, now Madara is at the weakest time in his life, it is the opportunity to shoot. At this time, Yuhui, Kai and others also swiftly chased after him, looking at Naasai Sun Xiao's Xuanyi with a confused expression. Let's do it, bring the soil. We, as companions in the village, have a duty to help each other, and our 3-person team often come over to help take care of Grandma. Xuanyi stared at the soil reproachfully. Xuanyi, you. With an expression of gratitude, this is the first time anyone cares about his family so much. No, it's too much trouble for you good kids, just an accident, I just need to take care of it. The old grandmother is refusing. No, it's up to us. If we can't even protect the elderly, what kind of ninjas are we going to be? You are optimistic, Kay, you stay here and take care of the elderly until 5:30 in the evening, and you can't leave. When she gets up, you carry it on your back, you stare at the toilet, you feed it when you eat, and you stay with you when you sleep. Xuanyi looked solemn. Ah, this. Understood, is this the true meaning of youth? Dedicating myself to protect my companions, I understand. Since it is Xuanyi Sang's will, I am willing to carry it out with all my might. Come on, old man, show your ugliness. Kai's fighting spirit was burning in his eyes, and he yelled and picked up the old woman, very excited. One step closer to the spiritual level of Xuanyi Sang. The natives were all stupid and moved in a mess. This, what a shame, I really am. Don't say it, bring the soil, we are companions in a village, shouldn't it be right for companions to help each other? If you talk about it, I will be angry. I see, Hyun Yi, if there is anything I need to help in the future, just say it. I will bet on the name Uchiha with the soil, and I will definitely help you desperately. Xuanyi solemnly patted the shoulder with dirt on his face, then, pulling the dazed Ikki, he left with a serious expression in the admiring gaze of the surrounding Uchiha people. Who is that kid? It's amazing. As an outsider, he actually looks after us like this. Ikki's teammate, Xuanyi? Ha, I see, he is the descendant of the Shiranui family. Humph, an outsider can do this step. This is a shame for our Uchiha clan. Come on, I also want to take care of the granny with soil. Each of us takes 2 hours a day to take care of her 24 hours a day. Absolutely can't let her die. Granny/spot with soil? Degree. Kuo, the current Uchiha clan is inferior to 1 generation, so you actually let the little boy from the Shiranui family join the clan for wandering around? Damn Xuanyi, the old man remembers you. The next moment, an adult who was carried by Kai was overwhelmed by countless enthusiastic people. Baiju hiding in the dark to observe, everyone looks silly. Is this okay? Walked out of the Uchiha clan. Do you have any deep meaning in what you did just now? I can't figure it out at all. Yuhui was completely stunned, thinking that she had seen through a part of Xuanyi's will, but now she was completely confused. She looked at Xuanyi's profile. Xuanyi Sang, what kind of a person are you? Or maybe it's a utilitarian who knows how to do it. Stop talking, Kazue, while Kay is away, there is something you want to give me. What? It turns out that you deliberately distracted Kai. Well, that guy is by his side, it will be bad, don't talk nonsense, give it to me. Are you here or here? Isn't that great, do you want to go back to my house first? No, it's great here, I want to experiment with that thing myself, so. Okay. Ikki's heart thumped, panicking, but inevitably a little anticipation. Could it be that Xuanyi Sang has a deeper level of will, about to be exposed? So, teach me the art of shadow clone. You know, I can't help it. This is a very practical B-level ninjutsu. It is not taught in ninja schools. Kazue's expression turned from anticipation and excitement to anger and disappointment. Xuanyi Sang, this is the seal of the shadow avatar art and the chakra running context, and. What? Suddenly I feel that Xuanyi Sang is really hateful. Don't forget the time set by Highway Shangren. Kazue flicked her long hair and ran away. Xian Yi looked at Yi Hui's figure away from a distance, and he groaned for a while, and immediately began to begin the shadow avatar technique. Yu reading www.yukanshu.com. This is a physical clone technique developed and passed down by the second generation of Hokage. Although it is a typical crispy skin, it will explode at the touch of a touch, and a lot of chakras are wasted in vain. However, Xuanyi still needs this thing. There is a part of Baiju's life organization in hand, you can try it. Xuanyi thought, hurry up. The time soon came to 5:30, and only half an hour was left before the 6 o'clock stipulated by the UNZ emblem. Oh! Time is up, my task is complete, Grandma, take a good rest. Kay looked excited. The old grandmother looked haggard and tremblingly said, finally, good boy, go to practice, it's really hard for you. Finally, especially, this dog thief who is so persistent is finally leaving. Just think of a way to avoid these Uchiha cubs who come to the door one after another, take advantage of the silence of the night, use words to encourage the soil, and then die on the spot. Presumably, you can open the writing wheel with soil. But at this time, a voice made him want to choke the Lord. Grandma with soil, I'm here to change shift. Xian Yi walked in with a solemn expression, I spent most of a day barely learning the shadow clone technique, and I will send a clone to take care of you around the clock. Don't you need to spend time practicing? It doesn't matter, I have more chakras, and taking care of my companions is the greatest spiritual practice. Don't worry too much, I'm also trying to find some medical ninjutsu to learn, and be ready to rescue you at any time. Ku wow! What a vicious kid, if all Konoha is of this kind, would it be worth it? Chapter 18, Nuclear Escape Clone and Baiju. 6 o'clock. Highway began to confront his team for the first time. To be honest, the comprehensive level of these three freshmen exceeded his expectations and was even better than he expected. Although it is a little bit immature in experience, it only needs to be nurtured by constant fighting. Highway looked at the exhausted three people in front of him with satisfaction. Every one of these three people brought him a pleasant surprise. Metkai, who graduated at the age of 8, opened his eyes at the age of 10 and opened Urguyu's eyes in such a short period of time, Uchiha Kazue. These two can definitely be called geniuses. However, the last one left Highway completely incomprehensible. Is it my illusion? How do you feel that this guy is getting more and more vigorous? The total amount of chakra is a bit too much for his age. Will he not feel tired? His eye is full of question marks. Fighting requires the depletion of chakras. Chakras are the energy extracted from the mind and body. The more chakras are lost, the mental and physical will be weakened. Hyunyi this. Ji slightly stretched out a finger, and on it stood a scout-type bug. The information sent back made Zhihui lost in thought. The entire training ground was also pitted at this time, obviously going through fierce fighting. Xian Yi sang, Teacher's Highway is too strong, it won't work at all if this continues. Kai clenched his fist, why don't you let me start the technique further, maybe I can win the opportunity. It doesn't make much sense. He is playing bugs, and he cannot be defeated by your current physical skill level. Xian Yi looked at Unv's Highway with a deep gaze, her expression dignified. Is very strong, and unable to find any flaws to start, deserves to be the most comprehensive elite Shangren. My chakra is almost exhausted, and it won't last long, Xian Yi sang, you also assigned a shadow clone to take care of Grandma Bring too, how many chakras are still left? Yu Hui gritted her teeth and continued to write her eyes. All feel strenuous. Xian Yi said with a solemn expression, well, I consume a lot of money, I probably lost 30%. So, there are still 7, what? Iki's eyes widened. Separated a shadow clone and took away 50% of my chakras. Even if I seize the time to extract more chakras to deal with this high-intensity battle, I can only recover to this level. Oh, it has been restored now. It's 80%. Xian Yi looked solemnly, looking at Cai Wei, who stood silently, feeling a bit tricky. What kind of is this, are you serious? Yu Hui was frantically complaining in her heart. After playing for so long, there are still so many left. Kazue stared at the writing wheel, watching Xian Yi still have chakra flowing in his body, without any signs of interruption. Then what shall we do? Ikki gritted his teeth. I have an idea, listen to me. At this time, are you still working on brand new tactics? Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly. Art fire escape fireball. A huge flame burst out and enveloped most of the training ground. Cai Wei's figure quickly retreated. At the same time, raising his hands, a large number of insects flew out of his sleeves. In front of his bugs, all actions could not escape his eyes. A large number of insect swarms flew around, bypassing the fireball, and rushed to the three-person team in a sudden hiss. How fireball was kicked away, Kai opened the second door and closed the door, his muscles swelled, and at the same time a Konoha whirlwind kicked at Zhihui, but Cai Wei raised his hand and threw out a worm jade. Knock off! In this gap, Hyun Yi moved. Two Swan Yi? Are they created while the fireball is covered by the arrogant fireball? Zhihui quickly observed, a large number of insect swarms flew, and pounced on two Swan Yi, and soon one of Swan Yi banged on the spot. The explosion exploded. The remaining one is the main body. Who? The ground smashed through a huge crack, and countless bugs roared out, frantically rushing to the three-person team. The endless buzzing sound resounded through everything. No matter how you looked at it, the three-person team couldn't break the game. But seeing Xian Yi, who was about to be overwhelmed by the insects, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are careless, teacher's highway. What? Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly, and there was a rare surprise on that indifferent face. The information that the bugs gave him back also seemed very strange, such as so unpalatable chakra, it's so uncomfortable to bite, I feel terrified and so on. What's the matter with fear? Why does my worm convey this emotion? But the next moment, the scene in front of him surprised him. I saw Swan Yi and Ikki, who were wrapped and bitten by the insect swarm, and the whole figure began to melt strangely. The instantaneously skyrocketing high temperature and explosive amount of nuclear radiation slaughtered his insects. Countless swarms of insects died instantly. This is an extremely amazing scene. The sky is raining black, and the ground is covered with layers of black. Is this Xian Yi's blood succession boundary, but he is actually a clone? So is Ikki. What kind of clone technique is this? Zhihui was taken aback, and at the same time he felt a sense of crisis, and turned his head instantly. Ikki and Xian Yi have already attacked. The blood-red Erguyu writing wheel eye, aimed at Cai Wei's eyes, and activated the illusion technique. These eyes are more focused on illusion. At this time, the last chakra was exhausted, and an illusion was issued. As for Xian Yi, seizing the opportunity of a few tenths of a second, began to seal the seal. Nuclear escape. Vibration wave. An extremely powerful chakra gathered in Xian Yi's mouth, and immediately, an astonishing shock wave burst out, hitting Cai Wei head-on, and defeating Cai Wei on the spot. Zhihui's body turned into countless insects and they collapsed on the spot. These insects were a little panicked, stumbled and fluttered, and didn't know what was going on. Very good, I can actually defeat my worm clone. I am very satisfied with your level. In the distance, Cai Wei, who has always been on the sidelines, walked up with his hands in his pockets, exuding a strong gloomy breath all over, and praised. Hey, has teacher's highway always been standing there watching the battle? When did it happen? I didn't notice it at all. Kay slumped on the ground and scratched his head. Was offended. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. However, Highway was really surprised. These guys in front of him were too surprised. The poison that kills insects in a large area is that you defeated the blood succession ability of red beans. It turned out that it was not activated by blood. It was more terrifying than I thought. Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly, his face was moved, he had never seen this strange unknown toxin. Moreover, the instinct that caused his insects to fear was due to the toxin itself, or some other reason? More importantly, used 2 peculiar clones to replace him in Icky's body, and then look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack? This special entity clone technique. The only unlucky person is Kai. This guy was really surrounded by the insects, bitten by a bite, and was lying weakly on the ground at this time. Assemble here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we will start the mission of the village. Ji glanced at the 2 avatars deeply, dropped this sentence, and launched the instantaneous technique to leave. Oh, Teacher's Highway is really a good teacher. I didn't stay here to watch me recover the clone. Hyunyi walked over with a smile, stretched out his hand, and pressed on the Xianyi and Icky one after another, and then these 2 avatars began to melt quickly, and reintegrated back into Xianyi's body. And no one knows it. Xianyi, rather than reclaiming these 2 special entity clones, it is better to say that his purpose is to reclaim the parts of the body. 2 very small white masses. Baiju's body tissue. Although it was a trick, the first attempt of nuclear escape clone was a big success. Chapter 19, Close to the Rice Wholesale Market. Hokage Building. 3 generations of Hokage are listening carefully to Highway's report. Really, it's so good, so you can praise such a picky one. The 3 generations of Naruto showed a gratified smile, and it is really rare that Highway, a perfect ninja, can speak up. Mitakai masters the 8-door Dunjia, which is a physical technique that stimulates the body's power. Yuhui opened the Ergu Jade Riding Wheel Eye, and Swanyi, a powerful blood-jumping technique. 3 generations of Hokage were thinking while smoking a pipe. As expected, he was optimistic, and appointed Highway as the team to lead Shangnan. Especially Shiranui Swanyi, brought him a surprise beyond imagination. The powerful and mysterious blood succession limit, the powerful range toxin attack, the peculiar entity clone technique that temporarily does not know the principle, if you take out any item, you are all qualified to apply for promotion to Zhongren. More importantly, Xianyi, it is suspected that there is an extremely exaggerated total amount of chakras. I don't know the upper limit for the time being, but preliminary judgment is that he has the amount of chakras that touch the upper level. Highway, Swanyi's poison, do you have a sample in your hand? The 3rd generation of Hokage suddenly asked. No, 3 generations of adults. I checked some dead worms afterwards, and I didn't find any toxins from them. It should have been recovered by Xianyi. It turned out to be like this, what a cautious kid. The 3rd generation nodded, with a little regret. Such a brand new toxin can poison a large area of worms with extremely powerful vitality. He really has to pay attention to it. It is best to get the method of configuring the toxin and develop it. Antidote. We'll have the opportunity next time. Kei and Hyunyi are close friends, and Ikki and Hyunyi have friendship. Such a strong bond makes people look forward to their future. 3 generations sighed. So, Highway, things will be hard for you in the future. You have an important mission to train the most talented new generation after these 3 Kakashis. After 10 years, Konoha will rely on them. These people supported. 3 generations are pleased. Ji nodded slightly and left in silence. After 3 generations pondered for a while, they took out a brand new file. Solving Kakashi's psychological problems is urgent. Using the minority team as a template, he has also established a firm bond. The dead enemy brings the soil, and the soil-loving object Rin no Hara. I hope it will develop as I hope. As for their leader is Shinobu. The 3 generations of Hokage have also planned. Wave Feng Shui Men. In the early days of the war, Bo Feng Shuman had already confronted the Ab brothers in Union Village head-on without losing the wind, completely established his fame, and was regarded as a new influential powerhouse. If Bo Feng Mizuman is in charge of the Kakashi team, Mizumi's lover is Kuo Renzulai, having Kakashi 3 as his disciples will certainly deepen the bond between him and Konoha. 3 generations of Hokage made the decision. The fact that the Chi minority team is about to start its mission did not arouse much attention other than the 3rd generation of Hokage. Although many people are surprised that Highway is such a perfect shinin, he will return to the village to lead the shinin team after fighting for more than 2 years, but they are only surprised. Many of the Shangren who have been shopping on the front line for a long time, some have returned to the village to cultivate. They have lost their relatives, companions, and subordinates, and it is inevitable that there will be some potential changes in their minds and even their thinking and cognition. The means by which they lead the new generation to mature rapidly, with extremely high cost performance. It not only allows these Shangren to have more bonds, but also allows the new generation to become talents quickly and contribute to the village. The next morning, the small team of Chi gathers. Swanyi and the 3 were notified that their task was to join the supply troops and the supplies to the front-line camp. This is a tentative B-level mission. Very good, this is very elite. It directly eliminates the garbage D and C levels, and runs to the B level where battles will break out. Because it is a war period, the supply troops will be attacked by hostile ninjas at any time. Fighting is almost inevitable, but it is nothing more than the scale of the battle. Yuhui whispered, a little eager to try, her talents will bloom on the battlefield. Theoretically, this is the case. Highway pushed his sunglasses. If we are lucky, we can reach the front-line camp smoothly, but if we are so lucky, we will be attacked by a varying number of hostile ninjas. It may be promoted to A level at any time. As for the S grade, it's not impossible, but it's rare that a large number of enemies or at least one shadow level strong will come to attack a small supply team, unless the enemy is crazy. They are not Wave Feng Shuman. Moreover, even if there is an elite attack on Shinobu, there are guys like Yuan Ziwei who can fight, handle, and perceive, and they can suffer maximum obstacles. To be honest, considering Highway's level, this is indeed a task of training hands. As the most perfect elite Shangren, Mr. Highway is almost the first person with comprehensive strength below the shadow level. It is impossible to spend too much time training a rookie. He will soon return to the front line. Xian Yi glanced at Highway Shangren, who looked like a zombie. Soon, a group of 4 set out to join the supply team of more than a dozen people. The team responsible for guarding our team will definitely not be strong. We are just a small supply team. In the team, a middle-aged uncle was thinking about it, but after seeing Highway, the whole person was Deidara, Highway adults. Is it the newcomer team led by you to guard us? Yes, so can we go now? Highway said straightforwardly. Along the way, everyone closed their mouths tightly, looking at Highway from time to time while being nervous, feeling a little relieved, and Highway, the most senior, was a dull gourd, and naturally it was even more impossible to speak. Xian Yi took the initiative to communicate with other people in the supply team. Yu read www.yunsha.com and finally confirmed that the leader and deputy captain of the team, the Tu Zongnan, he is actually very familiar. Domino Ilika's parents later died in the Kuabai rebellion. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Middle-aged Uncle Ominagawami looked suspiciously at Xian Yi, who stared at him frequently. Ah, I was discovered by you. You put your eyes on my face. I can't see unless I'm blind. Is there anything wrong? It's nothing, I just think the uncle looks unreliable. Maybe I want to protect you later, so I want to get acquainted. Was called the uncle by a kid who despised him, which stabbed Yumin Ogawa Palace severely. However, thinking of his 6-year-old son Ilika. Uncle's words, it is not unacceptable. This gag, directly caused the killing and dullness in the whole team, and suddenly disappeared a bit. Soon, everyone left Konoha village, crossing several small towns in succession, and quickly shuttled to the border of the country of fire. The closer they are to the border, the more cautious and vigilant everyone is. The withered people's livelihood, the desolate field, the corpses that can be seen everywhere. This is war, especially the war between ninjas. The attacks of powerful ninjas easily destroy a small town at every turn. The frontier post is very close to Yuyan village. There is a battlefield of the three kingdoms. The ninjas in Yuyan village are also full of resentment towards Konoha. However, our actions along the way are very secretive and generally do not trigger enemies. Attention! Yumin Ogawa Palace spoke solemnly, with the intention of reminding everyone to be vigilant. The voice just fell. There are many hostile ninjas who attacked this team. Chapter 20, This is a genius, that is also a genius. The battlefield is the most challenging place. Combat power, neural reflexes, muscle instincts, combination of skills, and most importantly, cruel torture of the heart. I don't know how many new generations who should have bloomed with youthful colors, because their xingxing is not enough, they die in despair in the blank of their brains. Nuclear escape, the art of adsorbing turbidity. A large amount of nuclear radiation spread suddenly, spreading rapidly, covering it in a way that ordinary people could not perceive. 1, 4, 6. There are 10 in total, but it is not ruled out that there are other people lurking farther away. Xuan Yi opened his eyes and said in a low voice. There are 10 enemies? Immediately, some anxious people regained their composure. Hey, kid, do you still have the ability to perceive? Uminagawami-ya looked surprised. Ah, it's a perception ability. Covered with nuclear radiation, wherever it goes, it will violently stimulate the cells of the original life body. You only need to feel where the nuclear radiation is absorbed, and you can know where there is a life body. According to the contour of absorption, determine whether it is a human, an animal, or a plant. It's just that his perception ninjutsu causes cancer. At this time, the enemy has launched an attack. Hey, is it Konoha's team? We are lucky. These guys carry a lot of scrolls on their backs. They must be a supply team. Then kill them quickly and weaken Konoha's power. Voices came, accompanied by an unknown number of figures, exuding strong malice. Earth escape, earth gun. 10 figures immediately used ninjutsu, intending to severely damage the team in one fell swoop. A large number of stones crashed. IWA Shinobu. Xuan Yi glanced quickly, and found that I don't know when, UNV Jiwei had disappeared, maybe it was the upper end of the enemy who was sniping. Quickly disperse. The Umino River Palace in the front roared, and the seal was immediately sealed, and the earth flow wall was about to be used to resist. At this moment, nuclear escape vibration wave. Wow! An astonishing shock wave burst out suddenly, and with a force of destruction, almost lifted the entire ground to one layer. The large number of hitting stones had all been broken before they hit. Rush into the enemy's ranks. Iki, you and I are responsible for cleaning up the excess garbage. Xuan Yi immediately issued the order. Kai opened the door of Hu at that time, and yelled to kill Iwa Shinobu. Yuhui also opened Erguyu's riding wheel. Xuan Yi continued to seal, quietly, bursting out even more massive radiation, continuously invading the enemy. It's just that the enemy can't detect it for the time being. Cut, is it blocked? What kind of technique is this? And, we caught a big fish, this kid actually opened the Erguyu riding wheel. Iwa Shinobu headed by was surprised at first, and then his face showed greed. If you can kill Uchiha's little ghost, it will definitely be a great achievement. Even though, it stands to reason that such a kid should have a strong protection of Shinobu, but when I think of the merits of stifling the Konoha genius, it's done. Concentrate your energy and kill that Uchiha kid. Many rock ninjas rushed over and collided with Konoha's ninjas. "Uncle, be optimistic about yourself, don't be accidentally killed," Xuan Yi casually said to Yumin Ogawa Palace, and then rushed out immediately, and Iki also rushed out excitedly. The two sides began to fight. Konoha and Iwanin are also old opponents. The two sides have fought intermittently many times in the country of rain. Metkai opened the second door and violently broke through all obstacles with a strong speed, and kicked off a surprise Iwanin on the spot. Taking into account Kai's strength index, this Yanin is basically crippled. What's the matter with this kid? Is this ninjutsu or physique? He is also Konoha's genius, kill him. The other IWA shinobu was also taken aback, and two of them turned around hastily and began to resist Metkai. More IWA shinobu, but with red eyes, pounced on Kazue. As long as this Uchiha genius can be killed, it is worth killing as many people. Urguyu kid who is about 10 years old, it feels terrible just thinking about it. The four Iwashinorai desperately involved Uminagawamiya and others, and despite the loss of chakra, they used multiple earth walls one after another, constantly dividing the battlefield, and desperately creating opportunities for killing a kun. It is a good thing to have a goal, but if the reason is overwhelmed by the goal, then in the end it is just that you have moved yourself, it will kill you. Xuan Yi smiled in a low voice. Yukiji Yin, the art of fire escape how fireball. A large group of flames burst out, and Iwanin, who was killed by all means, used the technique of petrification to bear it down with his body. The fireball was broken through, and Sanmei Iwanin cruelly looked at Iki's face that was close at hand. "Be careful!" Uminagawamiya shouted. The next moment, Xuan Yi cleared the field with another vibration wave, blasting these three Yanren to violently. Was hit by this super shock wave in a short distance, and the opponent flew out more than 50 meters. Ahara! Satoshi! Damn, bastard, what kind of trick is this? The last surviving guy spouted blood, felt the internal organs in his chest, severely damaged, and roared in despair. This is the last voice of this famous Yan Shinobu, left to this world. There is no death at this distance. Is it because your petrification technique covers the front of your body? A good one, but unfortunately you will die soon. Xuan Yi shook his head. Kazue had already pulled out kunao, and cut off the opponent's neck with a single blow. Died. The rest of the Iwanin people also changed their expressions wildly, never expected that things would turn out like this. How could this happen? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ahara team was over in an instant. What's the matter with that fellow Chakra, using this powerful Fenjyu ninjutsu continuously? Looking at it, this kid is also a Konoha genius. It's not over, right? A famous rock ninja started to vomit blood as he hit it. It wasn't the chi to vomit blood, it was true that he vomited blood suddenly. The Yanin people were shocked, their mouths were bitter, their eyes were red, and they didn't care to figure out the reason, so they immediately chose to retreat. Konoha ninja is not dead, they have already lost more than half. Moreover, the upper side of Iwanin had not appeared until now, which made the remaining Iwanin even more uneasy. Konoha's people certainly won't allow them to escape. Yuhui became more active, opened Urguyu writing round eyes, swayed illusion, and controlled the three Iwanin one after another. Under the fire of Yumin Ogawa Palace and others, these three hapless guys also died. Iwa Shinobu who blocked Kai failed to escape, and was killed one after another. One escaped. Great, this is a big victory. Uminagawamiya was so excited, none of his side died, and he killed the other 9. The performance of the 3 newcomers who have just joined the team shocked Umino's cognition. With such a result, they are very satisfied. Ken Xuan Yi, but at this time, still in Jiyan. He won't let him escape, otherwise our information will be leaked. Xuan Yi is planning to stimulate all the radiation and destroy that guy's body. In theory, it should be too late. But his movements suddenly stopped. Ah, it seems that I don't need it anymore. Teacher's Highway finally stopped watching the fun. In Xian Yi's perception, a large number of insects suddenly broke through the ground, gnawing away the escaped Iwanan. Chapter 21, This Tearful Country. Iwa Shinobu, the last one to escape, was full of anger. The three little ghosts are not ordinary little ones. They are obviously the new generation who have been sent to the battlefield soon, so terrible. If these three guys are allowed to grow up, it will be another 3 forbearance. Yan was incompetent and furious, but unfortunately, his team was almost wiped out, and it would never be possible to seize this great opportunity to kill the 3 genius kids. More importantly, there is something wrong with my body, it seems that something has interfered with it. The refinement and operation of chakra are all insignificantly obscure. Unfortunately, he never had a chance to figure out the truth again. A large number of insect swarms broke through the surface. I don't know how long they have been lurking underground. At this moment, they finally rushed out, biting the rock to pieces. This is a bad bug, are you? The last Iwa Shinobu could not even leave the body. The clothes and bones were all eaten clean. Oily Female's Highway, secretly returns. This guy's body is also full of that kind of toxin. What kind of poison is this, and when was it poisoned? The oily girl pushed her sunglasses slightly, becoming more and more interested in Xian Yi. Is poisoning through the air? This point is very similar to the man called a demigod. Is really an amazing newcomer, if he can grow up, Ji Wei can't imagine Xian Yi's future. Ms. Highway, you are finally back. Even if you train these guys for us, you will be too relieved. Xian Yi shrugged helplessly. There are 10 Iwanan who have seen blood, and half of them are Zhongnan. Changed to another rookie team, and when he couldn't bear to lead the team, he basically rushed to the street. Kakashi's team may be able to barely protect themselves. It took me some time to kill the enemy Shinin, and my bugs have long been lurking underground, and I am ready to support you at any time, but I didn't expect you to be so good. Ji said in a low voice, although the tone was calm, but it was full of praise. When he first went into battle, he shook and defeated the enemy with a powerful force. Such a team is really exciting. Dominagawami laughed even more, and slapped Xian Yi on the shoulder. Yeah, kid, unexpectedly capable, you will become a genius like Kakashi. Kawamiya, you are starting again, your broken mouth is always a bad thing. The group set off again, and half a day later, they arrived at the border post. This is Konoha's base camp on the western battlefield. It is next to Amanobuya village and shoulders the heavy responsibility of fighting Iwano and Sanda. The current supreme commander is Tsunade. After delivered all the reels filled with supplies to the western front, Dang's Highway also took the 3 of them and met with a friend. Wave Feng Shui Men. Ji Wei, it's been a long time since I saw you, I didn't expect you to have led the team to Shinobu. Watergate is a very sunny person, with a super affinity, coupled with strong strength, it is no wonder that such a man will attract much attention. Yet, I brought 3 very talented young people, but you were in a fight with the brothers on the east not long ago, and now you have rushed to the western front. Is it really okay? This can't be helped. Master Ashimaru is now training in the village, and he will return to the western front in a while. It is really better for Master Ashimaru to deal with Iwanan and Sanda. Mizuman clutched a blonde hair in distress. Jilla is also on the eastern route, responsible for monitoring Union Village, and at the same time directing Hyuga and Uchiha to deal with the guys who landed across the sea in Wien Village, so he can't move lightly. And Tsunade, although he is the nominal commander on the western front, because of the fear of blood disease, he can only deploy drugs in the rear to treat the wounded, and he cannot go to the front line to fight. Naturally, Watergate, the newly promoted film class, has become the strength of the Western Front. For him, a 20-year-old young man, it is still a bit difficult to carry the banner of the Western Front, but this is a step he must go through learn to command. Fortunately, Watergate's talent is very terrifying, and his learning ability is even more outrageous. It is becoming more and more handy for commanding. At this time, Mizuman looked at Highway with some envy, and personally cultivated outstanding juniors. It was really a good task. Are you Highway's subordinates? Come on, Highway is a very comprehensive ninja. If you study hard with him, you will surely grow a lot. Shuman encouraged the three of Xianyi to immediately pull Highway away, and the two of them muttered, they should be discussing the war. It seems that the war here is not as tense as the east side. After leaving the camp, Ichiman said casually. To the east, Hyaga and Uchiha, the two major pupil families, are the main force in dealing with the Wuyan village. Naturally, Iki heard the people talk about the battle in the east. Coupled with the extremely powerful military strength of Union Village, it was the most aggressive village in the early days of the Third World War. It directly sent the human pillar to the battlefield, which once led to the fiercest fight on the Eastern Front. Now, Union Village has temporarily ceased, and the West is still in a state of anxiety. Konoha, Iwanan, and Sand Ninja all fought in the Country of Rain, smashing the Country of Rain, and the three ninja villages themselves have not suffered direct damage. The territory of the country is deadlocked and consumes each other. Don't be too careless, Kazue, maybe the Western Front battlefield will become a place to change the direction of the ninja world. Xianyi said with a smile while tidying up his equipment. Iki naturally didn't believe it. But Xuanyi is very clear. The war on the Western Front has always been a difficult problem. Cutting meat with a blunt knife will take a long time and it will be painful. This is the biggest dilemma Konoha faced in the whole process of the three wars. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain that broke out at the end of the three wars was set against the background that Konoha was about to be pushed all the way to the gate of the village by Iwano and Sanda. If it weren't for Dashimaru's reliability, Mizuman and his three subordinates are super gods, the result is really hard to say. More importantly, is that the Country of Rain? It's a sad country, I cry every day. Xianyi looked towards the west, looking at this country that is always raining. This country is really suitable for growing rice. Xianyi suddenly sighed. Kazue and Kai are full of question marks. They originally thought that their dreams were the mysticism of world peace, and they were feeling sad for this war-torn country. Why did I talk about rice inexplicably? Xianyi Sang's angle of attention to the problem is really peculiar. Yuhui and Kai looked at each other. Kei Xianyi squinted, smiling at the tearful Country of Rain. At this time, Yahiko is still alive, right? That guy Danzo, he probably hadn't colluded with Hanzo, and attacked Akatsuki. Yahiko, an unrealistic idealist. It's better to die as expected. Chapter 22, Chakrado can do whatever he wants. 2 months later. There is something 100 meters ahead. It looks like a psychic beast, and his summoner is 20 meters on the left. To understanding. Burn your youth. Accompanied by a screaming scream, the three of Xianyi, who had just experienced the fierce battle, immediately found a place to stop and repair. Within 2 months, the three of Xianyi are growing up at an astonishing speed. In this team, everyone is a genius with amazing potential. Kai has been able to evade the 8 doors and open the 4th door steadily. If you really want to fight hard, you can try to open the 5th door, but at the cost of injury. Yuhui is still the Erguyu riding round eyes, and she has become more skilled in using these eyes of illusion. It seems that the 2 faint Guyus did not really affect the power of these eyes. As for Hyunyi, he has the most amazing growth rate. Ah, there are a lot of chakra reserves, and I really do what I want. Xianyi swallowed the unpalatable food pill, supplemented his physical strength, and showed a faint smile on his face. In the past 2 months, he seized the time to refine the chakra, and finally used most of the cells in the body. Just like this, it has already entered the upper level chakra. Ms. Highway ran out again to snipe the opponent's Shangren. I really like to act alone. Kai Mushroom Zigutsi ate the Bing Liang pill with big mouthfuls. To his rough nerves, he didn't have the energy to think about how unpalatable it was. As long as Xian Yisang doesn't say it is unpalatable, then this thing is delicious. This is the first time I have seen Shinobu who likes to act alone so much. There are many insects and he does what he wants. Ikki also smiled. The ghost only knew how many bugs Highway had spread secretly. As long as you think about it, these worms can turn into worm clones to participate in the battle at any time. Highway Shangaran's vision is all around, this is where his confidence lies. Hey? Someone broke in again. Be careful, this guy should be very strong. Hyunyi winked. In front of him, there is a guy who absorbs nuclear radiation very quickly, and looks extremely powerful and confident. Soon, the enemy had arrived, and they went straight to Xianyi and the three of them. Hey, I found you, Konoha's genius team. Is it Iwano again? Most of the guys we killed during this period were from your village. Ikki sneered. The Ji Tiny team, during this period, apart from going back to the village for a short period of time for repairs, at the same time it is convenient for Xianyi to create a new shadow clone to take care of Granny Ban. Most of the time, I was on the go. I personally felt and participated in the low-intensity but extremely frequent Western Front wars. The confrontation between them and Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu was not once or twice. The three of you, Konoha's genius team, killed many of our companions. I will kill you with my own hands. Feldspar had a stern face and made a bold move. Earth Escape cracked the earth and turned the palm. Feldspar slapped the ground with a slap. In an instant, the entire ground began to crack apart, and the astonishing cracks spread out instantly, pointing directly at the three of Xianyi. This guy is much stronger than the average Zongnan, at least it's a special one, kill him quickly, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle later. Xianyi acted immediately. The three of them turned into three afterimages and killed them in the whistling, and besieged the Feldspar. Earth Escape cracking earth and turning needle. The Feldspar slapped his palm, and countless soil needles suddenly hit, quite dense. If there is no countermeasure, they will be killed if they are not careful. Xianyi directly sent a vibration wave to clear the field, smashing all these soil needles. Is this your special wind escape technique? It is the same as in the intelligence. Feldstone sneered and turned around and ran away. Then, Xianyi made a gesture, and the three of them also turned around and ran away. This time, the Feldspar is somewhat waxy. Damn boy, so cautious, there is no way. Feldspar's face changed slightly, and he bit his scalp and turned his head before continuing to chase. The voice just fell. On a rock, there was a figure that melted out silently, holding Kyowo in his hand, and severely slashed Xianyi's neck. However, Kai, who was excellent in physical skills, burst the third student on the spot, punched out, and forced Yantai back. Have you finally come out? I remember you are a dark ninja from Iwanan village. It's really hard for you to be able to bear it until you show up until now. Xianyi chuckled and fell directly into the distance. Oh? You know my name, have you discovered me a long time ago? Your perception ninjutsu is more powerful than the intelligence, Konoha kid, I want to kill you more and more. Yantai looked at him with a gloomy face, the unsuccessful surprise attack that had just been carefully prepared made him feel very bad. Feldspar and Yanti, it turned out to be these two guys, Xianyi already remembered who they were. The two unlucky ones who were put down by Jiraiya with a spiral pill in the original work. There are many people who want to kill us, and it will definitely not include you, all go to die. Xianyi spoke. Began to seal directly, the huge radiation layer spread, and in the whistling, it poured into the rock iron body in a frantic manner. Fierce fighting broke out. Boy, don't want to use your toxins to knock me down. In order to complete the task of killing you, this uncle has eaten dozens of antidotes in one breath. Yantai's eyes were red, and he rushed over with a low growl, took out a short knife, and violently collided with the Kyo in Xian Yi's hand. As expected, in 2 months, IWA Shinobu officially formulated the plan for the small hunting team. UU reading www.yukansha.com. The talents displayed by the 3 of Xian Yi, as well as their amazing killing efficiency, and their strange abilities have successfully attracted the attention of Iwano and Sanda. The task of stifling the geniuses of the hostile village has always had a very high priority. Did Teacher's Highway be held back by your strong man? However, we are enough to kill you too. Kazue opened the eyes of the riding wheel. With strong insight and illusion ability, he began to interfere with the feldspar, and together with Kai, they besieged the weaker feldspar. As for Xian Yi, he was alone facing the murderous dark ninja Iwaditsu, and for the first time facing a powerful enemy of the ninja level, Xian Yi did not panic at all. He just keeps printing. Nuclear escape vibration wave. Oh, although this technique is powerful, how many times can you use your chakra? Yan Tai hurriedly raised his hand to split the ground and jumped directly into the crack. Quietly, but also shuttled through the cracks, attacking like a ghost, at an amazing speed. Shiranui Swanyi, the head of the genius who is on the list of hunting geniuses, second only to Kakashi Heiji, was accepted by the dark ninja Iwate of Iwanan village. Yan Tai's face showed deep greed and pleasure, and he slashed directly at Xian Yi's head. But the next moment, Xian Yi's hand speed suddenly increased. Faster and faster. Vibration wave. Vibration wave. Vibration wave. Rock Iron Man is stupid. Rumbling. The whole earth was lifted up one layer after another, the terrifying sand and dust stirred, and the trees flew upside down. Under the successive attacks of this powerful shock wave, the ground was cut down by more than 1 meter. Iwaditsu himself was smashed by unreasonable continuous heavy blows on the spot. Chapter 23, Inconvenient to put in the body. Rock Doppelganger. Damn Konoha imp, this is not the amount of chakras your age deserves. Yan Tai was sweating coldly, panting quickly, feeling extremely tired and weak. If it hadn't been for the IWA avatar to be cautiously sent to test, the others would have disappeared. This time, the chakra of this kid should be exhausted. This kind of age has this kind of strength, this kind of kid must not stay. To a certain extent even more terrifying than that Kakashi. Immediately, Yan Tai gritted his teeth and slapped him fiercely. With one blow, he pierced Xian Yi's chest. Unfortunately, I am also a clone. The nuclear escape clone grabbed Yan Tai's arm. Even if the whole figure began to melt at this moment, it still clung to it. Then, he opened his mouth. A cloud of nuclear radiation spurted out directly, and the entire figure of Xian Yi's clone was also melting, and all nuclear radiation began to fill Ian Iron's body. Stab! Yan Tai broke his arm with one blow, then turned red eyes, turned and killed Xian Yi's body in the other direction. Just halfway through the rush, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and limp on the ground. My body! How come, I have obviously taken so many antidote. Yan Tai was stunned, fell on the ground and vomited blood, not listening. Why do you think we don't rush to fix it, and then talk nonsense with you too? Xian Yi shook his head. You melt yourself into the rock, enough to avoid most perception ninjutsu, but unfortunately, in front of my technique, the effect of rock is not that great. Only a little bit. Swanyi was almost concealed, but the rock that Yanti chose to blend in was not thick enough to allow radiation to penetrate a little bit. If this product was shot right from the beginning, instead of looking for a perfect one-strike chance, it would not be affected by the radiation to such an extent, it would be really miserable. Two special shinobu, attacking them who have just experienced a fierce battle, this tactic is very suitable. However, he had to fight to death, and finally he came out with his own finale. Since the fierce battle just now, Xian Yi has been silently spreading a cloud of nuclear radiation, eroding Yanti's body frantically. Until this moment, directly detonated. What kind of poison is this? Our village can even remove part of the poison of that woman from Cho, so why doesn't it have any effect on you? Yan Tai never stares at him. In the past 2 months, Xian Yi's information has long been leaked, and many people know that this Konoha genius, in addition to the ninjutsu that is suspected to be Feng Dun, also possesses a strange ability to control poison. After paying a lot of lives, they confirmed that this uncaptured toxin should be spread through the air. Therefore, they have mentioned the priority of hunting Swanyi to the extent that it is second only to Kakashi. The only thing that puzzled Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu is that they couldn't get any toxin samples anyway. It was incredible. Every recovered corpse and surviving human cannot find any form of poison in the body. There is no muscle, blood, bone marrow, or brain. It's as if toxins don't exist at all. My toxin is insoluble. As long as I get infected, it can't be recovered except me. Even if I don't die, it will remain poison for life. Yan Tai, you who have eaten dozens of antidotes in one breath are really hard work, in order to kill me. Hold on to the drug reaction. Swanyi took out Kyo and threw it far away, piercing Yanti's head with one blow, and at the same time, quickly recovered the nuclear avatar. The other side. Kai also opened the fourth wound door, teamed up with Iki, and tried his best to fight the feldspar. Magic Songhang Art. Kazue directly used the illusion of Shaoyuyan's pupil technique to try to control the feldspar. Damn it, big brother I wait was. Feldspar was full of disbelief, and was about to run away in fright. I don't know who Swanyi. Much more terrifying than that genius Kakashi. He must report to the village, such monsters must be killed by all means. But at this time, he was breathing quickly, and finally realized that his physical condition had accumulated a lot, and there was a problem. The heart was beating violently, and the internal organs seemed to be burned, becoming more and more intense. It's that kid's poison. Feldspar smiled miserably. Then, he was taken advantage of by Iki's illusion, and finally he was hit in the heart with a violent punch by Kai and died instantly. Woohoo! Tired, Xian Yisang actually killed the enemy faster than us, it's amazing. Kai untied the 8 doors and sat on the ground, exhausted. Yu Hui also wiped the sweat from his forehead, moved his eyes, and looked at Xian Yi's body in shock. The still abundant chakra does not seem to decrease at all. What kind of monster is this? I heard from the people in the clan that there is a guy named Ganshi Gyu in Wuyan. The chakra is so amazing, it is impossible that Xian Yisang is also such a talented person. Kazue turned purple with envy. There will be no problem this time, we are safe. Iwa Shinobu's hunting plan is nothing more than that. Xian Yi opened his eyes and said lightly. The hunting goal is right. The 3 of them have grown up. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is definitely a nightmare for the other party, but unfortunately the method is wrong. You have to play dormant and surprise attacks. Just need to attack. At this time, Unz appeared beside the 3 of them, carrying a corpse slightly. Ah, Teacher's Highway, are you finally back? Are you not afraid of us being killed? Xian Yi rubbed his neck. It took me a little time to deal with this guy. In order to hold me back, the other party made a very careful tactic. I also know the specific situation through the bugs. Your Excellence is beyond my expectation. After a fierce battle, I designed to kill 2 special ninjas. Ji nodded slightly, and being able to make such obvious movements showed that he was more than satisfied in his heart. It was a surprise. Just now, he almost couldn't help launching a large number of worms hovering around to cover the escape of Swanyi and the 3 people. It was very simple. Just creating 2 worm clones was enough to hold the 2 guys in Yanren. But unexpectedly, the 3 of Xian Yi directly completed the counter kill. Is particularly high tolerance, although it is a lot worse than normal, but it is amazing enough to be able to do this step. Even compared to Kakashi of the same age, it is not too much. Especially Xian Yi, to a certain extent, its level of danger has actually far surpassed Kakashi. A group of 4 people set off to return. En route. Xuanyi, I have one thing to ask you. Highway hesitated and said in a low voice, some of my bugs have undergone strange changes. They seem to be able to swallow a large number of chakras in a short period of time, and then their size expands rapidly. Such bugs are too dangerous and inconvenient. Put it directly into my body. Chapter 24, The Oil Female Race is about to rise. Radiation can cause unpredictable consequences of life genes, and 99% of the consequences are extremely bad. However, if the power of radiation spreads to the stubborn, numerous but simple structured insects, then it will become very interesting. The vast majority of bugs will inevitably die, and then a very small number of individuals will undergo genetic mutations and forcefully survive. Now, Highway Shangren is facing this kind of situation, but this strange situation makes Highway Shangren, who is completely unprepared, feel at a loss. A worm that can swell rapidly. Yes, in their normal form, they are no different from ordinary bugs, but as soon as I feed the chakras, they will go crazy and swallow endlessly, and their size will swell hundreds of times. In the camp, Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly, a little embarrassed. As the only insect control clan in the ninja world, he has seen and cultivated countless insects. However, the worms that I have raised for many years suddenly become like this, which is really weird. Ji looked at Xuanyi's frowning face slightly. So, is it really because of too much exposure to the poison of his subordinates, and then there is an unknown mutation? Xuanyi, the poison you have, is it really just poison? Highway's IQ is extremely high. He has already speculated that this may not be a toxin in the conventional sense. Teacher, I want to take a look at this interesting bug. Xuanyi said. Highway directly stretched out his index finger, and a rice-sized, seemingly ordinary worm was slowly crawling. Xuanyi directly fed chakra. The next moment, the worm immediately began to rage, and madly rushed to Xuanyi's palm, chewing chakra, and while eating, his body was also expanding at an astonishing speed, becoming the size of a fist. It turns out that it was a bug that was affected by me and then mutated. Teacher's Highway can be sure that you have never heard of this kind of bug before. I'm sure, there are hundreds of insects that I have cultivated. I have never seen such a weird insect. Xuanyi nodded slightly, thinking, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that this bug seemed a little familiar. Isn't this thing just sending a big worm? Yashida insect is a killer tool that Uzina brought out in the Fourth World War. He directly punched the 10-tailed split body, and then a few bugs penetrated into the 10-tailed split body. In a short period of time, the body swelled sharply. The tail split body is crushed from the inside to the outside. Imagine that scene, a huge 10-tailed split body, eaten by a few large black bugs that are so huge, and then howled and fell. This kind of bug that can deal with the tail beast, at this time, it hasn't been born yet. If it is cultivated, it can be used to deal with the large psychic beasts that deal with the enemy. Teacher's Highway, this is a strengthening of your shortcomings. Xuanyi clutched this violent worm with both hands. Squeak! The bug made an irritable neigh, his mouth parts closed and he was about to bite off Xuanyi's head fiercely. The eyes under the micro-sunglasses of flashed a gleam of light. Is it? It turns out that it can be like this. If this worm can further expand its size and increase its number, find a way to control it, maybe, my oily female clan, maybe I can also have the means to fight the tail beast. That is the tail beast, the incarnation of calamity, the terrorist group of countless chakras. The sheer size alone makes human beings daunted. Even some shadow-level powerhouses feel bound to deal with the tail beasts and lack direct and effective means of suppression. Large psychic beast. Rao Shi's Highway's heart is superb. At this moment, his heartbeat also accelerates suddenly and his breathing is short. He looked at Xuanyi's meaningful face. I understand, Xianyi, you are really a younger generation who can frequently surprise me. After returning to the village, you are welcome to come to my house as a guest. We need to have a good chat. Extremely happy, Teacher's Highway. Xianyi smiled and nodded, returned the big bug to his highway, and walked out of the camp. Looked up at the grey sky. Although it has been prepared for a long time, this kind of result is not bad. Send the big bug. With this kind of bug, or even more mutant bugs that may appear in the future, as a bargaining chip, the powerful oil girl family will be bound to it's not bad on my side. Xianyi gave a chuckle. Insects are indeed a species that mutates extremely fast, which can mutate much faster than humans. Xianyi sang, what are you talking about? Do you have to talk with us behind your back? Iki stood outside, holding her hair lightly, smiling. Ah, the human being in front of him seems to have a considerable rate of mutation. It has grown to this point in more than a year. No, I'm just discussing a new task. Now it's up to Teacher's Highway's decision. Xianyi faintly smiled. He is not worried that people like Highway will betray him, but this affects the clan luck, involves the power that is sufficient to revitalize the clan and can be passed on continuously. Even if Hokage notices something wrong, don't even think about starting with the secret technique of the Oil Girl clan, otherwise, the clan of Oil Mound and Pig Deer Butterfly will never give up. www.readaloud.com quietly, it's widened the road again. Hey? What is Xianyi Sang talking about? I don't understand. Kai looked at him with a confused expression. West Line Base Camp. The nominal Supreme Commander of the Western Front, Tsunade, just finished processing a bunch of documents and released a brand new task schedule. He stretched his waist and was about to take a break. After looked up, he was shocked instantly and instinctively assumed a fighting posture. Hey? What? It's a little ghost. When did you come? Don't say a word. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Unacceptable. I have been waiting for almost 5 minutes, did you not find it at all? Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly, and directly handed a scroll. I'll hand over the task. These are 2 special upper ninjas and 1 upper ninja head from Iwanan. Oh? As expected of Highway, you are here, which has shared a lot of pressure for me. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, and sat down on the seat, causing a violent shaking, which was magnificent. Ji lowered his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, Tsunade-sama, you are misunderstood. Among the 3 heads, as long as the upper ninja was killed by me, the 2 special ninjas have nothing to do with me. What? Is it possible that the new generation team you led did it? What a joke! Although they are excellent, they are too young after all. How can you kill 2 special ninjas at this age? Highway, you are so humorous. Tsunade laughed. Tsunade-sama, you know me. I never make a joke. My 3 subordinates are very good, they are truly geniuses. Chapter 25, Man, I want you to help me practice. After repeated confirmation, Tsunade was really surprised. 3 young little ghosts, unexpectedly teamed up to kill 2 Iwanan's special Shangnan? Of course, Tsunade doesn't care about the title of Iwanan's Dark Ninja, but considering the age of the 3 of Xianyi, even if some tricks are used, it is quite amazing. Except for Heiji Kakashi, I have never seen a younger generation who grows so fast. In this new generation, there are many amazing children. Tsunade sighed, and suddenly asked, that kid named Xianyi, I heard that his blood inheritance limit can create a very good toxin. Coming. Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly, yes, it is a very powerful poison, and it is a weapon Xianyi uses to restrain the enemy. Well, such a guy who likes to use poison must be very interested in Ashimaru. Just pick out a few kinds of poisons, enough for this kid to study. Tsunade held his chin and kept tapping the tabletop. Tsunade understands poison very well. The main function of her sitting on the Western Front is to stabilize the military's mind and deter the enemy, and second is to interpret the poison of that old woman from 1,000 generations. But Tsunade doesn't like to make drugs, and he is more enthusiastic about toxins. Instead, it is Ashi pill. However, if such a kid is following you, he must be very helpless. His toxin will attack your badworm, and it will be easily cracked. The badworm is really a powerful omnipotent insect. Tsunade smiled. This time, Zhiwei did not speak, but Tsunade-kwan had already acquiesced. Soon, Tsunade officially began to block the information of the three of Xianyi. Although, doing this can only delay the speed at which the Xianyi and the three people are completely exposed, because Iwanan and Sand Ninja have already begun to circulate relevant information about the Xianyi and three people. And, vaguely, began to pass back to Konoha Ninja on the battlefield. When Zhiwei took his three subordinates, once again left the Western Front camp and embarked on a journey back to Konoha. There are already some Konoha ninjas who have fought with the enemy, and they have begun to notice this Hyman team. The newcomer team led by the elite Shangnin's Zhiwei has completed 9 B-level missions and 1 A-level mission in just 2 months. This is a pretty staggering number. The name of the new generation geniuses of the three of Xianyi began to circulate initially, although, except for a few people who have worked with Xianyi and others, most people have no idea what exactly these three new generations are. Know that the strength is very strong and the potential is very high. The new person who has the aspirations to lead Wei Shangren must be very talented. I really look forward to their future. I heard that the leader is a descendant of the Shiranui clan. Many Konoha ninjas showed relief and joy on their faces as they watched Xianyi and the others walk all the way out of the camp. There are more talented descendants in my village, the better. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Want to inquire about Xuanyi and the others, just ask me, I'm the first person to cooperate with them. Hey? Brother Chuangong is familiar with them. Of course, they are really amazing little ghosts. It looks like they are going back to the village. I hope everything goes well for them. Among the crowd, Yumin Ogawa Palace wished heartily. On the way home. Squeak. Ah, why is Jida Chong suddenly restless? Teacher's Highway, you have to control them. Send big bugs, very appropriate names, but these bugs are too manic, I can only cut off the supply of chakras to prevent their growth. The 4 members of the G small team looked helplessly in front of them, the few bugs crawling all over the floor. Didn't know what was going on. These mutated worms, now a new species called worms, suddenly became frantic and rushed into Zhiwei's body. Fortunately, Zhiwei threw these things out in time. I need to spend some time to screen out the tens of thousands of bugs in my body, take out the mutated bugs individually, and recultivation. Zhiwei took out the scroll and the psychic came out with a large number of bottles and cans, sealed these bugs in, and plunged them into a deep sleep state, and then gave these bottles and cans away to the psychic. Psychic art, really convenient summoning art. Xianyi is very interested in this technique. I can teach you. Solved the episode of Juda's runaway, the 4 returned all the way back to Konoha village. After rigorous screening by the guards, they confirmed that the 4 of them were not pretending to be enemies, and let them go directly. Zhiwei first went to the Hokage building to report, and the 3 of Xianyi ushered in a short period of freedom. Every time I go back to Konoha, I feel that this is the true meaning of peace. War or something is simply the worst thing. Xianyi stood on the street, looked at the villagers coming and going, squinted with emotion. In order to protect this precious peace, in order to fulfill Xian Yisang's dream, that's why I have to practice hard to protect all this. Kai clenched his fists, fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Oh? K. It seems that you know Xian Yisang's will very well, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, so it is your dream to fulfill his dream. Yes, this is youth. Hyun Yisang, Icky, my blood is boiling, I decided to run upside down and run 3 laps around the village. Want to be together? No, it's really hard for you, K. K ran away upside down with regret, raising long dust on the street. Xian Yi sang, we are left with the 2 of us now. What are your plans lately? Icky turned his hands back and smiled. At first glance, she looks like a girl full of expectations, waiting for her lover to make a romantic response. But actually, I plan to take time to study the new technique, Icky. It seems that you have a more specific plan. If I refuse, you will choose to attack me when the night is dark and wind is high, and then achieve your goal. Hehe, I don't dare to do this. No one knows how many whole cards Xian Yisang hides, and what kind of agreement he reached with Teacher's Highway. Sending a big bug, that kind of strange bug, seems to have something to do with that, right? A hint of danger flashed across Kazue's smiling face. The power of radiation was first tasted by Icky. After eating the soil for a year, she did not hesitate to severely deplete her body, but she also relied on this violent stimulus to become stronger. Therefore, when she saw the worm, she immediately thought of the reason, and she felt a serious sense of crisis in her heart. It is a feeling that something that belongs to oneself is suddenly taken away. Xian Yi sang, I thought about it and made a decision. Okay. Xian Yi sang, I want you to help me practice. Chapter 26, Mediocre Peng Bird. Xian Yi still did not agree to help her practice or something, it was not the time yet. Compared to practicing, Xian Yi finally had the opportunity to study Icky's body. The basement of Icky's house. It's a great place to do experiments or something, it's perfect here. Xian Yi showed a faint smile on his face, and he pressed Yuhui on the experimental platform in one hand, drawing blood and observing in one go. Xian Yisang's expression has become very solemn, is my body also mutated, just like those worms? Kazue still had a false smile on her face, and she spoke calmly. Xian Yi was dressed in a white coat and nodded slightly, it seems that you are mentally prepared. If you want to rely on this method to gain strength, you will have to pay a price. I don't know where your body has mutated, but I guess. Very bad. A mediocre person who is 10 years old, less than 11, has actually surpassed the average Zhongren in strength. This kind of radical increase guarantees that Icky has already begun to develop cancer in her body. After checking it carefully. Sure enough, there is something wrong with your cells. They are rarer than ordinary people, multiply faster, but have a shorter lifespan. There are also sporadic cells that are extremely active and continue to divide themselves endlessly. This is cancerous. After drawing more than a dozen tubes of blood, Xian Yi found out the clues and spoke lightly. Cancer cells. Judging from this situation, Icky now can almost be said to be an early cancer patient. Moreover, it is a full range of cancer, internal organs, muscles, fibers, bone marrow, brain, all. Cancer, a disease I have never heard of, how long can I live? Icky was very calm. Perhaps, she has already had this kind of consciousness, and she is willing to pay the price in order to break the fate of mediocrity. But Xian Yi did not immediately respond. He directly transmitted some chakras. After being stimulated by the chakras, those cancerous cells immediately undergo strange changes, and their activity is even more amazing. The power of chakra. If you stop accepting my strength now, depending on your physique, you may be able to alleviate the deterioration. It is not a problem to be optimistic in life for 10 to 20 years. However, you will no longer have the current rate of progress, and it will be difficult to even maintain your current strength. Xian Yi looked at Icky, who was lying quietly on the experimental platform. Kazue was silent for a while, and finally spoke. Xian Yi sang, please help me in my practice. Is it decided? Your body has been receiving my power frequently, and a large number of healthy cells have been killed. This has led to a certain degree of weakening of your physique, and the ability to carry my power will also decline, which will make your body worse. This is a vicious circle. If it continues, you will only live for 3 years at most. Even worse, you will only have 1 or 2 years of life. Xuan Yi looked at the man in front of him deeply. In order to continue to maintain the genius of the person, do this step, is it really worth it? Do you spend your whole life just to bloom the beauty of this moment? But, Kazue, do you really understand what cancer means? Even if there is a panacea like chakra energy that penetrates the connection between the mind and the material, temporarily suppressing some things that should have happened, but, carcinogenesis is never just cancer. A faint smile appeared on Yu Hui's face, and he smiled as always. Xuan Yi sang, "You are a genius, absolutely can't understand my feelings. Awaken a new bloodline. But I am different. I have been a mediocre person since I was born. This is the definition given to me by the clan: mediocre talent, mediocre understanding, and even, I should have even awakened the possibility of writing round eyes in this life. It's all insignificant. Can you understand that feeling? In Uchiha, a giant chasing strength, everyone has their own position and shows their life's worth to the full. I am a mediocre, but there is no value. When I found that place by accident, the place Xuan Yisang created, the intense stimulation that brought to the body made me realize that the turning point of fate had come. In 1 year, I ate all the plants there, and then began to eat the soil, desperately absorbing the power that stimulates the body. I can feel that I am becoming stronger. When I awakened the Shulanyan for a moment, in the dead of night, I knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. 1 year, if there is a year to bloom with brilliance that has never been seen in my life, I am very willing, even if the price is to dedicate my life to the devil. Kazue sat up directly, put on her clothes, and combed her long black hair leisurely. Quietly, a lot of black hair fell. Iki's movements didn't stop in the slightest, as if she hadn't seen it at all. Is really amazing. Everyone has their own obsessions. Birds who have tasted the taste of soaring will never allow themselves to stay in the chicken coop. Iki, maybe I can find a way to heal you before you die. Xuan Yi said lightly, although you have some clues, you still don't have too much hope. Yu Hui smiled, no, I remember when you killed Iwaditsu. www.readaloud.com once said, the individuals who have been infected by you are incurable. Yes, I did say so. But if it is you, if you can do this step, you can naturally do even crazier things, so maybe you can find another way. Xuan Yi spoke frankly. Chakra. This is the combined power of mind and body, from matter to energy, from this world to the pure land of Huangchuan, this power is everywhere. Chakra needs to be refined by combining the soul power of the individual with the life power of 130 trillion cells in the body. Ordinary cells will die after a certain number of divisions, but cancer cells are recognized as split madmen, possessing the ability to divide themselves endlessly. If all cancer cells can be controlled and used as a reserve for refining chakra, maybe it can extend some lifespan. In the world of Naruto, the ninja seems to be cancer-free. When the chakra is extracted, will the life energy of the cancer cells be exhausted to achieve the effect of suppressing or even killing it? Or, really like I guessed, that it's almost ridiculous. Xuan Yi looked at Iki's back slowly leaving. There are too few samples, especially considering that the profession of ninja is life-killing, and there are very few who can live to 50. There are some speculations, whether it can be achieved. It will be subject to more detailed calculations and screenings, and final experiments. The so-called vitality divides infinitely to reach cancer cells that are immortal in a certain sense, and between chakras, after all. Iki, if you can really survive this level, maybe you can really become a peng bird soaring above the 9 heavens. 10 years of no sound, a blockbuster. Chapter 27, Ashimaru for shopping. Uchiha Clan Land. On the training ground, there are 2 figures that are fighting fiercely, and their strength is far beyond the level that ordinary Zongnin can involve. Kazue suddenly took out a large number of shurikens and threw them out, and at the same time, his figure quickly retreated, and considerable pupil power quickly gathered in his left eye. Magic Songhang Art. This technique is the illusion technique of writing round eyes and pupils, which can make people see the image of fear in their hearts. It's useless. I also have a writing wheel, this kind of illusion can't cause me. The next moment, this Uchiha Zongnan was startled. In his vision, there were only the corpses of countless people, dripping with blood. Not good. I will be. This Zongren tried to react, but unfortunately, it was too late. He was seriously injured on the spot by Yuhui using the technique of firing a giant fireball. Okay, good job. On the side, Uchiha Setsuna, with the cane in one hand, nodded in satisfaction. I'm so sorry, Iki-sama is really too strong, those eyes can actually make me fall into illusion. The Zongren reluctantly got up, and despite the burns all over, he knelt on one knee respectfully, and then staggered away to heal his injuries. It's really hard for you. Kazue smiled and looked at each other's back. Suna said, Iki, the speed of your strength improvement has exceeded my expectations. In more than a year, you have become the top genius in the clan, and I am very satisfied. Thank you elders for serving for the family and showing my talents. This is my value. Iki said with a smile. Looking at Iki, who was about to turn around for an instant, he suddenly said, You are not in a high mood, even if you try to disguise, you still show clues. This can't be hidden from my eyes. A pair of 3 Goyu jade writing round eyes, is appearing in the eyes of Moss. Iki, it seems that you are in trouble, have you quarreled with your companions? But you obviously get along well, or are you, confused about your future? Instant eyes are extremely venomous, he has been a guy who has been in power since the second generation of Hokage came to power. More importantly, he, Setsuna, inherited Uchiha Madara's will and is the most radical guy in the entire Uchiha. No, elder, I just think it's great to be able to shine in this era. Iki lightly stretched her hair. That's the case, but the light of fireflies is not comparable to the sun after all. Iki, you seem to be thinner than before, and your skin is paler. If I guess it's correct, maybe it's a hemorrhagic disease. Stood calmly on the spot for an instant, looking at the genius with a slight pause in his figure, his eyes deep. On the old face, there is only endless peace. Elder, you. I said it a long time ago. You can't hide from my eyes. When all the options are removed and your vision is confounded, this is the only possibility. Sighed with emotion. Sure enough, it is a blood disease. This is almost a curse. In the past 1,000 years, it has always wandered like a ghost among the ranks of geniuses. It is not only the Uchiha clan, but other ancient groups also occasionally have such examples. The more enchanting young people, the closer to this unsolvable curse. The more you excavate the power of the bloodline, the more it will explode the curse in the bloodline. The principle of this is. The doubts in the eyes were fleeting. He couldn't figure out the reason behind this, but he had to let Kazue survive. The hemorrhagic disease that broke out at the age of 10 is really terrible. According to normal logic, Iki's talent is definitely the best Uchiha clan. Even Madara, at this age, may not be able to catch up with Iki. It's just that, Kazue, your hemorrhagic disease is really just your own cause, is it not affected by any external factors? For an instant, he stared at Iki's stubborn gaze. By this moment, Setsuna had roughly figured it out. I don't know who Oswanyi, the brand new blood succession boundary, which allows a person judged to be mediocre in a clan to grow up to this point quickly. And this pair of bizarre Urguyu writing round eyes. Really, amazing. But it seems that the price is also heavy. Can your disease be cured? Yes, it should be. Setsuna nodded slightly, and said slowly, although I am old, I still have experience. If you encounter problems in the future, you can come to me, maybe I can help you. Ikki, the entire Uchiha clan will always be your backing, remember this. After speaking, the elder Setsuna turned around and left. Kazue looked at the almost undefended back of the moment, paused, and immediately started his practice casually. Even if life is about to end, some things still need to be done. Xuanyi left Yuhui's home, thinking about finding time to establish a secret laboratory of his own. Hey, isn't this one of Ikki's companions? Do you want to try my char siu? No, Uncle hand-baked, definitely next time. Hyunyi responded with a smile. In this era, Naruto World's biotechnology has only advanced to the cellular level. To conduct deeper research, you need truly sophisticated high-end instruments. While thinking, Xuanyi also planned to leave the Uchiha clan. Then he patted his head. Almost forgot, the shadow avatar. Boom! 2 shadow clones appeared, and they ran towards the Tajia. Grandma with soil, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, we are here to change shift again, we will definitely not let you have an accident. Kuwu. Vaguely, it seems that an adult's curse came. Xuan Yuquan didn't hear it. After all, everyone is so familiar with it, and there is no need for politeness. It is fine to say something to your heart occasionally. After leaving the Uchiha clan, Xuanyi walked directly into the food court, rarely planning to spend some time relaxing. The voice is full of people, it's really good, but how many of these people will die in war in the next 20 years? Peace is really an extravagant dream. Xuanyi shook his head slightly. Throughout the Hokage series, no one has found a real and feasible path to peace. Even after the 4 wars, Otsuki Teruya was sealed. The so-called peace created was nothing more than the death of a large number of the global population, which resulted in the scarce remaining population being able to enjoy enough resources. Mutual understanding between people? The road to the prince will fail after 1 or 2 generations at most. Xuanyi has realized something like eternal peace, has a vague plan, and finds his own way. Suddenly. What? Looked at each other. Damn it, Xuanyi! Why are you here? Smashed a bunch of red beans with balls, instantly furious. Xuanyi's attention has been directly removed from the red bean in a kimono, and fell to the figure next to her. Also wearing a kimono, Ashimaru. Are you Xuanyi-kun? What a nice junior, finally met. Dashimaru stretched out her long tongue, rolled a bunch of into her mouth, and said hoarsely. Chapter 28, Sure enough, I still can't get around Baiju. Finally met. Ashimaru looked at Xuanyi with interest. Long tongue, unconsciously licking, rolled up string after string of and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow! There are monsters. An innocent child passing by was scared and cried on the spot, and screamed and ran away. It's a great honor to meet for the first time, Lord Ashimaru. Xuanyi bends down slightly, showing no peculiarities, and he did not even think about whether this meeting was accidental or deliberate, because it was meaningless. Teacher, this is the guy who caused me to lose the game last time, it. Hongdil looked angry, eager to try, planning to challenge Xuanyi. Because of being defeated by a mouthful of blood, Red Bean has become a stepping stone to Xuanyi's fame. Retreat, Adzuki Bean, you are not his opponent now, but the other party is a Konoha genius who has already started to become famous. It doesn't make sense to lose to you. Dashimaru let out a deep and hoarse laugh, however, the blood succession boundary of Xuanyujun's awakening really surprises me, and it can actually achieve cell-level destruction and distortion. Yuan felt excited when he thought of the large number of oral cells he had collected from the mouth of red beans. Has changed. The oral cells that should have been normal have exploded with a certain degree of mutation at an alarming rate. Thank you very much about the red bean matter, Xuanyijun. If you take away that power later, I am afraid that red bean will be killed by you. Dashiwan showed a terrible smile. I'm so sorry, I don't want this to happen. I didn't blame you. On the contrary, I look forward to your performance. Maybe you will become my subordinate. De Shiwan stared at Xuan Yi, his eyes seemed to be looking at rare treasures. What did he find? A mobile treasure house that can cause cells to mutate. This is a fatal attraction for the big snake pill, who is madly collecting and studying various blood inheritance limits in pursuit of immortality. Cell mutation means the unknown, and De Shiwan's favorite is the unknown. Xuan Yi looked at De Shiwan pulling the red beans away with a smile. Similarly, he ordered some from the vendor just now and quietly found an empty place to eat. The sun sets. At dusk, Xuan Yi got up and returned. Sure enough, Ashimaru was targeted. If I were a scientist, I would definitely be interested in radiation. Xuan Yi smiled and shook his head. This is really bad news. If he doesn't have the strength, he will have close contact with the Ashimaru, and it will be easy to be swallowed. It seems that we must seriously consider what we will do next. That night, in the secret laboratory, Ashimaru is conducting experiments as always. He will dissect the corpses secretly collected from the battlefield one by one, carrying out complicated experiments. Giggle. Ashimaru, the old man over Rizan can't delay any longer. He needs you to go to the battlefield to share the pressure for him. Shimura Danzo walked in with a cold face. I have been prepared for a long time, but you, Danzo. Normally, aren't you going to the Eastern Front to deal with the clowns in Wuyan? Why are you still refusing to act? Ashimaru sneered. Tuanzang's face darkened. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Don't forget your identity. I see, what a staid guy. Yuan cut down, dug out a heart from the corpse, and carefully stored it in a container. After a while, Danzo was a little impatient. When will you do what you promised the old man? When will the experiment of the fusion of interpillar cells and the writing wheel eye begin? All right, wait a minute, I need more writing round eyes as specimens. Humph, I will find a way to get more eyes, but you have to produce results. Danzo glanced at the laboratory full of severed limbs and turned away blankly. It's not easy to write round eyes. He immediately set off for the Eastern Front battlefield, where the main force of the Uchiha clan was fighting against the Misty Ninjas, killing people every day. I remember that the new generation genius of Uchiha's family is a member of the Chi minority team. In the one eye of Tuanzang, a gloomy meaning surged. Zhai, although you have just joined the Roots, you must have been conscious. Now, I need you to monitor everyone in the Zhaiman team, and brainwash Iki and Xuan Yi to find a way to get them to join the Roots. Danzo walked out of the laboratory and gave orders to the Root members who were guarding at the door. Understood, Danzo-sama, everything is for Konoha. Xuan Yi and Iki are the ninjas that Roots need, but Naruto-sama is over there. There is no need to worry about Sun Slash. If the two of them are willing to join the Roots, even Sun Slash will not have time to stop it. Tuanzang spoke indifferently. Zhai nodded slightly and followed Tuanzang silently. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The look under his mask is full of reverence whenever he looks at Danzo. Danzo, who felt this fiery gaze, was very satisfied in his heart. Yuzushi, the ninja who has mastered the nano-poisonous insect, is really good and has the consciousness to dedicate his life to Konoha. Xuan Yi sat on the bed, sinking in consciousness, and once again entered the dim space. This time, he stood at a distance of 90 meters from Godzilla, which is considered to have advanced 10 meters. I can no longer move forward. With my chakra, I can only do this step. Xuan Yi gathered a large number of chakras together. This is the amount of chakras comparable to Shinobu, and at most, it only caused the big guy in front to make a slight response. This makes Xuan Yi very helpless, really a terrifying big man. The meeting with Ashimaru during the day gave Xuan Yi a huge sense of crisis, which drove him to find a way to gain more powerful power. The ideal situation is to quickly gain Godzilla's power, not to mention turning me into a Godzilla, at least, I must have the ability to create a coat similar to the tail beast. He is now similar to the existence of Ren's Huli, following the path of Ren's Huli, which is a more suitable path in the imagination. Just. This big guy sleeps so badly, he is not interested in anything except chakra. It's really difficult. Xuan Yi sat cross-legged on a 90-meter position, pondered for a moment, and his eyes showed determination. It takes an adventure. Chakra is the source of the 10-tailed sacred tree. If you want to study chakra, you can't get around the tree of God in any way, and there is something in his hand that touches the tree of God. Baiju's corpse. Chapter 29, Cancer Clone. For the next 3 days, Xuan Yi had been soaking in the laboratory. He even started to extract his own cells and compare them with the white blood cells to make a certain attempt. This kind of experimental equipment is too rough, we still need to find a way to get more sophisticated equipment. Xuan Yi frowned slightly, and began to study the leukocytosis. This is also the case. He started to study this thing systematically for the first time. If you want to have Godzilla's coat, you must first feed Godzilla a lot of chakras, so that this big guy can be awakened initially, then I need a stable chakra maker. Baiju's cells can also be understood as sacred tree cells, with strong vitality. If you can pry into the secrets of this stuff. Xuan Yi calmly cut off a part of Baiju's body. In the past 2 months or so, Xuan Yi has shined on the Western Front battlefield, except for his blood succession ability that makes the enemy feel at a loss. Nuclear escape clone also made great contributions. With Baiju's flesh and blood as the core of the chakra, my own body tissue as the skeleton, combined with the shadow clone's replication principle, the nuclear clone created, to a certain extent, it is not inferior to the Mu-Dun clone. The only difference is battery life and stability. Throughout all the clones of Hokage, Mu-Dun clone is simply the most popular clone. It can be separated separately and can be used as an individual. It has no shortcomings in combat power, endurance, anti-strike ability, and self-healing ability. When Ban faced the 5 shadows, he simply used a bunch of wooden avatars, went to open the Susanoo separately, and beaten around the 5 shadows. It was almost impossible. But the problem is that my nuclear escape clone is incomplete. Even the Baiju clone is unable to withstand nuclear radiation for a long time. All the Baiju cells are killed by the radiation, which eventually causes the entire nuclear escape clone to be distorted and distorted. Collapse. Xuan Yi was observing Baiju's cells under the microscope. Even if Baiju had been dead for so long, there were still a large number of cells still alive. This kind of vitality is terrifying. Xuan Yi doesn't have the vitality brought by the Hui bloodline, but he holds another huge vitality thing in his hands. Cancer cells. But the biggest problem with cancer cells is disorder and aggressiveness. They reproduce and proliferate wildly, but they lack the means to control them. Once the cancer cells are scaled up, they will become terrible cancers. My nuclear clone can rely on the white blood cells to get started, but I cannot rely on the white blood cells to target the target wood clone. Is as strong as a white cell, and cannot withstand long-term nuclear radiation. According to Xuan Yi's estimation, a nuclear escape clone can only maintain health for up to 15 minutes. If it exceeds 15 minutes, the longer it takes, the faster it will collapse. This is still in the case of not fighting. If high-intensity fighting is carried out, the lifespan will be shortened sharply. Then, to find something that can replace the white blood cells and at the same time support the core of radiation erosion. Xuan Yi has already conceived, especially considering that the ghost of Baiju has no internal organs, no brain, but a creature constructed from a single cell. It should connect all cells with spirit so that it can think and speak. Then consider the experience-sharing characteristics of the shadow clone. Xuan Yi pondered for a while, took out a test tube, and carefully observed Yu Hui's cancer cells. He started directly at himself, cut off a small piece of flesh and blood, and began to try to cultivate his own core. After a large number of cells were separated again, they lost the stable symbiosis mechanism constructed by Xuanyi and Godzilla. Under the ravages of nuclear radiation, they quickly became aberrations. After countless attempts, Xuanyi finally gave birth to his own cancer cells. Then, carefully extract the cancer cells and conduct crazy cultivation. By directly inputting the omnipotent energy of chakra as energy, it can stimulate the growth of cells. Xuanyi transmitted his chakra. The next moment, an amazing change happened. The sporadic cancer cells exploded at an exaggerated increase at this moment, and they replicated themselves at an exponential rate. Under the huge supply of chakra from Xuanyi, a group of wriggling meat, starting from scratch at an astonishing speed, began to swell crazily. Bang bang bang! The glassware exploded on the spot. This thing! Xuanyi stood on the spot to observe, and then sprayed out a powerful fireball technique, burning the mass of flesh and blood. But the impact and burning of the fireball did not destroy this piece of meat. Instead, it made the piece of meat even more crazy after being traumatized. Vaguely, the flesh squirmed sharply, and being guided by the power of chakra, it was equivalent to carrying the spiritual energy of Xuanyi to some extent. The thing that really made Xuanyi's heart jump happened. This mass of meat, the more chakras are swallowed, the more its appearance transforms into a human form. Its appearance looks like Xuanyi. Interestingly, cancer cells plus Chakraga Godzilla radiation actually produced this kind of change, but unfortunately it is still uncontrollable. I still lack a vital key. Xuanyi observed this thing quietly, but did not cut off the supply of chakra. What else is missing? Huiyi's blood, yin-yang escape technique, or something else? But these deficiencies may not be impossible to fill in with other means. Next moment, meat, barely squirming into a human shape, and the facial features have begun to emerge a little bit, clearly the second Xuanyi www.readaloud.com roar. Mouth formed and let out an unconscious growl. In a crazily twisted, instinctive, step-by-step climb to the source of his life and energy Xuanyi. Xuanyi stepped back 2 steps and directly cut off the supply of chakra. After this thing lost its energy supply, its aggressive proliferation was curbed, a large number of cancer cells starved to death, and the process of shrinking began. It is getting more and more interesting. Cancer cells are not omnipotent cells. They do not have the characteristics of building a body, making mouths and vocal cords. Did my spirit interfere with his evolutionary direction? Something like chakra. Chakra is indeed a power that penetrates the mind and material and connects the world to the pure land of the dead. The thing in front of me is obviously just a single cancer cell, but it has embarked on a path similar to that of leukocytosis, chasing the source of life, and beginning to transform into the form of the source of life in all directions. Eventually became something similar to Baiju. The experiment has advanced to this point. In fact, Xuanyi's goal has been achieved. It is unrealistic to want to become a fat man with one bite. I only need one of the most critical keys, since the mental power is combined with the cell energy to create a chakra, then. And this ghost, the whole body is constructed by countless cancer cells. As long as the cancer cells are fed food other than chakra, these cancer cells can be said to have unlimited vitality. Unlimited cell energy. As long as I find a way to connect to my spiritual power, this kind of existence is simply perfect. A clone that can refine chakras by himself, to some extent, has unlimited vitality, was born. This is Cancer Clone. Chapter 30, Be Careful to be Killed by Me. Brings to Jia. Was receiving 2 Xuanyi avatars and took care of Granny Ban, suddenly opened her eyes. Is this feeling Baiju, but the aura is a bit wrong. Granny Banana thought, and sat up. Ah, Grandma with soil, how come you wake up? Now is the time for you to sleep. You must maintain a good schedule to prolong your life. A shadow avatar pressed Granny Bran down at that time. Granny spotted her teeth secretly, estimating the remaining lifespan of her figurative body. He has to choose a perfect time, stimulate the soil, and then die, but unfortunately, she has not been able to find this time so far. The little devil from the Shiranui family, like a dog-skin plaster, stuck to her forever. I don't know who Xianyi. The old man will kill you sooner or later. Granny Spotted slowly closed her eyes. The area around the God Mubi bridge. The spot on the body immediately attracted Baiju and asked about Xianyi's situation. There is no way, Lord Madara, the blood air bounds that the little devil has mastered extremely restrains me, as long as I get close to me, I will be disturbed by that force. How much do you know about his blood successor? Generally speaking, it cannot be called a toxin, but a special energy field. As long as it is within the range of his perception, it will be interfered by that force. Master Madara, do you need me to find a chance to assassinate him? If you join forces with Fei, you might be able to break through the insect swarms of Yuan Ziwei and successfully kill him. Bai Zhuwei smiled. No need, such a kid is not worth mentioning. Without the bloodlines of Senju and Uchiha, they are destined to be supporting roles on stage. Madara's body slowly closed his eyes. Baiju stared at him for a while, a hint of cleverness and weirdness flashed through his eyes, and even Madara couldn't notice it. Konoha. The experiment progressed to this point, and Xuanyi became more and more aware of the terrifying effect of the shadow clone technique. You must know that the shadow clone can be completely constructed from chakras, unlike the water body and the rock clone, which require some materials as a framework and a chakra carrier. The pure chakra polymer of the avatar can return all the memories to the body when it explodes. The most critical key, I have already grasped half of it. Xianyi nodded slightly. As long as the complete nuclear escape clone cancer clone is created, many problems will no longer be a problem. When Xianyi walked out of the laboratory several days later, he got a news unexpectedly. Oh? Did Watergate go back to the village? Walking on the street, many villagers talked about Lord Watergate feverishly. Master Watergate, that man with a smile on his face. Because of his presence, I repelled Union Village. Even the Renshuli of Union Village is not his opponent. On both sides of the street, there were noisy crowds everywhere. The moment they saw Prey to Nam, they cheered one after another, which shows that Prey to Nam is so popular. But it's no wonder that Watergate is a rare rising shadow powerhouse, and deserves this kind of treatment. Xianyi squeezed into the crowd and watched the whole process with a look of excitement. He watched Watergate with a smile on his face and brought a group of frontline ninjas with injuries back to the village gloriously. Also saw Yumin Ogawa Palace, the guy with a bandage on one arm, he smiled like a fool. Xianyi sang. Xianyi sang. Come with me, Kakashi has a fight with Genma. Kei yelled, grabbed Xianyi, and ran away. I don't know, I think these two young people who can't wait are going to do the same. Look, he is Kakashi. Kai invitingly pointed to a guy in the training ground who was playing against each other. Of course I know he is Kakashi. Although he is not in the same class, Konoha is the strongest genius. Who doesn't know? But, why did Genma fight Kakashi? Is the middle-level student a challenge to the chief student? At this time, only a shock was heard, and Xianjian was hit in the head with a heavy fist from Kakashi. He spouted blood on the spot and flew out. The attack is very heavy, and it is almost aimed at killing people. It turns out that you are Shiranui Xuanyi, Ms. Watergate has a high evaluation of you. Let's fight the battle. Kakashi exuded murderous aura. Kakashi, who had just lost his father 2 years ago, and the whole person's thoughts went to extremes, and could blacken at any time. At this time, he directly drew out the white-toothed short knife, left the Xianjian aside, and stepped towards Xuanyi. Kakashi, we haven't decided the outcome yet. Genma struggled to get up, vomiting 1,000 books in his mouth. But these 1,000 books were slashed backhand by Kakashi on the spot. Go away, I'm not interested in waste. If it weren't for you to claim to be Swanyi, I wouldn't be interested in you at all. No. Even if you are the chief student, you are not qualified to say that I am a trash. I am the patriarch of the Shiranui clan. Genma raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, but Kakashi's relentless punch was the answer to him, and Genma would basically lie down for a week after this punch. Snapped. Kakashi, it's not good to treat my only remaining tribe like this. It shouldn't be your attitude towards your companions either. Xuanyi appeared at an astonishing speed. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com grabbed Kakashi's fist and blocked Xianjian. Kei also frowned, looking at the scene in astonishment. Kakashi, what's the matter with you? Why did you become like this? It's getting too much. Companion or anything is not important at all. Ms. Watergate said that you can compare with me. It is my task now to defeat you. Kakashi clenched the white-toothed short knife, which was a relic left to him by his father, and it was a proof of his faith. Xuanyi frowned, looked at the black and swollen Xianjian, vaguely understood. The so-called self-esteem is really troublesome. Do you desperately want to confirm your status and then forcefully challenge Kakashi? But Kakashi in this period was simply an unreasonable guy, and only after mixing with the soil, it was improved. I have reminded you a long time ago that there is no need to carry meaningless things, such as revitalizing the name of a clan. Xuanyi said lightly. Xianjian looked bitter. No way, I am the patriarch, you cannot do some things, you just need to be yourself, and I can't. The Shiranui clan, no matter how small, are still a clan. Is that so? Xuanyi slowly got up and looked at Kakashi. Let's make a showdown. There is no need to waste time on the so-called companions. Only strength and tasks are things that a qualified ninja needs to pay attention to. You don't understand such a simple truth. Kakashi spoke indifferently, and then he swung his knife brazenly, his agility and breath rushed to his face. Kai was about to stop him. But Xuanyi stopped, slowly speaking as he retreated quickly. Say okay first, it will cost me to challenge me, Kakashi, be careful not to be killed by me. Chapter 31, You're already dead. Kai carried the Genma and jumped outside the training ground, looking at the two figures in the field with a serious expression. Until this moment, he couldn't believe that Kakashi would become like this. Xuanyi can win? Kakashi is simply a lunatic, and he is very fierce when he starts. Genma asked in a low voice, opening a relatively intact eye. The one who can win, Xuanyi sang, is very strong, very strong. So strong that even I don't know how much power is hidden in him. Kai clenched his fists. If we say that in this world, we need to find someone he can trust, except for his father, Xuanyi. If Xuanyi really used that technique, even Kakashi would definitely die. Just, Xuanyi sang, will you really kill Kakashi? Are you really doing this kind of thing because of the changes in Kakashi? You seem to possess an invisible toxin that can continuously weaken the opponent's power and ultimately establish an advantage. Kakashi slashed at him, his eyes filled with sternness. Then, as long as you have a quick fight and end the battle before being disturbed by that mysterious toxin, it will be fine. Very simple tactics, but very practical. This knife, in the electric light flint, rushed to Xuanyi's face, swift and fierce, that kind of undisguised sharpness, clearly holding the consciousness of killing. Xuanyi didn't even move his eyelids, his face was expressionless, his head tilted back slightly, and while grabbing it horizontally with one hand, he flew up his knees and slammed against the opponent's chest. Boom! The two body shapes collided head-on, directly starting the battle of physical skills. Every movement was impeccable, far beyond the peers, the super strong fighting speed, people overwhelmed. The power of this guy is so amazing. Kakashi's eyes showed a sense of vibration, and the place where it collided with Xuanyi was a bit painful. Even if it was covered by chakra, it was still difficult to hide the damage. Snapped. Don't be distracted, it will kill you. Xuanyi slammed into Kakashi with his shoulder, and when the opponent slashed over, he didn't resist at all and just rushed over. The white-toothed dagger pierced Xuanyi's shoulder, but Xuanyi took advantage of this moment and raised his hand with a punch, hitting Kakashi, who was shocked, and knocked Kakashi away. I said, you need to be ready to die if you fight with me. Xuanyi stood in place as if nothing had happened, even if blood was flowing on his shoulders, his face remained unchanged. You hesitated just now, Kakashi. You were stabbed by me deliberately to punch me. Kakashi coughed and noticed that a rib was broken in his chest, but compared to this, Xuanyi's actions made him feel shocked. Don't worry about these details, I am different from you, Kakashi. Xuanyi directly picked up the white-toothed short knife and drew it out a little bit. Every slightest movement can bring out a large amount of blood. In Kakashi's startled gaze, Xuanyi, covering the wound with one hand, the powerful self-healing ability began to activate. A large number of cells in the body gathered and multiplied wildly, repairing the wound. A few seconds later, the wound began to show signs of scab. More than 10 seconds passed, and the wound pierced by the short knife had stopped bleeding. This arrogant self-healing ability shocked everyone at the time. This is also one of your blood succession abilities. This is comparable to the vitality of medical ninjutsu. Then I don't need to keep my hands. This sentence is also given to you, be careful not to be killed by me. Kakashi suppressed the shock in his heart, immediately sealed, and a large amount of thunder gathered in the palm of his hand. Chidori. It's too messy. How can Kakashi use this immature technique on his companions in the village? In the Hokage building, Watergate looked at the picture emerging from the crystal ball, his face changed slightly, and he was about to stop the matchup immediately. Wait, Watergate, Xuanyi won't lose so easily. The third generation smoked a pipe. But, 3 generations of adults, this is not a question of winning or losing. Kakashi's psychological problem has reached a dangerous critical point. If you let it go, it may lead to irreparable things. Watergate frowned. 3 generations did not speak, but just watched silently. White-toothed child, who would have thought that you who committed suicide because you were slandered and unwilling to be humiliated will leave such an excellent offspring, but such a genius has also come to a dangerous level. Fetters are never created out of thin air. They are baptized by blood and fire. Watergate, you have to understand this, said 3 generations meaningfully. This is a method that must be mastered as a qualified filmmaker. Look, Xuanyi is starting to fight back. His blood succession limit is so amazing and powerful, it is full of surprises. 3 generations looked at Xuanyi in action with admiration. On the training ground, the 2 figures crashed towards each other. Along with the harsh roar, the azure blue thunder and lightning flashed, reflecting the 2 new generation ninjas who had violently collided. Stab! Kakashi raised his hand and stabbed Xuanyi, as long as this hit was enough to take away Xuanyi's life. But, in this moment www.readaloud.com you have already lost, Kakashi. Nuclear escape vibration wave. Boom! Kakashi, who struck like a sharp arrow, was knocked into the air by a terrifying shock wave on the spot, and even with the entire training ground, the ground began to crack. Kakashi turned into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone, the main body should be. Earth escape heart decapitation. 2 hands suddenly stretched out from the ground, and he was about to drag Xuanyi into the ground. But at this time, Xuanyi lifted up his foot as if he had expected it, and kicked it down. Snapped. Penetrated the soil layer and stepped on Kakashi's head with 1 foot, and the terrifying force stunned Kakashi at that time. This kind of trick is useless to me, all your actions can't escape my perception. Xuanyi spoke lightly, then squatted down, grabbed into the soil, pinched Kakashi's neck, and dragged the Konoha genius out. Seems to be dragging a dog. Kakashi was covered with mud, and his eyes showed deep shock and anger. There was lightning in his hand, and he wanted to take the opportunity to shoot 1,000 birds. But the next moment, the chakra in his body was suddenly interrupted, and the internal organs, together with every bone in the body, seemed to burst out a terrible disease, bursting out of abnormal temperature. This violent physical change directly caused Kakashi to scream and spout blood. Xuan Yi pinched Kakashi's neck with one hand, and made a seal with the other hand, and said lightly, "Kakashi, haven't you noticed that before you use the mental decapitation, you are actually dead?" Chapter 32, Planted Seeds, Waiting to Germinate. I don't know who Ohayun Yi. You won. He actually beat Heiji Kakashi. In the Hokage building, several high-level people looked at them in amazement. Especially, he was about to use the technique of Thunder God to rush to the water gate to stop Kakashi, and he was stunned. For a while, the whole office was full of silence. I thought that Xuan Yi would not lose to Kakashi, but I didn't expect that he has grown to this point. Watergate showed a wry smile, and the gaze looking at the crystal ball was full of appreciation and admiration. Miscalculation, he has observed Kakashi for a long time and accepted as a disciple, so he lost to Xuan Yi? And in such a way that there is no suspense and cannot be turned back. Xuan Yi, what an amazing kid, Kakashi, you met an opponent. Watergate, it seems that you don't need to go to the rescue. This new generation's strongest duel is over. Hokage drew a pipe and smiled. Too good, a descendant of the Shiranui family, with an innocent background, his parents are Konoha heroes, and he is diligent enough to awaken a new blood inheritance boundary. The focus is on the impeccable ideological level. Now even the speed at which talent is transformed into strength is so amazing. A child like can be regarded as a benchmark for the new generation. Then I will separate them now. Watergate was about to leave, but was stopped by the third generation of Hokage. No, pray to Nam, look again. What? But Xuan Yi now, can kill Kakashi at any time, especially if he has been provoked and humiliated inexplicably, just in case. 3 generations just looked at the crystal ball silently, and there was a trace of hesitation in his heart. After all, the life of Kakashi, a super genius, is extremely precious. He stared closely at Xuan Yi's face in the crystal ball. What would you do? You have the power to live and kill. In the situation of emotional instability, Xuan Yi, what would you do? This is the last observation, if you can pass this step. Xuan Yi actually defeated Kakashi. Outside the training ground, Xuanjian looked sluggish, even though his nose was blue and swollen, that one eye that was trying to widen, looked at this scene in disbelief. He didn't figure out how Kakashi lost. The super chief student who graduated at the age of 5 and created the Konoha myth, actually lost to his fellow clan? There is also the technique used by Xuan Yi, which he has never seen before. Xuanjian looked at Xuan Yi, who lifted Kakashi high, and was in a trance. Before he knew it, this guy had grown to this point and defeated Kakashi's monster-like genius. I already said that Xuan Yisang is the strongest one of our class. He will never lose. Kai clenched his fists fiercely. He is the only person who is full of absolute confidence in Xuan Yi. The contacts in the past years have filled his mind with absolute trust and absolute obedience to Xuan Yi. At this moment, the impact that Xuan Yi brought to Xuanjian and others was unprecedented, just like the mythical Kakashi, just like this, in the duel, it was defeated by the old crane tail. In the training ground, Xuan Yi pinched Kakashi's neck and held this guy with a calm expression. For a moment, Xuan Yi really thought about it and taught Kakashi a bitter lesson of regret for a lifetime. How come? How did you do it? Kakashi said this sentence with difficulty. He spelled out the last chakra, and the Chidori that had gathered together broke into pieces on the spot after a terrifying change erupted in his body. Kakashi at this moment is more fragile than ever before, and the sense of insecurity in his heart is magnified to the extreme at this moment. Facing Xuan Yi's icy gaze, feeling the signs of burning up inside his body, Kakashi felt the long-lost helplessness and despair. How long have you not felt this way? You are very lonely. Since losing your father, you have vented all your unwillingness and grievances on yourself, not hesitating to freeze yourself, and not hesitating to treat your companions in cold blood. Xuan Yi tied the seal with one hand, and said lightly. When Kakashi lost his father, it was probably the same way, right? It's really boring, that useless man, what do you mention him for? He is just a ridiculous loser. He can complete the task, but finally chooses to give up. It's just a waste. Snapped. Xuan Yi slapped it up. Slapped fiercely, making a crisp sound. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Is this what you want to say, calling the hero of World War II and your beloved father a trash? Kakashi, is this the conclusion you have reached in the 3 years since you lost your father? What do you know, the ninja only needs to complete the task. He is so powerful, but he directly left me and chose to commit suicide. Such a fragile and incompetent guy, what is worth? Snapped. Is another slap. This time, Xuan Yi directly pressed Kakashi to the ground, and in silence, he punched it up with one punch after another. Kakashi, you made a mistake. Your father never owes you. His choice may not be recognized by everyone, but he loves you deeply from beginning to end. If you carry this kind of love and only know how to respond with hatred, then you, simply don't deserve to be your father's son, the name of the white tooth, you don't deserve to bear it. Xuan Yi was expressionless, punch after punch, swelling Kakashi's face, blood spattered. What's more terrifying is that you hate your father, but at the same time you transfer this hatred to your companions unknowingly. Xuanjian has never hurt you. It's just that the strength and ambition do not match, and you force yourself to do something that seems mature but naive, but you give him back with cold blood and ruthlessness, just because this fool deceived you. Kakashi, isn't this kind of you more naive and ridiculous? What is the ability to hate yourself, and to drive your own reason and behavior with hatred? If you really think that you can control yourself, then try, hate me. Boom. Xuan Yi punched fiercely and hit the ground next to Kakashi's head. After a loud noise, a fist mark appeared on the ground. Hate, you. Kakashi looked confused, his non-human-shaped face was full of numbness, and his eyes stared at the sky blankly. White clouds drifted under the blue sky. At this moment, his inner arrogance was torn to pieces by Xuan Yi in this way. His talent and strength were not as strong as he imagined. Yes, hatred is always the subject of this chaotic world. Just thinking about it is a headache. Since you are so at a loss what to do, then give me all your will. Xuan Yi spoke lightly. He put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the training ground slowly. At this moment, Xuan Yi's back was reflected in Kakashi's hollow eyes. Hate, hate? Really, how could there be such a crazy guy in the village, and saying some inexplicable things? It is obviously more troublesome to have such a guy here. Kakashi was lying on the ground. Some wonderful seed has been planted, waiting for the moment when it takes root and sprouts. Chapter 33, have been waiting for a long time. In the Hokage building. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, with a bright smile on his face. What do you think, pray to Nam? Impossible, 3 generations of adults. He is the true inheritor of the will of fire. It is really gratifying to see such an outstanding descendant rise up. 3 generations nodded in satisfaction, and even the speed of smoking the pipe became slightly faster. The rising new generation, full of vigor and perfect inheritor of the will of fire. The 3 generations of Hokage-sama's heart beats faster, this is a feeling of heartbeat. Such an excellent offspring, even Kakashi was defeated by him, together with the words on his back. Speaking of which, I still keep some of the answers to the exam questions he wrote. The 3 generations of Hokage opened the drawers and shared these complete, logical, and interlocking articles with Watergate. To tell the truth, the previous 3 generations of Hokage praised it, but now the Water Gate also follows the expert. Water Gate, are you interested in taking Xuanyi as a disciple? The 3rd generation of Hokage suddenly said. Water Gate was startled, and immediately revealed a look of embarrassment. I just accepted Kakashi, and I haven't studied Xuanyi's blood succession boundary much. This way, I understand. I will think about it again. I have worked hard for you to set up a new ninja squad. I also ask you. I hope to help Kakashi out of the shadows as soon as possible. 3 generations of Hokage nodded, and then thought about the arrangements for Xuanyi. The current shadow-level powerhouses, there are him, Sunin and Watergate. Oh, Kushina is also one. Then I can only choose from Sunin. Should Oshimaru take him as a disciple? No, wait a minute. In the office, 3 generations are lost in thought. Konoha village, just a little calmer in the enthusiasm of returning to the village from the Water Gate and others. But soon, an explosive news spread like wildfire, spreading throughout Konoha at an alarming speed. Hush, tell you a confidential message, don't tell anyone else. Kakashi Heiji, the son of White Fang, was beaten by someone. What? Kakashi, the super genius of all time, would be beaten by someone? Fake. Idiot, of course it is true. I saw him limping home, his face was half swollen, and the mask was almost out of pocket. Tell you a secret, don't tell anyone. Kakashi was beaten. After the fierce battle between the 2 sides, Kakashi finally defeated. Tell you a secret, Kakashi was given a second. Hey? Didn't Kakashi lie down by himself before hitting it? Idiot, how is this possible? It must be because the guy named Xuanyi is too strong, so Kakashi lost. I don't know who Xuanyi, a very remarkable genius has appeared. As time goes by, more and more people know that a super genius who rivals or even surpasses Kakashi appears. Konoha's geniuses have emerged in an endless stream, greatly increasing morale. The older generation had Naruto, the Mesozoic had the 3 ninjas, and under the 3 ninjas was the Water Gate. Now even the new generation is coming out in large numbers, which is full of hope. The atmosphere of the entire Konoha village has undergone subtle changes. That kind of strong self-confidence suppresses everything. Xuanyi's graduates of the same class are undoubtedly the group that has been shaken the most. They know more about Kakashi's existence than those villagers who eat melon. But such a chief student actually lost to Xuanyi. It's a crazy growth. Damn it, he has only been on the battlefield for 2 months, so I can go to me. I also want to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy for the village. Yes, Xuanyi can do it, and we can do it too. Some spies also quietly took action. A code number E, Konoha's super genius I do not know who Xuanyi, defeated Heiji Kakashi. He is a genius who has surpassed Kakashi and should be focused on. Send assassination troops. A piece of information was spreading quietly. Konoha's intelligence department and Anbi were busy, and took the opportunity to catch a group of spies. When these news were delivered to Xuanyi's ears, Xuanyi stared at the worried Xuanjian, and fell into deep thought. How did it spread like this ghost? I swear, I really just told Aoba and the others, and I specifically told them not to say anything, but I didn't expect, a bunch of unrighteous guys. Xuanjian gritted his teeth bitterly. Will you keep it secret if you say it? All liars. This kind of thing is also inevitable. After all, the news that Xuanyisang defeated Kakashi is too amazing. The flame of youth has been completely burned, and the blooming light cannot be concealed. Is wearing an apron, and is very skillful in manipulating the iron pot and iron spoon in his hand. He didn't take on Xuanyi's task at first, so he ran over to cook. The taste of rice is surprisingly good. A group of several people sat on the tatami, around the table, and started this simple dinner. Is the injury all right? Xuanyi asked after taking a bite of the dish. Xianjian was silent for a while. www.readaloud.com whispered, "Injury is a trivial matter, thank you for things during the day. Don't care, if it wasn't for the guy Kakashi who did too much, I wouldn't make a move." Xian Yi said calmly. Kai said, "But the wound on Xian Yisang's shoulder is okay." Hiss. Xian Yi tore off his jacket, "It's all healed." A few people looked at them in amazement. The wound pierced by the white-toothed short knife on the shoulder is mostly healed. This terrifying self-healing ability is simply shocking. This kind of self-healing ability is nothing more than that of the Maelstrom clan. Dai's eyes are extremely deep. Is really terrifying, such a Xuanyi, the end of his growth is. Several people left after dinner. Xianjian, I'll give you a piece of advice. You are the head of the clan, but there is no need to use all of the clan to crush yourself. Xian Yi, in fact, you are more suitable to be. No, this is your responsibility. Xian Yi sent away the mysterious complexion. I just hope this guy can really understand something. Anyway, Genma is also a member of the next 4 generations of the Naruto guards, and has learned the superficial technique of Flying Thunder God. Time goes by, and a few days' rest is just to welcome a rehearsal of a large number of new tasks. Xian Yi finally remembered that he hadn't seen Mr.'s highway for a while, so he set off to visit the Yun family. Really, I think I have forgotten something. Xian Yi stood outside the gate of the oil girl family. The door opened, and a man in a tights that wrapped his whole body waited for a long time. Oil black. Chapter 34, Your proud nano-poisonous insect is worthless. This guy is. Xian Yi looked at the man in front of him calmly. Although the oily girls like to look gloomy, they like to find ways to squeeze themselves into the shadows. But the appearance of wearing a tights is rare. I have never met a senior, I don't know. I'm a black. The other party spoke, and looked at Xian Yi blankly. Is this the person, the descendant of the Shiranui family, the super genius who defeated Kakashi? It's no wonder that the Danzo-sama would be favored. Zhaihei is a bit regretful, he should have started early, and it is best to pull Xian Yi into the root organization before Xuanyi defeats Kakashi and becomes famous. Miscalculation, but this is also nothing, no one thought that Xian Yi would be so good. Ah, seniors Zhaihei, I'm here to meet teachers Highway. We had an appointment before. When did you make an appointment? A week ago, he said he would come to sit at home when he was free, and then I came just when I remembered it today. That's how it is. Zhaihei nodded, leading Xian Yi all the way into the station of the Yu-girl clan. As a middle-class family, although not as dazzling as Uchiha and Hyuga, the oil girl definitely has her own confidence. When I looked up, I could often see strange bugs crawling. These insects are all raised by the tribe, some of them like to bask in the sunday. Zhaihei said lightly. Good guys, everyone else walks cats and dogs, but Unv's family is great, walking insects. The two walked for a while, away from the residential area, and came to the sparsely populated forest green space. By the way, Teacher's Highway's home hasn't arrived yet? I remember he doesn't live in this direction. Xian Yi said with a smile. Zhaihei stopped. So, seniors Zhaihei brought me to this kind of place, is there anything to do? I'm a better talker, and I can talk about everything. Zhaihei turned around and said faintly, your talents are very impressive. You should not continue to waste it. You should go to a place that suits you better. So, that place is Gen, another secret army of Konoha, whose leader is Lord Shimura Danzo, one of the 3 generations of Hokage's candidates in the past. General. I have never heard of it. I have vaguely heard the name of Danzo-sama. He seems to be a very great man, but I refuse. Xian Yi slowly raised his head, bring me here inexplicably, and then said some inexplicable words. Seniors Zhaihei, is this the way you treat guests? It's too rude. Zhaihei said indifferently, you can't understand the greatness of the roots, Only when you join it, you will understand it naturally. You, who likes the will of fire the most, now have a place where you can play a greater value for the village. Don't you have any interest at all? I have no interest, secret organization, or something. I can find a way to apply to join the Anbu. I respect Mr. Danzo, but I am not interested in joining the root organization. I will not join until I have confirmed the internal situation of the root organization. But if you don't join, you can't determine the root organization. It's a headache. Xuan Yi tilted his head. Also, seniors Hai, don't just put some weird bugs on me casually, you, be careful to be killed by me. Oops. Hai-Hei's face changed slightly, suppressing the shock in his heart, and no longer concealing it, his hands quickly closed. I do not know Huo Xuanyi, I still underestimate you, you can actually detect my nano-poisonous insect. Hai-Hei controlled a huge swarm of tens of millions of insects, and rushed towards Xuan Yi in the whistling, and these nano-poisonous insects could not be seen with the naked eye. I thought that your blood succession ability can only interfere at the cellular level, and even my bugs can perceive it, but now I realize that it's too late. Hai-Hei looked at Xuan Yi, who was climbed and wrapped by countless nano-poisonous insects, with a cold expression. Since you refuse, I can only use some other means. The cell diameter ranges from a few micrometers to hundreds of micrometers. The nano-poisonous insects he carefully cultivated are nanoscale insects. 1 micron is equal to 1000 nanometers. This nano-poisonous insect is simply an open weapon. Numerous insects, densely attached to Xuan Yi's body at this time, and began to try to penetrate into Xuan Yi's body and infect all the internal organs. The smile on Xuan Yi's face slowly diminished. In this case, it won't be a problem if I want to come and kill seniors Hai-Hei secretly. The arrogant kid. Hai-Hei sneered, really naive. He thought that he defeated Kakashi and possessed the strength of Zhongren, and he thought he could fight the nano-level poisonous insects. What? The next moment, Hai-Hei's face changed drastically. An astonishing wave came out, with a violently rising high temperature and indescribable destructive ability, it burst out violently from Xuan Yi's body. Wave after wave of power, where it spreads, many nano-poisonous insects die at an exaggerated rate. Hai-Hei's proudest weapon was destroyed in an instant. Your power can actually do this step directly, interfering with life at the nano level. Hai-Hei was frightened and furious, and if he stepped out in one step, he would use the secret technique of insect control to completely defeat Xuan Yi in a short time. Xuan Yi, but just looked at him calmly. Seniors Hai-Hei, the proud work of your life is worthless in my vision. At this moment, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Xuan Yi directly broke out an unprecedented nuclear radiation cloud, which was also invisible to the naked eye, directly controlling the rush to the UNV Zhihei. The people in the Gen organization are really troublesome. This time, Xuan Yi started with a killer mentality. It's a pity that in the future, Shino's partner, Shino's best friend, the fellow named Oil Girl Torna, who also masters the nano-poisonous insect, has no chance of being born, because Torna's father will be dealt with by Xuan Yi. Wow! Shocking waves! The madly multiplying nano-insect swarms died in this unprecedented terrible radiation before they really did harm to Xuan Yi. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack, using nuclear radiation to attack insects, and even the most powerful insects will die. Mutations? Non-existent. When the basic structure of all proteins is destroyed by the continuous and total amount of radiation beyond imagination, life itself loses the possibility of survival. Countless microscopic particles rushed crazily. In Hai-Hei's sudden screams, like a rolling torrent, they crushed countless nano-poisonous insects and swarmed into Hai-Hei's body. At this moment, Hai-Hei's body has turned into an astonishing radiation containment device, and a large number of radiation particles poured into the body, slaughtering all the cells in his body in an astonishing manner. You're done, Senior Hai-Hei. Xuan Yi looked at Hai-Hei, who fell to the ground and screamed, with a lot of cysts and pus growing on his body. Jen, there is no past and future? Very good, then you have no future. Zhaihe's body tissues have been hit in all directions. Fertility is even more impossible, because the healthy cells and underlying DNA chains related to this aspect have long suffered irreversible and permanent damage. Chapter 35, Empty, Abandoned. There is mutual restraint in technique. Unfortunately, the oily female's Zhaihe type is exactly the one that was suppressed by Xian Yishan. No matter how fancy this bug is, it is ultimately a group of low-level organisms, under the impact of the continuous cloud of nuclear radiation. It's all going to die completely. My body, what the is going on with your blood? Unv's Zhaihe knelt on the ground, wailing in pain. The special tight-fitting protective clothing on his body's surface began to break under the intense burning heat, and a large number of pustules were breeding wildly. In the constant struggle and twisting, Zhaihe clearly felt that his body was collapsing. Senior Zhaihe, you know the dangers of the nano-poisonous insect weapon, and you still insist on using this kind of thing against me. I have to do it against you. Xian Yi sighed. He remembered that the future generations of Zhaihe did not even take the Zhongren exam, and went directly to the roots to partner with the mountain stroke. One of the reasons was that the risk factor of the nano-poisonous insect was too high, and the person who was touched died on the spot. Xian Yi lowered his head, looking at this. Terrible cysts bulged out from time to time all over his body, and the internal body structure was even more unrecognizable. It's really sad, such a special shinobu, just because he found him, a face-to-face was destroyed. You evil kid! I must complete the mission of Lord Danzo, even if the cost is my own life. Zhaihe tore at himself like crazy. The indescribable violent pain caused him to tear off his own flesh and blood, and his whole body was dripping with blood. The terrible situation in his body has already made Zhaihe understand that since then, even if he is immortal, he has also been abolished, and he has lost the possibility of becoming a ninja. The madness in his heart and the realization that he is the root ninja mission-oriented made him make up his mind. In painful wailing, a forbidden technique, at this time, has been activated by Zhaihe. The small barrier suddenly spread. This is... Xian Yi raised her eyebrows. The pot poison technique, this is the forbidden technique I developed. Xuanyi, you are a genius, but you shouldn't refuse the invitation of Lord Danzo. Let's die together! Zhaihe screamed bitterly. Inside the barrier, a strange smell began to spread, brewing an irritating power. So, is the pot poison technique? Use barriers to create an environment suitable for the rapid propagation of insects. But your technique seems incomplete now. Xian Yi nodded again and again. This technique was also used by the descendants of Zhaihe after being reincarnated from the dirty soil in the Fourth World War. Is indeed a big killer. When used well, it can be regarded as a super biochemical weapon to slaughter a country. Most ninjas have no way to deal with this kind of nanoworm that can easily penetrate into the human body and destroy all cells. Zhaihe tremblingly used psychic techniques to implant a new swarm of nanoworms into his body, trying to breed the swarm with his remaining life, and then at the cost of his own explosion, filling every inch of the air with nanoworms. But unfortunately, it's useless. The power of the radiating cloud is everywhere. The bugs that were channeled out have been wiped out in an instant, and there is no time to get into Zhaihe's body. Zhaihe was struck by lightning, lying on the ground like a dead body, motionless. This technique is very good, but you are still too naive. Xian Yi slowly settled down, as if he was about to suffer as a killer. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the barrier, stretched out a shot. A large number of bad males broke through the barrier, and buzzed in. Enough is enough, Xian Yi. To achieve this level, Zhaihe has paid a sufficient price. Zhaihe walked in slowly, a large swarm of insects separated the two. At the same time, countless worms were wiped out by the violent radiation attack, and a large number of them died. Really, Teacher's Highway, I just came to visit you, and I encountered this kind of thing. Xuan Yi shook his head and took back all the radiation. I'm really sorry, this is the poor reception of the oily girl. Ji said in a low voice. Ji Wei. Since you are here, why didn't you help me just now? This evil kid, his blood is full of sins, let this guy live. Enough. You shouldn't use nanoworms to deal with Xuanyi. The technique of controlling nanoworms has been listed as a forbidden technique by the clan from the moment of birth. What's more, you have also prepared an immature pot of poison technique, which uses your body feed the nano bugs. Highway's face was extremely gloomy, and he felt extremely distressed. Since Zhai entered the roots, Highway has become unknown. Especially the pot poison technique, first uses the enchantment, then feeds the insects with the human body, and then detonates the human body. This kind of technique, regardless of enemy or self, it is extremely vicious. He did notice the fighting between the two through the ubiquitous worms. But one is his own tribe, and the other is his subordinate. Chai represents the root organization. The delegation came from hiding, and took the lead in attacking the Black Hand. This is the end of this matter. I will report to Master Naruto, the best result is no death. Zhizi looked at Zhai who was covered in cysts slightly sadly, and spoke stiffly. Let's go, Xuan Yi, go to my house, let's talk about bugs carefully. Ji took a deep breath, turned and left. Xuan Yi glanced at Zhai. After Zhai walked away, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and squatted down, first confirmed that no other bugs were monitoring, and then leaned in to meet Zhai's hateful and desperate eyes and whispered. Said something. I am in awe of Danzo-sama very much. I am not opposed to working with Danzo-sama, but I will never go to a route that I don't understand at all. Senior Zhai, your first entry point was wrong. Xuan Yi got up and followed Zhai's pace. Only Chai was left, lying motionless. After a while, the root ninja appeared, and silently took Zhai and returned to the root base. Really, he said so, I understand. In the dark underground base, Danzo, holding a cane, stared blankly at Chai, who was almost inhuman. The burning and pus of that body still failed to cause Danzo to produce any mood swings, as if he was very optimistic and reliant on Zhai, and now it is not worth making him pay more attention. A medical ninja appeared next to Danzo and whispered a few words in Danzo's ear. Words such as large area of cell necrosis in the whole body tissue collapse, nano bugs are wiped out and so on, vaguely spread. Around, all the root ninjas respectfully knelt on one knee, silently buried their heads, waiting for Danzo's order. Master Danzang, I'm afraid I can't work for you. Zhai looked desperate, and his last hopeful gaze turned to the respected Master Danzang. Can respond to him, only Danzang's silent back. Giggle giggle. Danzo left without saying a word, and many root ninjas also left in silence. On the empty ground, only Zhai himself, lying on the ground alone, staring blankly. Chapter 36, Leave the Blood of Xuan Yi. Zhai home. The two sat on the tatami in silence across the table, speechless for a long time. What happened just now, I will report to Master Naruto. Don't worry too much, Teacher's Highway, this was originally an emergency. I just didn't expect that Senior's Zhai would do this for Master Danzang, and would not hesitate to shoot at his companions. Xuan Yi showed a smile on her face, as if she really didn't care about it. Zhai felt awkward for a while. Zhai, who had a promising future and could become the pillar of the Oil Girl clan, was already a waste. The terrible changes in the cysts all over his body have destined Zhai's future to be dark. Xuan Yi, his subordinate, under the gentle appearance, there is a deep ferocity hidden. For a while, Zhai didn't know what to say. The clansman did something to his subordinates, and his patriarch must also respond. Zhizi slightly pushed his sunglasses, it's just that, I didn't expect that you can grow to this point, even Zhai is not your opponent. Ah, teacher, it's just a coincidence. Nanoworms are indeed powerful and can easily penetrate into every cell of the human body to destroy them, but their vitality is also extremely fragile. Senior Zhai's ability is precisely the type that I absolutely restrained. What? To be honest, even if it is a bad bug, it is more resistant to nuclear radiation than a nanoworm. As far as the size of the nanoworm is, it will all die if you use radiation particles to burst. By the way, I came to visit Mr. Zhai this time to see the results of the training of Ji Chong. I think Mr. Zhai has already gained something, right? Yes, the results are very gratifying, come with me. The two came to the backyard, where there are many bottles and cans, and they have been strictly partitioned. You can see all kinds of strange bugs crawling. The most peculiar thing is naturally in an area where a lot of sealing techniques have been applied. The destructive power of the worm is beyond imagination, and the chasing of chakra is also the most crazy. Without using any means, it is easy to lose control. Zhai pointed to the sealed area, and in his calm words, there was a thick surprise brewing. Sending big insects is the future of the oily women. After this period of research, Zhai has confirmed that Jide insects surpass other insects in all aspects. Although it is also more difficult to control, if it can be controlled successfully. The Yu women have mastered the means to fight the tail beast. Their clan is extremely powerful and comprehensive, but only when fighting large enemies. They can only rely on crazily multiplying insect swarms in a short period of time to create a sea of insects to achieve the purpose of attack. Not anymore, a force that can fight the tail beast is being born in Zhai's hands. Although I don't know much about bugs, I also know that bugs are to be screened and eliminated from generation to generation. Maybe you can find a more gentler, more capable but equally powerful worm. Xuanyi looked at everything in front of her. Said. Then Xuanyi, I will work hard for you next. I need your strength. In return, you will get the friendship of the oily girl. This is the first time that Zhai has made such a solemn promise to an outsider, using the size of the family as a bargaining chip. I am very happy to help, Teacher Zhai. In the next few days, Xuanyi stayed in the oil female clan's land, and constantly used radiation power to wipe out the worms, hoping to get the worms he wanted. After a long period of screening, some progress has been made. The number 1 bug is highly aggressive and more manic. The second bug is relatively mild, but small in size and weak in bite force. Number 3. A large number of experiments are underway. During this period of time, Xuanyi also had many conversations with the senior officials of the Oil Girl clan. After Xuanyi left, some elders and powerful members of the Yu Women clan crowded around Zhai. It's really amazing, if this way, our oily female clan will rise. A middle-aged ninja was extremely excited. Send the big insects, if it goes well, only a few dozens are needed, and we can face and defeat the giant psychic beasts. Even if we face the tail beasts, we can give it a try. Our clan may become such giants as Uchiha and Hyuga. Zhai, as the patriarch, you made the most correct decision. I am very pleased. An elder looked at Zhai with satisfaction. It is of great significance to our family to make good friends with a genius ninja like Xuanyi. His talents have been spread throughout Konoha, and sooner or later he will be accepted as a disciple by some people. The future is extremely bright, maybe it can grow to the level of Bo Feng Shuman. Ji nodded slightly. I have no doubt about his character and talent. It's just that when I think of Zhai's tragic situation, Xuanyi's blood succession boundary is countless times more terrifying than imagined. Xuanyi's disposition does not seem to be entirely sunshine, but faintly with a decided side. But, Zhai was so crushed in his heart that he decided not to tell anyone. I've heard about that guy in Zhai. He is getting more and more disrespectful. Since joining Root, he has only Danzo in his eyes, without the oily female clan. His nano bugs will never say that his body is dead. The problem will naturally be solved by Danzo. The elder's expression became cold, and he had already made up his mind to abandon the genius Zhaihei and fully supports Highway. Zhaihei has taken refuge in the roots, and is no longer the present of the Oil Girl clan, but Xianyi has brought them a clear and visible future. Abandoning Zhaihei and befriending the more valuable Xuanyi is the most realistic choice. It is still unclear whether Xuanyi's blood inheritance can be inherited stably. It would be great if he could keep his bloodline in the oily female clan. The elder fell into deep thought. Soon, he slapped his face suddenly and said, "Zhaiwei, are there any suitable girls in the clan now? I need to cultivate feelings in advance." The people around him were taken aback for a moment, and then fell into restlessness. Sri, Si Kui, worthy of being the elders, can actually think of this method. Amazing! I remember Hexi had a daughter. This, Xianyi may not like the girls of our Yun family, our people are somewhat gloomy, you know. How can I know if I don't try? Zhaiwei looked at these guys who were caught in the heated argument with a dull face, and didn't know what to say for a while. Xianyi sang www.readaloud.com. It seems that you are really popular. Even if Zhaihei is abolished, he can still cast out benefits that people can't refuse, and silently lead the direction of the entire Oil Girl clan. Hokage Building. After the 3 generations of Hokage received the report, a trace of anger flashed in their eyes. Zhen actually stretched his hand to Xianyi. This is the future he sees. He is regarded as a benchmark for the new generation. How can Danzo dare to do this? Danzo, I don't have the authority to give Root the right to attack his companions at will. The 3 generations of Hokage stared at his old friend. It was Zhaihei who acted without authorization. I was planning to recruit Xianyi into the roots, but I never let him act on Xianyi. Tuanzang said calmly. Is it really? Yes, Hizaki, you have to believe me, everything I do is for Konoha. The 3 generations of Hokage watched for a while, and finally nodded, I don't want another time. Of course, Zhaihei will get the punishment he deserves. In the content reported by Zhaiwei, it was said that Zhaihei was seriously injured by Xianyi's sudden burst of blood succession ability. How is he now? He is very good, he is training. Danzo hesitated for a moment, and was keenly aware of the 3 generations of Hokage. Okay. 3 generations looked at Danzo with some surprise. This is not like Danzo's style. According to the normal routine, Danzo should first vigorously promote Zhaihei's tragic injury, then denounce Xianyi as an evil kid, and finally propose to impose a spell on Xianyi, send it to the roots, and cultivate task machine. Danzang 3-piece suit, never out of date, 3 generations of Hokage know Danzang too well. But now, actually calm down. What is this old man calculating again? Chapter 37, Madara's temper is getting worse. Early the next morning. Only heard the noise outside, and then quieted down quickly. Bang bang bang. The knock on the door sounded, one after another. Xianyi sang, are you there? Xianyi sang got up, and you finally came back from Zhaiwei Shangren. We haven't gone to practice together for several days. Kai smashed the door vigorously. Squeak. Xianyi opened the door and yawned. He was struggling with Godzilla in the time and space of his body last night. He felt a little tired. Morning, Kay, but why did you suddenly think of looking for me today? You can go to practice with Mr. Dai. Xianyi sang, look at your expression, so tired, you deserve to be. Xianyi sang, when I didn't notice, did you actually work hard at night? No wonder it will become the object of everyone's talk and admiration. Kai clenched his fists fiercely, his face full of fighting spirit. Xianyi said softly, strange, why are you so embarrassed, have you practiced? He pointed to the large dust on Kay's body. Oh. It's not really important. Many girls heard that you finally went home and crowded out of your house early in the morning. I think they have bad intentions and will seriously interfere with the progress of Xian Yisang's practice. So I shot them all away. I thank you, K. Kai gave a thumbs up and dinged, and a bright light lit up between his teeth. Don't thank me, Xian Yisang, this is what I should do. A good light, there are not many boys who are as enthusiastic as K. Xian Yi took a deep breath, poked his head and looked outside, but found nothing. Xian Yisang, what are you looking for? Let me find it for you. No, it's nothing. Forget it, let's go to Yuhui, hurry up and practice. It has been a week since I came back, and I'm afraid that the next mission will not be far away. Xian Yi shook his head, leading Kai and the two went straight to the Uchiha clan. Just entered the clan land. Wait a minute, K, there are still very important things to do. Shadow clone art. Two shadow clones appeared in a familiar way, and then rushed into the house with the soil in a hurry, not treating themselves as outsiders at all. Grandma with soil, we're here to change shifts again, don't get up, what if something goes wrong? Ah! Xian Yi, you are here again. This is really... With soil and tears in his eyes, he was moved in a mess. At this moment, he took the soil and regarded Xuan Yi as a close friend. When he was in the most difficult time, he could not hesitate to consume a large number of chakras to create shadow clones and ran to share his pressure. What kind of spirit is this? This is the will of fire. When you go out to perform tasks, you don't forget to replace the shadow clone. Doesn't this create a huge burden on you? Bring the soil wiped his tears and asked with concern. The two old shadow avatars first glanced at Zi2 in amazement, which made Zi2's face stunned, and forcibly said, "Hey, I'm just worried that you are dead. It would be a shame if a guy like you died on the battlefield. Don't worry, take the soil, I will live well if you die, we are still companions, I will never let your grandma go." After finishing speaking, with two bangs, some of Chakra's old shadow clones have been worn out, and they disappeared immediately. The two new shadow clones immediately took over, seamlessly connecting. Granny spotted her expressionlessly accepting the weight of these two shadow clones. "Grandma with soil, don't worry, we have obtained all the experience points from the old shadow clone. Knowing some of your living habits, there will never be any mistakes," a shadow clone solemnly promised. Granny Ban nodded, as if she was complimenting, the shadow clone technique is really convenient ninjutsu. Moreover, you actually discovered the true use of the shadow clone technique to share memories. It's really amazing. If the second generation of Hokage sees this one scene, I must be very pleased. Of course, although the second generation of adults has passed away, his spirit will last forever. I will use this spirit to do my best to serve you and let you enjoy your old age. The two shadow avatars swept over them, and once again, they moved the dirt on the side to a mess. Xian Yi sang, "I know this is too much, but I will still need your help for some time in the future, because I have already led the team to forbearance, so I cannot guarantee that I will always be by my grandma." Wiped tears with soil. "Hey? This is a good thing, don't worry, take the soil, unless I die, no one can take away the task of taking care of your grandma. Is that so great?" Soon, under the weight of the two shadow avatars, Granny Madara lay down again with a stiff complexion, and watched the soil hurriedly roar out to meet the guy named Bo Feng Shui Men. Bo Feng Shui Men learned the Flying Thunder art in the interim. It's a disgusting art, but no matter how hard he tries, he is only a supporting role after all. Granny spotted "Don't look too far," she is about to close her eyes and think deeply. But the next moment, four hands attacked, forcibly breaking his head back. "Grandma with soil, you should drink water." Madara feels that her temper is getting worse and worse, and she doesn't know why. Patience, patience and patience until you bring the soil to the battlefield. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has initially seen the ugliness of this world. Dai Tu greeted Xian Yi's body, and then left happily. Is he leading the team? It seems that the Watergate team is about to be established. Xuan Yi looked at the back with the dirt bouncing around, and shook his head slightly. Is this a sad beginning? Heifeng Mizuno is the fastest ninja in the world, but he is late when he should appear the most. If Prey to Nam can be faster. But it doesn't matter anymore, there is an old yin-like spot, no matter what happens, I will let the soil happen, so that I can take advantage of the void and make it difficult for others. This guy with soil, he opened a kaleidoscope to write round eyes at the age of 12, and his abundant emotions are indeed easy to be used by Madara. Xuan Yi paused, then took Kai to Yuhui's home. In the courtyard, Kazue is practicing assiduously and training in physical skills. Wow, my sister is great. Itaki, look, is my sister very good? Come on, tell me. Koizumi jumped excitedly, and then hugged a boy's arm and shook it desperately. Yes, yes, Sister Iki is really amazing. If I am my age, I can be as good as Sister Iki? No, maybe Shisui can do it. The little boy's eyes showed deep envy. Uchiha Kazue, the strongest genius of the family, was praised by the adults, and even his father's letter sent him back from the front line, asking him to pay more attention to Iki. At this time, the door opened. Excuse me. Is Kazue at home? Hui. Xuan Yi quickly turned his gaze to the little boy next to Quan Mei. This little one. That's right. Uchiha Itaki. Chapter 38, New Task. Xuan Yi looked at this little bit, and looked at his eyes. Hey, is this man a super genius named Dong Konoha? It surpassed Kakashi's strongest new generation. Itaka shook his body and stared at Xuan Yi scorchingly. Iki, our team should go to practice. Kai waved. Let's go. Kazue threw out the shuriken, hit the bull's-eye with a thump, and spoke lightly. Sister, come on. Quan Mai's voice was milky and milky. Several seniors have worked hard. Itaka got up and bowed. No, you are the one who is destined to be the hardest. Itaka, right, the son of Chief Uchiha. Xuan Yi looked at Itaka with a smile, and said something that Itaka could not understand at all. After the three of them walked away, Itaka still stood there blankly, looking confused. I'm destined to work hardest. Senior Xuan Yi's words are really hard to understand. Forget it, go to Zishui and ask. The three people walked out of the house and walked directly to the training ground. I haven't seen you in the past few days. I heard that you went to Teacher's Highway, nothing happened, right? Yuhui asked casually. Of course not, why do you ask? Because of my deliberation, I still feel that this is not in line with Xuan Yisang's style of acting. Yuan's highway have been out of touch for a few days. Are you trying to find better bugs? Don't underestimate these bugs. If you cultivate the bugs, it will be very scary if you match them with their powerful numbers and multiplying ability. Hyun Yi smiled. Send the big worm is definitely the fierce giant worm that can tear the tail-biting beast, and it is also his important method to win over the oily girl clan. Oh. Xuan Yisang has been following Teacher's Highway these days, I have to work hard too. Kai encouraged himself loudly, speaking about youth and other unintelligible things. Just when the three of them walked out of the Uchiha clan. An old figure, at this time, is walking slowly. Yuhui takes a pause and bows slightly, elder. Well, is this your companion? It's so energetic, Iki will ask you to take care of it. The other party took a slow look at Kai, before he immediately fell his gaze on Xuan Yi, nodded slightly, walked out slowly, and walked past the three of them. After walking away. Is that person? Sama-sama, the status and prestige are second only to the elders of the Fuyu Patriarch. Yike said lightly. Uchiha Setsuna. It turned out to be that radical hawk. Xuan Yi thought about it, but didn't say much. The three people came all the way to the training ground and started the team training. For a time, the entire training ground was filled with the figures of 3 people, and they launched a high-intensity confrontation. "I haven't seen you for a week, you seem to be stronger, Iki." Xuan Yi shot, first grabbed Kai with one hand, and then smashed Kai with a backhand punch. Facing the swift attack of Iki, he couldn't help but praise. "It's not only that, it's not just insight that makes me stronger." The 2 Gojade in the eyes slowly rotate. Magic Fox Heart spells. Xuan Yi's field of vision suddenly changed, and the entire training field had undergone subtle changes that could not be described. It is a maze-like illusion that allows people to move around in one place, but what are you thinking about using this technique at this time? Xuan Yi said lightly. This kind of illusion that he had been wary of a long time ago was meaningless to him. The next moment, he easily cracked this illusion. "I don't know if it is because of Godzilla in his body, or Xuan Yi's own chakra reserves are abundant, he is very resistant to illusion." "Is it easy to crack the illusion?" Xuan Yi sang. "This is not something that the blood succession ability can explain. What are you?" Yu Hui frowned slightly, and the next moment, he directly sprayed the technique of impatience, and a dozen or so flames rushed towards Xuan Yi. At the same time, the rotation speed of the 2 Gojade in her eyes accelerated again, and the pupils surged. With his fingers trembling, a few silk threads that were hard to detect with the naked eye, shaking the shuriken hidden in the flame, all swept toward Xuan Yi. Bang bang bang! Xuan Yi did not escape, was flooded by flames and shurikens, and made the sound of his body being penetrated. "This is a physical clone? It seems to be a special clone made from the flesh and blood of that white thing." Kazue turned the eye of the writing wheel, looking for Xuan Yi's whereabouts. But soon, her body shook, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. The radiation from the collapse of the entity clone suddenly spread, and Iki noticed that her sensitive body quickly reacted, and the body functions of the whole body were stimulated and began to become active. "That's the feeling, if this power belongs to me." Iki trembled all over, for a moment, dizzy. But this time, "Holy Gate, open!" Kai yelled and rushed directly to Iki, which forced Iki to retreat quickly. Ignore Iki's eyes at all, and ignored Iki's illusionist Kai. By virtue of his powerful physical skills, Iki was very embarrassed. At last, boom! Kai used a Konoha whirlwind to slam Yike away severely. Although Kazue's writing wheel eyes can capture Kai's physical skills, her body can't keep up with www.readaloud.com and was the first to lose in the 3-person melee. "You seem to have neglected physical training during this period, and physical skills have not grown much." Kai stood on the spot, keeping the posture behind one hand and the other hand out, and said seriously. Kazue just stood up in silence. "Enough, Kei, so be it." Xuan Yi appeared, first recovered the nuclear avatar, then walked to Iki, and pulled Iki up with one hand. "Keeping enough physical training is good for your health. I know, and I have done physical training, but the effect is minimal." Iki looked at Xuan Yi intently, with a trace of desire on his face. "Is really a greedy guy." Xuan Yi couldn't help but shook his head. This woman, her own training progress is very slow, and now she is more dependent on the dangerous power of radiation. At this time, an Anbu member suddenly appeared. "This highway team, now go to the Naruto building immediately. You have a new mission, and Highway Shangren has already passed by first." Xuan Yi smiled and said, "Understood, we will rush over. It is really hard for you, senior." Anbu members nodded slightly, and disappeared in place with an instantaneous technique. "After a week of training, are you going to the battlefield again? Things like war will always disrupt many plans." Xuan Yi smiled and shook his head. After a sigh of emotion, he immediately rushed to the Hokage building with Kai and Yuhui. Opened the door, several people were already waiting. "You guys are here." Xuan Yi looked at these people in surprise. "Belt Soil, Kakashi, Lin. There are also Bo Feng Shui Men and Unv Jiwei Tu leading the team on Shinobu. Chapter 39, 1 year. 1 year later. The border of the country of fire. Fire escape dragon fire art. Art fire escape fireball. The two groups of flames rushed towards the enemy in a roar, and in the blast exploded, it drenched everything around them. The moment the opponent merges into the ground. 3 meters underground, 15 degrees east, moving fast, Kakashi, do it. Xian Yi opened his eyes, and the huge radiation cloud madly infiltrated the ground, constantly interfering with the fast-moving guy. In the thunderstorm, Kakashi's figure moved quickly, and on his cold face, there was only endless killing intent. Stab! The powerful advance ability erupted, Kakashi slammed the ground with a fierce blow. After only hearing a loud roar, the ground cracked and the soil was flying, accompanied by the blood spurting out. But, I didn't expect to meet you guys. Genius ninjas from Watergate and Xiao. A rock looked down at his pierced chest in disbelief, and eventually spurted blood and died unwillingly. Okay, this is the last one. Xian Yi glanced at the scattered corpses around and said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the tense nerves of several people began to relax. Nohara Lin hurried out, planning to use medical ninjutsu to heal the injuries of 5 people. She first came to Xian Yi's side. No, Lin, this kind of injury is nothing to me at all. Xian Yi faintly smiled, and while talking, began to seal. Super regeneration. The scars on his body have begun to heal quickly, and one of the wounds that was penetrated by Q now even made an inaudible scream. Although I have seen it many times, Lin still feels shocked every time she witnesses this terrifying self-healing ability with her own eyes. Xian Yi, your body is really too strong, this self-healing ability is simply an all-round palm fairy. Nohara Lin looked at Xian Yi with envy. This kind of body is too powerful, and with that amazing amount of chakra, Xian Yi can quickly survive no matter what kind of damage he receives. It's almost, the envy of purple is the body that every medical ninja desires to study. Damn it, Lin, ignore that guy. He hasn't learned some superficial medical ninjutsu from you before developing this kind of self-healing technique. Ran back from a distance with a big grin, dissatisfied that Lin's attention was sucked away by the hateful Xian Yi. Oh, idiot, not everyone is Xuan Yi. Even if you learn medical ninjutsu for a lifetime, you can't develop a technique that suits you. Kakashi sneered. What? Kakashi, don't underestimate me. Lin, now you teach me medical ninjutsu, and I can do it too. The soil broke the defense instantly, and he yelled and rolled up his sleeves to speed up and rushed over, and he needed Kakashi to settle the account. This kind of thing has happened many times in the past year, even if the 6 of them often cooperate in battle, so that the enemy has a lot of information about them, and several of them are placed in the front of the hunting list. Several people, Dai-Tu and Kakashi, are always arguing. At this moment, Xuan Yi suddenly took out Kyo and threw it out fiercely, nailing it to the ground in front of Dato with a thud. Before approaching, you must first check the code. When you attacked the enemy just now, you were the farthest away. It is easy to be killed and replaced by the enemy. If you really bring dirt, you will definitely know our internal codes. Before he could bring the soil to speak, Xian Yi spoke, and then read the secret signal with a solemn expression on his face. The eyes are staring like copper bells, shooting out a light like lightning. Ah, this! The rare old face with soil blushed. Ah, Black Cat Sheriff. In other words, what kind of garbage secret is this? Xian Yi, this nasty guy, there will always be something incomprehensible in his head. And every time I have a secret code, I don't know why, there is always an inexplicable sense of shame, Black Cat Sheriff or something. Damn it! Next to, K nodded with relief, take the soil, you are the weakest of the 6. It's great to be safe again. Asshole! K, do you want to fight too? Bringing the soil felt offended and was furious. A few people are noisy, this is the daily routine of a 6-person team, there is this guy with soil, and it can't be quiet. Really, foolish, cold-eyed Kakashi, and straight guy K. I feel that the 3 of them are very good matches, and they should form a team. Yui coughed, watching this scene, a long-lost smile appeared on his pale face. In the past year, apart from the task is the task, as the war situation became more and more tense, a large number of new generations began to officially set foot on the battlefield, and blood and corpses were the eternal theme. Everyday companions are dying, and every day is on the road of either killing or being killed. Only when I see these quarreling guys, Ikki occasionally feels that he is not a body without body temperature. Lin used medical ninjutsu to heal Kazue's injuries, while worrying, "Kazue, your face is getting worse and paler, and your skin is fair. This is a sign of the sharp decline of red blood cells. Your coughing frequency is also getting higher and higher, I'm afraid there is a problem with the lungs and the entire respiratory tract." "It's okay, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com Lin, I know my physical condition very well," Ikki said calmly, moving his gaze to look at Xuan Yi. Can be Xuan Yi, but just calmly gaze at the distant scenery. In this year, several people have risen to fame. Following Mizumanen's highway, several of them have made a sensation in Konoha with a 100% mission completion rate, and they have been used by the village to repeatedly propagate them internally. Uchiha Kazue's name also resounds through the sky, and is regarded as one of the 3 strongest new generations with Hyun-Yi and Kakashi. Outsiders only saw that Ikki carried the banner of Uchiha's new generation and once again promoted the name of Uchiha, but only a few people knew that Ikki's life had entered the countdown. "Although I don't know what disease you have, but continue to procrastinate, when you can no longer control your body, you will lose the qualification to become a ninja." Lin tangledly looked at Ikki, who occasionally coughed. Uchiha's strongest genius is about to become Moonlight Hay 8nd. If the symptoms get worse. "Okay, Lin, don't worry about this, let alone tell anyone, even if it is Hokage-sama asking you, absolutely can't say it." Xuan Yi finally spoke, and said calmly. Lin was startled and became more and more tangled. If Kakashi talked to her like this, she would never take a step back, being soft on the outside and firm on the inside, she would have to resolve the matter anyway. But at this time, it was the new generation of Xuan Yi who carried the handle, a wise, enlightened, and courageous person who was valued and praised by Hokage, and claimed to have carried out the will of fire to the extreme. Since I said that, there must have been some countermeasures between Xuan Yi and Ikki. I understand. Lin sighed. Chapter 40, by Liahu. Several people trimmed it for a while. Soon, Highway and Watergate returned one after another. Sorry, it took some time to solve the enemy's army. Mizuman scratched his head apologetically. Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly, however, the enemy's main force has been solved by the 2 of us. In this battle, nearly 50 ninjas were killed by our 2 teams and won a great victory. It doesn't matter, we are all used to it. Xuan Yi waved his hand. Watergate is not to say, his type of fighting is very suitable for going it alone, madly surrendering nothing, and then flying back and forth. 1 person forming an army is not an exaggeration. As for Highway, he obtained direct authorization from Hokage 2 years ago, and has the qualification to conduct separate combat operations, so he also likes to go alone and kill the enemy by himself. There are these 2 leaders, Xuan Yi and the 6 Konoha Shimonen, many of them can only rely on themselves. The only advantage is that Watergate and Highway will always attack first, forcibly kill powerful enemies, and leak the remaining enemies to them, creating a difficult but sustainable battle environment for their 6-man team. In short, it's great to see everyone so lively, everyone has grown a lot. Watergate laughed. Mr. Watergate, say yes, when I become Zongren, you will teach me the art of flying Thunder God. I will kill Kakashi. pointed at Kakashi with soil, angrily. "Oh, do you know how to fly, Thunder God? With your IQ? What? I'm going to beat you to death." The two started pulling and pulling again. Well, after a battle, are they still so energetic, but their feelings are as close as ever. Watergate gave a wry smile. A group of 8 people set off and returned to the Western Front camp. Now, Dashimaru has officially replaced Praetunam as the commander-in-chief of the Western Front. This also liberated the killing machine of Watergate. On the entire Western Front battlefield, IWA and Sanda were almost driven crazy by Watergate. So that, IWA Shinobu directly gave the order in humiliation, and when he encountered the Golden Flash, he could abandon the mission and turn around to flee. What's even more embarrassing is that you can't even escape. Wow! They are back, the team of Lord Watergate and Lord's Highway. Looking at them, I must have won another big victory. Of course, idiot, they are Konoha's best team. Entering the big camp, many ninjas cheered loudly. In the past year, the merits of the two teams are based on the corpses of countless enemies. Mizumi and Highway are the two most powerful ninjas besides Naruto, Sunan, and Kyuubi. They lead the new generation, among which there are several powerful geniuses. The 8 people walked to the central camp and reported the mission to Dashimaru. When he walked to the door, a guy with white hair happened to walk out of the camp with a gloomy face. "Hey, how come Senior Hiraiho is here? Didn't you follow Master Danzo before and went to the Eastern Front?" Mizuman looked at the man in front of him in surprise. "Watergate, I don't need to explain anything to you." Beiliuhu stopped, glanced at the Watergate slightly with fear, and buried his head deeply. "Ah, I'm so sorry, please." Shuman and others let go of their stature and pass by Beiliuhu. But suddenly, Beiliuhu stopped and stood beside Xianyi, slowly raising his head, revealing a sullen smile. Do you know Huo Xuanyi? You have a nuclear escape blood that can conduct ranged attacks. What a great newcomer! Every time I hear the news that you have established a feat, I feel excited. With you here, the village is doomed. There will be a bright future." Beiliuhu showed an uncomfortable smile, and immediately glanced at the pale Uchiha Kazue, frowned slightly, and finally landed on Dato's body. Looked at it for a moment, showing a deep contempt. Then left. Everyone felt a bit inexplicable. "Mr. Watergate, who is this guy? The look he looked at me just now made me very uncomfortable." He grumbled with the soil, not knowing if it was an illusion. He always felt that he was offended again. Beiliuhu, a friend of Sunan, and a reliable senior in the village, don't look at him a bit weird, but in fact he is not bad in nature. Watergate smiled, looking at the back of Beiliuhu Yuan, hesitated slightly. "Well, it turned out to be Sunan's friend, then it's okay." He breathed a sigh of relief, and the feeling just now must be an illusion. A few people entered the base camp. Ashimaru looked down at the scroll in his hand with an indifferent face, and sneered from time to time. After some conversation, Watergate and Highway handed in relevant task reports. "Thanks for your hard work. The Western Front is now stable. Thanks to you, I don't have any new tasks for you for the time being. You can take a break." Ashimaru said with a deep smile. "In addition, Xianyi, your recent performance is very good, and it is getting more and more noticeable. I heard that IWA Shinobu and Sand Shinobu have listed you in the top of the assassination list, your treatment comparable to the elite." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Xuanyi didn't change her face. "This is also something that can't be helped. As long as I can contribute to the village, everything is worth it. It is my duty." "Is that so? It's amazing." Ashimaru smiled lowly. After Xianyi and other 8 people left. In the big tent, Ashimaru sat in his seat with a deep icy expression on his face, and once again picked up the secret letter sent by Danzang. The guy Danzo, who was so unwilling to be lonely during the war, he actually cooperated with Baileahu, it's ridiculous. Ashimaru sneered again and again. Huiliahu is a close friend of Sunan, but that was the past. As Sunan became famous, he learned from 3 generations of Naruto, and gradually grew into a powerful film-level master. The distance between Sunan and the 3 of them is getting farther and farther. Ashimaru is even more keenly aware that the mediocre but extremely jealous guy, Baileahu, has faint signs of distortion in his heart. Huiliahu, you who chose to join Danzo, are you ready to be swallowed? Or are you planning something more interesting and think you can take the risks? Ashimaru sneered and opened his mouth, stretched out a snake, swallowed and digested the letter in one bite, to make sure nothing went wrong. It's a pity. Originally, I was very optimistic about the child Xianyi. His blood is the strength I need. This guy clearly has his own will. Every time I face my favors and wins, his mouth is full of will to fire. Exactly like the old man, pretending to be like that. In the last paragraph of the letter that was swallowed up by snakes, a name suddenly appeared. I don't know who Xianyi. Chapter 41, How can that be? After some hard work, Xuanyi successfully pushed the distance between himself and Godzilla to 80 meters. Hey, I don't know when I can really have your power. Xuanyi raised his head, glanced at the huge monster shrouded in darkness, sighed, and walked out directly. When opened his eyes again, he was already in the camp, and several teammates around him were resting. The energetic Xuanyi got up and walked out of the camp. Already has a figure, is drawing and swinging knives endlessly. Oh, Kakashi, I got up early enough, after such a long period of fierce fighting, still refused to rest. Xianyi stretched out and said hello. Xianyi. Kakashi glanced at Xianyi with a complicated expression, then turned his head away, and continued to repeat the action. He doesn't have any blood inheritance limits, and no secret techniques. All he can rely on is the white-toothed short knife in his hand. Oh, maybe the guy next to him who seems harmless to humans and animals, named Xianyi, can try to trust him. Other people are not worth mentioning at all, no matter who is carrying soil or who, after all, they are just tools to assist him in completing the task. The life of a ninja is to constantly strengthen itself, and then to complete the task. When the pace of growth is stopped, the ninja loses the meaning of existence. Kakashi spoke coldly. Xuanyi shrugged and smiled, you still haven't really come out, but forget it, at least this change is still very gratifying. If you have any difficulties, just say it, and I will try my best to help you. Could respond to him, but Kakashi's head turned away deliberately in a cold snort. After a while, there will be a faintly undetectable voice, yet. Xianyi chuckled and started his training for the day. To put it bluntly, it was to refine chakra. As his body grows, the cells in his body become more active, and more chakras can be extracted. After I go back this time, I can apply to take the Zongnin exam. During the war, everything is simplified, and becoming a Zongren will not be a problem for me. Xianyi thought, always stuck with the bugs under Mu Yes Yaren, which is really boring. As time passed, the others slept comfortably all night, regained their vitality, and started to train. Can be just when a few people are practicing. Enemy attack. The large forces of Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu have broken through several outposts and approached the base camp. Are these guys crazy? They suddenly went to war. Many ninjas were shocked, and immediately geared up. Since Mizuman and Highway joined, they directly killed the ecstasy of Iwanan and Sanda on the western front. They cut meat with blunt knives, and the battle on the western front, where there were no small battles, had disappeared a lot. But now, a big battle is about to be fought suddenly, which is a bit sudden. Soon. A large number of Konoha ninjas mobilized, including the wounded and medical ninjas, about 4,000 people. This is already the entire force on the western front. Ashimaru even went out in person, standing in front of Konoha's army with a cold face, giving orders from time to time to lay out the front. "It's finally here, I'm still thinking, when will you get through?" Ashimaru licked his lips. From the side, Tsunade reminded in a low voice, "Be careful, Ashimaru, they suddenly went to war. They must have reached some kind of agreement. Maybe Hanzo also participated in this. I can't help you directly, I can only bring medical treatment. The ninja sits behind." Ashimaru nodded indifferently. Tsunade took the medical unit and took the camp, always ready to rescue the ninjas who had retreated from the front line. One by one, the figures approached, and some Konoha ninjas who were responsible for perception, had no time to escape and were killed on the spot. Boom boom boom. On the side of Yanin, there were a lot of blasting noises wherever he passed, and on the side of the sand, puppets shuttled fast and made a gurgling noise. Iwa Shinobu's blasting force, Sand Shinobu's puppet force, these are all the elite forces of their village, so they were sent out directly. Are they going to start a full-scale war? The Water Gate was shocked, which is unreasonable. But the war is not shifted by human will. The frontline ninja has already handed over the enemy, and the war broke out. At the same time, it can be said that it was the largest war that broke out when the Western Front was established. The three ninja villages originally fought in the Land of Rain, and they did not invade each other's countries in a tacit understanding. But now, this tacit understanding has been torn apart. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the war broke out, countless figures moved quickly, and countless shurikens and kunai were thrown out in large numbers. Looking at it, all kinds of open spears and secret arrows were undefeatable and countless. All kinds of extremely lethal ninjutsu were used one after another, and the ground broke and screamed again and again. In this chaotic battlefield, you protect yourself. I will go back as soon as I go. Mizuman and Highway each left a word, and, as always, disappeared with a slam, and ran directly to the powerful ninja who was sniping the enemy. A shadow class, a perfect elite upper endurance, in this chaotic environment, can indeed create terrible damage. Swanyi and other 6 people gathered together for the first time, and they were no strangers to their own routine of leading the team www.readaloud.com. Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu acted very strangely, so be careful. Swanyi naturally took over the command of the 6-man team, and immediately took the other 5 people to shuttle on the front line battlefield. He, even more, no longer concealed it, and directly opened it up. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have really participated in a big army match, and it is not the previous team fighting anymore. Xuanyi showed a faint smile, and then began to jian. Nuclear escape, the art of adsorbing turbidity. Far better than the previous nuclear radiation, it began to breed crazily and spread rapidly, and it was covered out on the spot, burning everything it went by. All Konoha ninjas were avoided by Xuanyi as much as possible, and all enemies were given priority care. If one caught one, they would be filled with nuclear radiation desperately. Countless radiation particles impacted wildly in an exaggerated posture, violently destroying the body cells of all enemies and killing their health. At every moment, a large number of ninjas die. More and more cruel deaths than these ninjas, but not noticed in a short time, are the human cells that have been devastated. In this fierce battle, after receiving Xuanyi's signal, Kakashi took the lead in launching an assault, leading other members of the squad to advance. A few minutes later, there is something wrong with my body, and the speed of making chakras is declining. The heat dissipation is higher than normal. Could it be the nuclear escape in the intelligence, that Shiranui kid? But why can his technique cover such a large area of the battlefield? How is this possible? Some of Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu who were fighting, their faces changed drastically. Chapter 42, Evil Nuclear Escape Kid. The existence of nuclear escape and blood succession, in fact, is no longer a secret. Especially Xuanyi has killed too many people with this invincible blood succession over the course of more than a year. For this, Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu have already had relevant information. Also, the priority of hunting Xianyi was ranked very high. But now, they once again discovered that they still seriously underestimated Xianyi's blood inheritance boundary. The power of this guy can be maximized in a large-scale war. Unbelievable roars rang out on the battlefield. Why does this guy have such a large attack range? On such a chaotic battlefield, you can actually do this step. The village still underestimates him, the kid from the Shiranui family will kill him anyway. He is countless times more terrifying than Kakashi. Many enemies felt the terrible changes in themselves at this time, and their complexions changed drastically. The weaker guy has clearly felt the influence of radiation on himself. Physical fitness is being weakened, and the speed of creating chakras is constantly decreasing, which directly leads to a sharp drop in combat effectiveness. During these times, many of Iwanan and Sanda who rushed to the front were also big radiation eaters. They died the fastest. A few minutes ago, they were alive and well. But now, their combat power has been reduced one after another, and they have been opposed by Konoha ninjas. Kill, his eyes widened, and he died unwillingly. Shangren could still rely on the powerful chakra to force support, but the Zongren and the lower, they died in battle. Konoha's ninja realized that the opponent's ninja became weaker and weaker, and their morale was shocked, and they shouted at an accelerated attack speed. Go to hell, guys! This is the price of your war against Konoha. Many Konoha ninjas who were struggling to support them suddenly became energetic, and there was a fierce light in their eyes. Some ninjas, after beheading the enemy, naturally leaned on Xianyi's side, and strongly intercepted all the hostile ninjas who rushed in frantically, protecting Xianyi in this way. And Xianyi's 6-person team, with their own strength, complete configuration, and tacit understanding of cooperation, time passed, one after another enemies died in their hands. Those who have already fought with the enemy shinobu, try their best to hold them back. Others give priority to the massacre, and do not let the opponent go. Xianyi's complexion was indifferent, holding the seal with one hand, and immediately gave orders to cause maximum damage to the enemy in the shortest time. Shinobu and stronger enemies, let Konoha's shinobu and cage level deal with them. Understood. Understand. Kakashi and others nodded immediately. Hi! Xianyi-sama! The Konoha ninjas who came to protect Xianyi also heard it, without any hesitation, immediately shouting and spreading Xianyi's command. Xuanyi's face is full of question marks. Are these people who spread orders serious? He is just an ordinary ninja. But forget it, it's not a bad thing. Xianyi once again increased the radiation output, and a terrifying high temperature burst out all over his body, which turned into a terrifying heat wave that made people feel creepy. It broke out in a sudden, and the incalculable huge radiation particle group was hit out hysterically, under the control of Xianyi. Scrambling to get into the body of the enemy ninja. The terrifying radiation area, with a radius of 200 meters as the absolute core area, the radiation intensity here is the most terrifying, and the more it radiates outward, the weaker it is. I really feel strenuous. It lasted for less than 5 minutes. My chakra actually lost more than 10%. Xianyi frowned slightly, this 10% was all he could extract at the moment, 10% of the full chakra amount. He looked at that layer and layered around him, presenting Konoha ninjas who seemed to be loose but extremely orderly and strong defense lines. Some Iwanan and Sandaran, with red eyes, killed Xianyi one after another, but they were all stopped by these people. Don't be stressed, focus on using your secret technique. As long as you are safe, it is the greatest help to us. The enemy wants to touch you unless you step over our corpse. Yumin Palace stood not far in front of Xianyi. After turning his head and roaring, he pulled out Kyo to block a fast-moving puppet with one blow. Boom! The next moment, when a small vibration wave was emitted, the puppet was crushed on the spot. Don't underestimate me, Uncle Amino, Don't be killed, I will invite you to drink when you return to the village, and remember to bring Irika with you when you come back. Hyun-yi smiled and spoke. Hey, the kid who makes people totally unlikable. Dominagawami hummed twice, but with such a kid standing behind him, he felt relieved inexplicably. Stab! Ahead, Kakashi had already killed his madness. He drove likey, and amidst the lightning and thunder, he just protruded forward, splashing flesh and blood, covering most of his figure. Anyway, there is a cloud of mysterious radiation, but wherever Kakashi sprints, the amount of nuclear radiation will rise sharply, and many ninjas have received serious interference, and then Kakashi will kill them. But in the same way, Kakashi was also scarred very quickly, and his own eyesight couldn't keep up with the speed of ray cut's penetration. Kakashi lacks a pair of good eyes. Kakashi still can't perfectly control his own skills. Ikki guarded Xuanyi's side, frowning slightly. Old troubles, when Kakashi opened likey, he rushed forward very fast, he could only assault in a straight line, he couldn't even turn. Slowly it will get better. Xuanyi said lightly. The top presence of the two camps finally couldn't help it. The puppet troops are fully deployed. www.readaloud.com. Use puppets to eliminate that kid first. You must kill him. Explosive troops, use the rock clones as much as possible to tear open the defense line around the imp, to avoid being affected by the imp's power. Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu, finally can't bear it. What is this? Obviously, the two sides have the greatest military advantage. Together, there are more than 6,000 people, more than 4,000 people surpassing Konoha. However, the front is fighting, but the situation is delayed. Not to mention, there are more deaths and injuries than Konoha. With the passage of time, the battle damage ratio has deteriorated uncontrollably and rapidly. This is really outrageous. I didn't know Huo Xuanyi's ability, so that the commanders on both sides could no longer hold back. That kid is Xuanyi ignorance of fire, possessing nuclear escape and blood following the limit. Shinobu, Chiyo's face was cold, and he closed his eyes and felt the oncoming wind for a while. Sure enough, this is not a biological poison in the conventional sense, let alone an air poison, but a chakra poison that directly attacks cells. I haven't figured out the principle yet, but it doesn't matter. If the problem cannot be solved, then solve the manufacturing problem. The problem person. Cho is about to move. On the side of Iwa Shinobu, the Lois has been observing too. The more they look at it, the more they are frightened. They still lack effective defensive methods for this kind of range attack, and they only have powerful ninjas. With their own strong chakra reserves, they can create a protective layer on the surface of the skin and hold their breath to stop breathing. Shield this kind of nuclear escape within time. You can protect yourself in this way, and chakra's depletion rate has reached an exaggerated level, and it can't be sustained at all. Can't wait any longer, I personally dispatch. This battle is not only about defeating the western front of Jean Konoha, but also killing this evil nuclear kid. Chapter 43, Something More Terrible Than Death. Giggle 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 giggle. A large number of puppets began to move quickly, and even the chakra line that controlled these puppets was pulled far. All this is to prevent oneself from being affected by radiation prematurely. This kid is too dangerous. He is less than 12 years old. The chakra toxin he produced can affect so many people. At this moment, Cho thought of the difficult guy in Hanzo, who could easily kill countless ninjas with the poison of the Sancho fish. The powerhouses of the 5 ninja villages were extremely jealous. I will never allow a Hanzo to appear in Konoha. Cho shot a cold light in his eyes, opened the scroll directly, and the psychic came out with 10 people. Accompanied by bursts of weird sounds, Cho created a large number of chakras to cover himself, and holding his breath, he had to control 10 people to tear open the Konoha defense line and kill Xuanyi. But this time, hidden shadows are more snake hands. A large number of venomous snakes suddenly swarmed over the 10 puppets. Finally, it's hands-on, old lady of 1,000 generations, I won't let you succeed. Dashimaru stretched out his long tongue. From his sleeve, there were a steady stream of poisonous snakes pouring out, and a pair of vicious eyes directly fell on Chide. Can't let you get close to Xuanyi so easily, this kid, I'm also very interested, this is not an attack cell, his bloodline can directly attack the deepest DNA of life. The more I think about it, the more excited Ashimaru is, and he licks and licks his tongue. Had it not been for the 2 guys, Shuman and Highway, he could not help but start, not to mention putting Xuanyi on the operating table for dissection, drawing a tube of blood every 3 to 5, cutting off a little flesh and blood for cultivation, etc. It is normal operation. Ashimaru, what about the woman Tsunade, let her get out and meet me. Chiyo's eyes were cold. But Ashimaru sneered, no longer talk nonsense, and brazenly confronted Cho. The powerful S-level ninjutsu was used one after another, and the power was amazing. On the other side, Huang Tu also encountered a tricky enemy. Bo Feng Shui Men and Unv Jiwei, both are difficult opponents. Lao Ziai, I need to use your power. Huang Tu's complexion is ugly. His commanding Iwanan was killed in a large number of spikes by the flying water gates, and was bitten by bugs that did not know where he came from time to time. He turned his head directly, and gave an order to a person who was full of danger. War is really disgusting. Lao Ziai got up expressionlessly, jumped forward, and landed on the ground in a crash. Melting escaped the art of burning river rock. Several magma ejected from the mouth of the old purple, exuding a terrifying high temperature, and smashed into the Konoha ninja's queue in a whistling. What kind of technique is this? What a high temperature, this guy's technique is very similar to Xuanyi, and it can create high temperatures. Some Konoha ninjas resisted with water escape ninjutsu, but they were penetrated by a magma ball in an instant. Hey, are the Konoha guys so uneducated? Even if they really look like it, it should be Kaoki's tricks that are more like mine, right? Lao Zi's face was indifferent, and magma spurted out of his mouth one after another, which contained terrible impact. In the next moment, a lot of kunao throws out, and the moment it touches the magma ball, it disappears with the entire magma ball. Iwa Shinobu has even Renzu Li on the battlefield? But if Yatsuo, I can resist it. Bo Feng Shui Gate held Fei Lei Shenqiu, appearing instantly, his complexion dignifiedly blocking Lao Ziai. At the beginning of the Third World War, he had a confrontation with the 8-tailed man Zulai of Union Village, and he knew the terrible human Zulai. Not to mention that his girlfriend is Julie Kuabai. Don't underestimate people, if I accidentally killed him, but I can't save it. Lao Ziai sneered. The 2 shadow-level powerhouses fought fiercely. This is not a battlefield that ordinary ninjas can participate in. Unv Jiwei, without saying a word, single-handedly pounced on Huang Tu and his guards. Assholes of Konoha, I must defeat you this time. Lois is extremely angry. At this moment, all the shadow level and elite upper ninjas that can be played have come to an end. Various large-scale powerful ninjutsu often burst out. A little carelessness will spread the power, and the aftermath can take away a large number of ninjas in one wave. The battle of tens of thousands of people shakes the mountain at every turn, and various teams mastering various techniques cooperate to create more powerful kills. Wind escape breakthrough. Wind escape wind cut. Wind escape hurricane tornado. A lot of wind escape ninjutsu struck, flying sand and rocks, and the wind howled. There is an effect, the destruction of that power seems to be reduced. Hurry up, Feng Dun can restrain that kid's nuclear escape and kill him immediately. Sand Shinobu's ninja rushed over with red eyes in surprise, and many of the puppets spurred regardless of loss. At this time, Xuanyi stood in the protection circle of dozens of ninjas, looking at these crazy guys calmly. You swine to blow away my radiation? Considering the existence of radioactive dust, Such weakening is indeed a smart idea, but this is on the premise that I don't control the radiation. Xuan Yi tilted his head, looking at the puppets that were rushed, and the hideous faces behind the puppets. War is indeed a blind and crazy thing. Protect the descendants of Shiranui's family. If it really doesn't work, then cover him and withdraw to the camp. Some Konoha Kaminari looks gloomy, and if they lose Xuan Yi's power, they have lost a great advantage. As long as you have tasted, fight against a strong enemy, the opponent's strength will become weaker and weaker. After screaming in pain, the process of being counter-killed by yourself, you will definitely not be able to refuse Xuan Yi's ability to control the field. In their perception, Yu's ability to read books www.yuyuganshu.com is equivalent to combining perception ninjutsu with large-scale poisoning. It is equivalent to that as long as the enemy can be sensed, it is equivalent to being attacked. The role shown by Xuan Yi in a large-scale war is terrifying. Is like a life harvester, and Xuan Yi is still so young, just give Xuan Yi a few more years. Xuan Yi, Tsunade-sama ordered you to retreat with your team. A ninja appeared in front of Xuan Yi and knelt on one knee. No need. I stand here to provide the best support for this war. Xuan Yi said lightly. But this is Tsunade-sama. My technique will not be restrained by any wind, trust me. The next moment, Xuan Yi increased the radiation output, and soon, a large number of sand ninjas and rock ninjas were once again greatly affected and fell into a difficult situation. Some guys quickly screamed and gave up the fight. The whole person lay on the ground and wailed, clutching their body frantically. The skin quickly ulcerated, and the flesh was swollen and torn. But I will not die immediately. In the painful wailing, I feel the scream of every cell in the body, the fragmentation of every internal organ, and I watched, scratching myself, the high temperature from the inside out, and at the same time stimulates the body to step into deformity and collapse. This tragedy makes people just look at it, like falling into an ice cave, shuddering all over. Blow to morale and will is even more unimaginable. The war continued. 10,000 ninjas were shopping at the Konoha border. Every moment passed, someone died on the spot. Such a high-intensity war was fought for a full day, and the battle was fierce until the sunset. Chapter 44, You Are Too Big. At dusk, red light shone on the earth, spreading on the countless corpses. Xuan Yi used a handful of kunao and pierced the heart of a sand ninja. Don't always blow me with wind ninjutsu, it's not as useful as you think, it's really. Xuan Yi kicked the enemy with a frozen expression and kicked it flying. Around him, there were densely packed corpses, piled on top of each other, and most of them died in a tragic state. The stumps and broken arms were considered good, and the human-shaped bones were the most feared. More importantly, from the perspective of the distribution of corpses, the closer to Xuan Yi's location, the denser the accumulation of corpses, and the more terrifying the state. Well, damn, you devil, the wind is not effective for you. Your skills are in the end. A Yan Ren festered, his desperate face was stunned to the sky, his life has entered the dying moment. What is more terrifying than defeat is that he personally felt the horror of Konoha's new generation before he died. Especially ignoring Huo Xuan Yi, this kind of wide-ranging attack technique, as long as the thought that they failed to kill Xuan Yi, it makes people feel desperate. The next moment, Kazue had already penetrated this guy's head with kunao. It's over, Xuan Yisang's power is far more terrifying than I thought. Iki was exhausted, and his pale face exuded strange colors under the shining of the red sunset. She turned her head and looked at the people surrounded by countless corpses and Konoha ninjas who were surprised and cheered. Is also tired. Xuan Yi really felt exhausted. This is an extremely rare thing. He hasn't experienced this feeling of being drained for some years. Chakra was almost completely worn out. The results are equally amazing. On such a large battlefield, Xuan Yi is simply a humanoid self-propelled weapon arsenal. Wherever he goes, a lot of Konoha ninjas and enemies will follow him spontaneously, and there are many dead people. In the distance, the battlefield belonging to the Shadow class also came to an end at this time. For Shadow level shopping, for the time being, no Shadow level powerhouse has fallen. Qi Dynasty Old Lady, the speed of escaping is still so fast, but from now on, she will seal the seal in another way. Ashimaru is embarrassed, but he holds a broken arm in his hand. This is Chiyo's severed hand, and it is also the result of the battle of Ashimaru. On the other side, Lao Ziyi was half-tailed animal, but he was still unable to win. He was harassed by Bo Feng Shuman and had no choice but to suppress his anger and escorted the Yan Shinobu to retreat slowly. This battle has officially ended. Many tired Konoha ninjas couldn't hide the excitement on their faces, cheering loudly, resounding through the sky. The enemy has lost at least 2,000 people. This is a big victory. Thanks to Master Osameru and Master Heifeng Mizuman. Master Tsunade sat behind the town and didn't even go to the battlefield. We defeated them. The little devil from Shiranui, have you noticed that his nuclear ninjutsu is too strong? Many people are following him spontaneously, so the efficiency of killing the enemy is higher. Many Konoha ninjas were talking excitedly. Throughout Konoha, the ninja lost in this battle was less than 1,000. They were originally inferior troops. Facing the combined attack of the two ninja villages, they were able to fight like this, no wonder they rejoiced. Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu have suffered heavy losses, probably won't come again. Kai sat down on the ground, unable to open his eyes. Who knows, anyway, as many as they come, I will fight as many as they come. The uncle bringing the soil will make them feel the horror firsthand. Shook his arm with soil, as if showing his strength and confidence. Has gone through this level of war, and has also won. The self-confidence with the soil has been completely established, and the mentality is bursting. Kakashi didn't look up, and while receiving Lin's healing, he said indifferently, "By the way, you seem to have no effect in this war, I saw you almost cry." What? Don't be kidding, what's the matter? I also killed 3 enemies. No? When I killed an enemy with Rei Chi, who was the rescuer? There was still something shiny on my face. Nothing, it's not tears, it's nasal mucus. Kai followed up and made a knife. Oh, I'll give you 100 taels. Please tell me how you put your nose on your eyelids. This may be a good practice. What? Several people were talking, and they started quarreling again, and finally they both pulled each other's collars, yelling about heads up and other things. Is really energetic. Many Konoha ninjas passing by, seeing this scene suddenly showed approving expressions on their faces. Look, these little ghosts are Xian Yi's teammates, and the best new generations are concentrated here. Oh. Seeing how they are about to fight, you know that their relationship is very good. Many people are standing in the distance, pointing to the soil around them www.readaloud.com with all their faces relieved. After this cruel battle, many people, for the first time, have personally experienced the strongest new generation. I do not know the power of Huo Xuanyi. The horror of nuclear escape and blood following the bounds, after this battle, has shown incisively and vividly. That kind of terrifying field control ability makes people want to die and want to stop. Hyunyi was very calm about this. They won't let it go, it depends on how their next offensive is launched. Xianyi sighed heavily, rested for a while, and recovered some of his severely consumed physical energy. The big guy in his body, to a certain extent, has been continuously supplying his consumption. After a while, an order came from the central camp, asking Xianyi to pass immediately. Along the way, when many people saw Xianyi, they stopped and looked at Xianyi with respect and admiration. Just now, thank you very much, if you weren't there, I'm afraid I would be killed. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Please don't say that. Xianyi responded to these enthusiastic guys and stepped into the camp. Just came in. Suna made a hard punch on his hand. It hurts. Damn kid, you dared to disobey my order, did you want to die? Tsunade grabbed Xianyi's neck and showed a fierce look. Tsunade-sama, you are strangling me to death, and in the situation at the time, I really didn't have to retreat. I stood there and could be more useful. Xianyi looked helpless. Tsunade-sama, how old are you, don't you have any points in your heart? Chapter 45, you have to remember to repay me. In the camp, Dashimaru, Tsunade, Bofeng Shumen, Yuzu Shiwei and others are sitting upright. Xianyi calmly looked at these big men. Your ability is better than I thought, Xianyi, you have grown up. Ji pushed his sunglasses slightly and spoke calmly. They are all for the village, and I am able to show my value. I am also very happy. However, several adults let me come here, presumably not just to praise me. Xianyi touched her painful head and said with a smile. Tsunade snorted coldly, looking bad. A terrible light appeared in Deshawan's eyes, and he couldn't wait to want it. At this time, Bofeng Shumen smiled and said, we all see your excellent performance, especially in this Western Front war, the feats you have won are extremely rich. Xianyi, you can make demands that are not excessive. This way, I want to learn powerful ninjutsu, but I'm not sure what I'm suitable for. Xianyi said in a deep breath. Powerful ninjutsu. Based on your aptitude and performance, it is not impossible to apply for that thing. If you want to watch the Book of Seals, you need the old man's consent. A few senior executives on the Western Line discussed in a low voice. Sealed book. Recorded a large number of forbidden techniques, each of which is far more difficult and dangerous than ordinary ninjutsu. And this thing is exactly what Xianyi desires. In his impression, a technique in the Book of Seals is what he urgently needs. If you can learn that technique, you might be able to truly grasp the power of Godzilla. After a while, several senior executives on the Western Front still did not give a positive answer. This requires Hokage's approval. However, Xianyi has received a new task. Exam for Zongnan. Can I finally become Zongnan? Belt Soil is ecstatic, yelling. Ah, they said, we are all under the ninja now. It's a bit too stretched. It stands to reason that we have already qualified for the ninja, but we have to go through the process. Xianyi called the other 5 people over and spread out his hands to announce the matter. It's great, when I become Zongren, I won't be too far from Shangren. The soil was short of breath. Kakashi sneered, with your strength, whether you can pass the Zongnan exam is 2 different things, what's the excitement? Ah! Fart Kakashi, even if you can't pass, I can pass. Break the defense again with soil. Kakashi looked indifferent, I was born a genius, I'm sorry, I was already in the midst of forbearance when I was 6 years old. You scold again. With soil and anger. He just remembered at this moment, Kakashi, this guy, graduated at the age of 5, and he was Zongnan at the age of 6. No, Kakashi, you also want to participate, just take the form of a small team, and participate with Dado and Linear. Xianyi shook his head, this is the order of the village. This time the Zongnan exam, all of us who are alive in this session must participate. 5-year-old Xiren, 6-year-old Zongren, 12-year-old and Dado Helen took the Zongnan exam, and then was appointed as a special Shangnan. This is really outrageous, the group of people in the village arranged for Kakashi clearly. Kakashi was taken aback, looking weird, but in the end he just nodded, since it is a mission, I understand. As for why everyone is required to participate, the reason is actually very easy to guess. Just like their class of people graduated early, the village urgently needs a new batch of Zongren to step into the battlefield. There are not enough leaks. Throughout the 3 wars, Konoha has been in a difficult situation of 1-on-3. At the beginning of the war, he fought against the 3 villages of Yan, Sand, and Yun. When Yunyan village was repelled by the Bofeng Shumen, he was now fighting with rock, sand, and fog. The war started for several years, and the manpower resources have been severely insufficient. Xian Yi has now begun to recall the content of the Zongnin exam in the original work with Toku and Kakashi. The first item is a written test. I remember that the sixth question is to ask about the elimination of blood, which is still a super-level question for others. The guy who brought the soil was the only alternate pass in the written test. It was Lin who helped him cheat and barely entered the second test. At that time, he was ridiculed by Kakashi in the corridor. The second item is the actual combat test. The guy with the soil had a duel with Kai and Kakashi, and then they all lost. Xian Yi touched his chin. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to overturn the car. This Zongren exam is destined to be just a cut scene. The point is that such a legal review process is needed. Otherwise, it's not very good to be promoted, especially to forbearance. If nothing else, when he is promoted to Zongnin, he can almost get the promotion spot for special Shangnin. Repair, we are going back to the village to take the exam. Xian Yi said. A few people immediately began to adjust their state, full of expectation of becoming Zongren. In the process, naturally, they were also full of quarrels and ridicules between Tato and Kakashi. Iki, after I go back, I will find a way to carry out human experiments on you. www.readaloud.com. Get ready, if you don't survive it, you will die. Xian Yi sat cross-legged and said in a low voice. Kazue's movements shook, and he pulled up a lot of scarce hair. Really, I really trouble you, Xian Yi sang. I'm already conscious. Don't hold out too much hope. The success rate is minimal. I'm also betting. Xian Yi glanced at Yu Hui's eyes calmly. This year, although he has mainly been running around on the battlefield, and the advancement of related research has been extremely slow, at least he has some guesses. Can Iki hold it? Even if it succeeds, it will only allow Yu Hui to barely extend his life for a few years. If it fails, it will naturally be 100. And he can concentrate on giving Yu Hui funeral. Xian Yi's eyes are somewhat meaningful. The next day, all the new generations who are performing tasks outside have received orders from the village to return to the village in batches to take the Zongnin exam. Xian Yi and others, ready to go, fell in front of them alone, looking gloomy. On the order of Dashimaru, I will act as your temporary leader, Shangnin, and it is my task to send you back to the village. Konoha stayed humble, lowered his head and looked at the little ghosts in front of him, then, his gaze fell on Xian Yi's body, and his gloomy face showed a stiff smile. We must get along well. Xuan Yi nodded calmly. Then I will work hard to stay with you, and I will bother you to get out. I am really grateful. I'll buy you a drink when I go back. Oh? Drinking is not necessary, you just need to remember, find the opportunity to repay me well. Bailu snorted coldly. Chapter 46, Explosive Escape. For now, he is a guy who doesn't hide his emotions. Impatience for this task is completely on his face. Even if he brought Xian Yi and others back and forth, he was extremely impatient, gloomy, and clearly demanded that these people repay him. A group of people shuttled through the jungle. I have moved away from the Western Front camp and entered the hinterland of the Fire Country. Along the way, Xian Yi silently followed behind Bailu Hu, always estimating the distance. It stands to reason that when you get here, you can basically say it is safe. Even if you occasionally encounter a squad that sneaks into the place, it is enough to easily eliminate it. But Xian Yi always remained vigilant, and caught up with Bailu Hu, and had nothing to say. Master Hyria Hu, I heard Master Watergate say that you and Sunan are close friends? Did you play with it since you were a kid? Hyun Yi asked with a smile. Go away, kid. I'm not interested in paying attention to you. Bailuhu's face became stiff, and it became more and more ugly. It seems that this question directly hit the shadow of his heart. Actually, this issue alone has already made Xian Yi know. Baileahu, to some extent, it is a type similar to Dashuan. They are both very good at research, especially good at human experiments. When Xian Yi was thinking, he looked at him from the corner of the eye, and happened to see him. Baileahu turned his head to look at him. Looked at each other, and then quickly staggered. Time passed. Vaguely, there are a series of swift figures, which are coming quickly. Sure enough, it's coming. Is it Iwanan or Sanda? Xian Yi Ji Yin, where the radiation spreads, there are dozens of figures, and they are coming quickly. Hyun Yi. Be careful, we have encountered an enemy, and it is a strong enemy. Xian Yi's expression was calm. Master Humiliu, do we need to stop to meet the enemy? No, keep going. Baileahu frowned and looked back, his face a little ugly. A large number of figures moved quickly. Master Hunter, the target has been locked, and it is 500 meters ahead. Very good, speed up, kill that kid anyway, this is a great opportunity. The Rock Shinobi team speeded up their movement speed, and even gritted their teeth and rushed forward at the radiation left by Xian Yi. As long as you can kill the few people in front, everything is worth it. Shiranui Janai, Heiji Kakashi, Uchiha Kazue. They only have an ordinary leader on Shinobu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. S-headed Iwa Shinobu, carry, the eyes are all red at this time. This battle, as long as it can be successful, can interrupt Konoha's top figures who will rise in the next 5 to 10 years. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Humbled brows, frowning tighter and tighter, after a murmur, he turned his head and said coldly, "You guys are too slow. No way, we are just a group of Zhongren and Xiaren. I'm really sorry, for dragging the hind legs of Lord Hyryuhu. Now the situation is so dangerous, and we have no reinforcements. Considering that you are the fastest, it is better to." Xian Yi smiled and spoke, his tone a little hesitant. Speaking of which, Kakashi and others, silently prepared for the battle, with a sense of decisiveness in their eyes. That's right, what Xian Yi said is right. In this case, let Master Baileahu go first to find reinforcements. Even humbled, with deep hesitation and reluctance on his face, he was about to speak, "I think. Why, Master Baileahu, stay and fight the enemy desperately and create a chance for us to escape. When we return to the village, we will definitely come back with reinforcements to help you." Xian Yi looked decisive. Are you serious about these words, such terrible words? Is it really from a kid? You learned the will of fire from elementary school to college. Boy, you are really clever, I want to tear you to pieces now. Baileahu said with a sneer. You are too polite, Master Baileahu, you can carefully consider my suggestion. Xian Yi behaved very politely. At this time, Yan Shinobu's assault team had already approached Xian Yi and others, and a fierce battle was inevitable. Humph, catch up with you, you little ghosts, you are going to die. Xiao showed a deep chill on his face, and directly moved his gaze to Baileahu. Are you Hunter? The guy who possesses the explosive blood succession boundary? I didn't expect to meet you here. Bai left a look of surprise. Hunter frowned and glanced suspiciously at Baileahu. Huiluhu, according to the information I have, it is just an ordinary Konoha Kaminen. Don't hesitate to kill him. A dozen elites from Iwanan rushed out to block Xian Yi and others from all directions. Earth escape multiple earth flow walls. Layer after layer of barriers, bursting out from the ground, surrounded Xian Yi and others in the middle. Go to hell, Konoha's geniuses and this mediocre Konoha Kaminari. Hunter showed a cruel smile. Mediocre, mediocre? Humble Liuhu's face was immediately gloomy, sharp teeth bared, a hideous meaning. I'm just a mediocre ninja when I'm so old, I'm so sorry. You thing, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com soon I will tear you to pieces. Baileahu broke the defense. Originally, he was still entangled, whether he took these little ghosts desperately to escape, or he ran away by himself. Now he doesn't need to think about it. Is here, get what he wants. The next moment, the two parties collided. Baliohu directly used a shot of water to escape, breaking through several layers of earth flow wall. Blatantly confronted the hunter. Go away, my goal is those little ghosts, if you run away now, I can spare you not to die. Hunter sneered, and slammed it out with a hard punch. Burst escape landmine fist. Xiao brought his own explosive escape blood to the limit, and with a fierce blow, he slammed into Baliohu. Baliohu felt a panic, and hurriedly used a substitute technique to block the punch with a piece of wood. Boom! The fist touched the wood, and a terrible explosion erupted. Is this a blast? It is a terrible power. Hulio called his heart to be lingering, and at the same time, greater greed appeared in his eyes. It seemed that the stronger the hunter, the more excited he would be. How to kill hunting is also a big problem. Hey, nuclear escape kid, can your turbid adsorption technique kill this guy? Bailu shouted. Not in a short time, this guy created a protective layer of chakra for himself, my power can't invade. Xian Yi was attacked by 3 IWA Shinobu, and looked dangerous. The others were also attacked by IWA Shinobu, and they cooperated with layers of earth flow walls to cut off their teams, trying their best to divide them. Hey, there is no way. The humble face turned bright and dark. Chapter 47, Run Soil is up. I have to say that Baliohu is very entangled now, and the current development of the situation is completely beyond his expectation. It's really not time for these Iwanan to appear. Humble and gritted his teeth. He is just a mediocre Shangren, unable to withstand so many powerful enemies at all. Because of this, a certain thought in his heart became stronger. I originally planned to find an opportunity to attack Xian Yi, but these Iwanan disrupted my plan. Do you want to find a way to escape with Xian Yi, and then use the Ghost Bud Luo technique to seize Xian Yi's blood succession boundary? Is this just a mere accident, or is there also the handwriting of Ashimaru? Bailu, who used all his strength to resist the hunter's attack with difficulty, fought against the hunter who possessed the explosive blood succession boundary. From the very beginning, Baliohu fell into a disadvantage. Boom! Is another punch. Hunter used mind fists one after another, triggering a large-scale explosion, forcing Baliohu to retreat steadily. Hey, the strength is not strong, but the ability to protect himself is good, a difficult guy. Xiao slapped another substitute with a punch, frowned slightly, and after being forced to retreat, his face showed a contemptuous color, and he immediately turned and rushed towards Xian Yi. Shiranui's imp is the first target to kill. This guy is simply a terrible mopping machine on the battlefield. Boy, you have no chance to grow up. Xiao looked stern, and blasted the multi-layered earth flow wall with a punch, and suddenly came to Xian Yi. At this time, Xian Yi was leading the team, constantly dealing with other Iwanan. Nuclear escape vibration wave. 2 IWA Shinobu hiding behind the earth stream wall, waiting for an opportunity to attack, were seriously injured on the spot, several of them attacked and nailed to death one by one. Even the guy called Hunter rushed over. I can't go on like this, think of a way to retreat. Swanyi frowned slightly, winked at Kakashi and others, and said, you can actually defeat Lord Baliohu. He is not worth my time, kid, you are worth it. There was a fierce light in the hunter's eyes, and he attacked brazenly. The other IWA Shinobu attacked frantically, attacking Kakashi and Ikki, and the layers of multiple earth flow walls became denser. The earth shook and the dust was flying. Xian Yi raised his hand again and another vibration wave. Vibration wave, doesn't look like a wind escape technique. Is this also a nuclear escape technique for blood succession? Kahun not only does not evade, but instead forms seals with both hands, speeding up the assault speed. Steel escape toughened. In an instant, Hunter's body became extremely hard, and he just surpassed the shock of the vibration wave. What kind of technique is this again? Kakashi used Rachel to forcibly penetrate the wall of the earth flow. His eyelid jumped, and he immediately pierced the hunter with Rachel from the side. Boom! Stab! The two bodies collided, accompanied by the sound of lightning and thunder. But when Richi hits the hunter, Kakashi's face immediately changed. His unfavorable Richi could not pierce the hunter's body. Go away! Hunter punched back with a backhand, and Kakashi retreated again and again, not daring to take it hard. When is hit by the blast, his body will explode on the spot. That's it, Bakugan and Ganken. In order to kill me, I really spared no effort to send out a dangerous guy like you. Xuan Yi's complexion was solemn and felt a little tricky. The explosive version of the hunter appeared in the comic version, and the Gangdun version of the hunter appeared in the theater version. And now, Nima's explosive escape with super attack power and steel escape with terrifying defensive power appear at the same time, which makes the tricky degree of the hunter a geometric multiple. Elite Shinobi is not so easy to deal with. Oh? It looks like you know something about me. But my steel and blood follower is top secret information, how did you know? Xiao squinted his eyes, used the tempering technique again, and pounced on Xuan Yi. Xuan Yi showed decisiveness in his eyes, hitting dozens of shock waves one after another, clearing the field frantically, smashing a large number of earth flow walls, and also slowing the hunter's attack speed. Don't stay, take this opportunity, everyone will retreat. At this time, Bai Liu yelled in pity, and immediately rushed towards Xuan Yi. Xuan Yi's face sank, and a Yanin who struck in a slap slapped him into a crippled face with countless radiation. Bai Liu had already rushed over, stretched out his hand, and was about to grab Xuan Yi. Come on, this guy is too strong for us to deal with. Bai Liu whispered and shouted, slightly anxious. No, Lord Hiliahu, you and I will cover the other people's retreat. As Sunan's best friend, you must not do anything to abandon your companions and escape, right? Kakashi, I appoint you as the interim captain and take it immediately. For the others to retreat. Xuan Yi staggered his figure, avoiding the palm of Bai Liu. Bai Liu wanted to say that he really did it, and was furious at the moment. Damn kid, do you know how difficult the guy is? You have to live to have a future. Xiao hardly resisted the vibration wave, his toughened body was so hard that he looked so cold at the time. None of you can escape. Kazue and Dato used various fire escape ninjutsu to try to stop the enemy. Kai's face showed a deep sense of decisiveness, and he planned to fight to the death to open a higher degree of 8-door dungeon. Xuan Yi sang, I can actually. Kai said. No, you can't, believe me, Kai, retreat immediately. You should understand that I have a way to get out. Xuan Yi took a deep look at Kai. I understand. Kai nodded heavily. Could it be that Xuan Yi sang is going to use that technique? That technique that scared my father. Kakashi, Lin, Ikki, take soil, let's go. Staying here can only drag Hyun Yi Sang's hind legs. Kai spoke solemnly, and at the same time grabbed Yu Hui and Lin, roared and opened the fifth door, speeding up the movement. Xuan Yi sang, if you die, I won't be able to live, you know. Ikki smiled and said, and left without looking back. Stab. Kakashi used a short knife to cut the neck of a Yan Shinobu, hesitated, and finally gritted his teeth. Xuan Yi, don't die, I will come back to save you when I find reinforcements. Bring dirt, bring dirt. Ah, I am Uchiha with soil, and I will never escape. Iwanan bastards, just come. Dato was already overwhelmed by this almost desperate situation, not only did not retreat, but madly rushed towards Iwa Shinobu. Xuan Yi, one more person can last longer, right? I will never leave you alone. Lin, run away, I will cover you. With blood in his eyes, he moved himself to a mess. Is this guy a fool? This sentence came out of everyone's hearts. I already said so clearly, Xuan Yi mastered a certain secret technique and was confident enough to get out, but this guy actually rushed up. For a while, Xuan Yi didn't know what to say. You are at the forefront. The big trick that I have already brewed, is it to be used or not? Do you want to evaporate you together? Chapter 48, The first generation of eyes must kill, white hot light. Is too fierce, so I added a layer of protection companion buff to myself. But in an instant, he was already surrounded by several Iwanan. This guy is also a member of Uchiha's clan. I didn't open my eyes, just a waste, kill him quickly, and then go with Master Hunter to kill the nuclear escape kid. There was a cruel look on the faces of several Iwanan. Can greet them, but it is a powerful fireball technique that is full of value although it can't cause any damage. Screamed with soil, fighting together with them fighting spirit, as long as there is a slight flaw, it will be killed in an instant. It's amazing. In this almost mortal situation, I took the soil for a few rounds, and then took the initiative to get kicked. Xuan Yi, Pei Lu call for tolerance, move closer to me. Bring 2 vomited blood, and directly stretched out his hand to tear off the goggles on his head. When he raised his head again, Shuangguyu writing round eyes suddenly appeared. When you open your eyes, it is a double hook jade, with soil, you are really a powerful ninja with unexpected no too. Xuan Yi didn't know what to say. He and Bai Liuhu were being chased by the hunter all the way. They confronted several times and looked quite embarrassed. Under the cover of Bai Liuhu, Xuan Yi finally merged with Dato and stood back to back. Boy, if you have any hidden skills, you can use it soon. I can't hold it anymore. This time, when Bai Liuhu was hit by the hunter, a terrible explosion occurred on one of his shoulders and flesh and blood flew. The heavy breathing sound seemed to herald the countdown to life. Troublesome guy, is this all dead? And your body is weird. Xiao opened his mouth with a sneer, and the combination of Bakudun and Gangdun increased his combat power to an extremely powerful level. This makes him very confident, as long as he is given more time, he will become a brand new shadow-level powerhouse in Iwanan village. Only a few figures surrounded the Xuan Yi trio. No matter how they looked at it, these 3 were dead. Although Xuan Yi said that what kind of technique he cared about. But no matter what technique it is of no use in front of his steel escape defense. Die, Konoha's ninjas. There was a hint of excitement in Hunter's eyes. Bai Liuhu glanced at Xuan Yi anxiously. But just this look made him feel like falling into an ice cave. Because nuclear escape super vibration wave. This shock wave is the biggest power Xuan Yi has played, and it bombards the ground under his feet indiscriminately. The next moment, the ground shattered, and countless rebels vibrated, covering all sight, and there was a violent roar. Boy, you! The roar of humble Liuhu was also immediately covered by the terrible explosion. This shot was too sudden, and there was no sign at all. Withdraw! At the moment when the explosion just started, Xuan Yi grabbed the soil and quickly backed away, fighting for a few kunao, and rushing out of the way. And as Huo Ran raised his head, he looked at the direction of Bai Liuhu with an unprecedented cold gaze. Let's go, take the soil. Master Bai Liuhu took the initiative to stay, desperately to stop the enemy for us. We will definitely live. Xuan Yi said in a low voice, dragging the dirt, swiftly running away. The decisive action of seems to have gone through countless rehearsals. Master Liuhu, did you sacrifice your life to stop the enemy for us? Dai Tu looked confused. At that moment, his Erguyu riding wheel eyes were obscured, and he could not see clearly. Is that so? I always feel weird. Yes, take the soil, no matter what, we can't live up to the kindness of Master Humble, he is right, we will have a future if we live. Xuan Yi's voice is cold. Hui Liuhu, this dangerous guy. From the timeline, this guy defected during the 3 world wars, and it happened before the soil was transplanted to Kakashi. This guy, after he defected, he heard about Kakashi getting Shaolunyan. He was very jealous. He thought that if he had Shaolunyan himself, he could become even stronger. Counting the time, this guy has defected during this time. The ghost bud luo art that can transplant the blood inheritance boundary has almost been initially developed. Combined with his performance, there is a high probability that he will be looking at me. Dangerous guys had better start to solve them in advance. Xian Yi pulled the soil and shuttled quickly. A few minutes later, Hunter appeared with the few remaining Iwanan. One of his hands was stained with rich blood and minced meat. Hey, Konoha's ninjas are really difficult to deal with. Those two little ghosts can't escape far, hurry up. A task that was not difficult at first has actually become so troublesome. Xiao's face was gloomy, and that nuclear escape trick was simply overwhelming. The super vibration wave just now was powerful and used extremely suddenly. He was a little anxious. If you delay any longer, Konoha's other ninjas will react and start supporting, then this mission can be declared a failure. Time is passing. Xian Yi and Dai Tu carefully set up a trap. Xian Yi, is this really useful? The earth was worried. It must be useful, and the humiliation can't stop the other party. We have to find a way to delay the time. Isn't that Lord Biliahu dead in vain? With soil, this world is not black and white. www.readaloud.com. Biliahu has his own will, and finally chose this result. When you want to understand this question, let's discuss this again. Question: maybe we can reach a consensus someday in the future. Xian Yi looked at the soil with a smile. Do not understand at all. But, in the future, he will understand that from the moment when Uchiha Madara was staring at him, and then he was noticed by Hiju, many things were doomed. This world needs a spokesperson to make changes. A series of traps were broken. Xiao finally caught up. He looked up at the two figures in front of him. This time, no one will come to rescue you. Hunter took a few people and attacked with a sneer. At the same time, the detonating talisman trap set by Xian Yi exploded, but they were all ignored by the hunting steel. It seems that everything ends here. Xian Yi, let's go. Dato said suddenly, showing a smile, although I still don't understand what you are talking about just now, it seems that I have no chance to understand. You will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Brought out the double Gojade riding round eyes with the soil, and was ready to work hard to create a chance for Xian Yi to escape. He was about to rush towards the enemy, but was grabbed by Xian Yi. Xuan Yi's gaze crossed directly over the belt soil, looked at Xiao, and suddenly sighed, Xiao, you shouldn't have come. If you don't come, maybe you can live a few more years. Yin seal, ugly seal, Mao seal. Xian Yi Ji Yin. The terrifying high temperature suddenly erupted. At this moment, he finally used that technique, that is, the ultimate slay of the first Godzilla. Nuclear escape white hot light. Chapter 49, Great Evaporation. The terrifying high temperature began to increase at an exaggerated rate, and every cell in the body roared at this time. The huge chakra surged and roared at this moment, converging in an exaggerated posture, bursting out trembling waves. The huge sense of oppression rose sharply, and the surge of pressure shocked the soul. The earth tremors, cracks multiplied, and craziness spread. What is this? With the soil, I was stunned. This terrifying power made him stupid. Is this really ninjutsu used by Xian Yi? It is the Iwanan people on the opposite side who are more horrified than the soil. This is also nuclear ninjutsu? There is actually this kind of power hidden in his blood. This level of oppression appeared on such a kid. Damn, such a guy is a monster at all. Many Yanren was in a state of restlessness, and the terrifying heat wave rushing on their faces made them feel like they were in a volcanic crater. The drastically increased nuclear radiation began to break through their few chakra layers, and began to penetrate into their bodies, destroying their bodies all the time. Lian Xiao, all his expressions were moved at this time. He felt the sharply rising high temperature around him, a strong sense of crisis surged into his heart, and his sixth sense was screaming frantically. It's really a monster-like little devil. However, this technique is only used at this moment. Presumably this technique will cost you a painful price. Is it a forbidden technique? Hunter tried his best to maintain his composure, with a strong hostility on his face, and after speaking in a low voice, he maximized the ability of the Gangdian Sueja and moved quickly, intending to kill Xianyi first. Rock Shinobu, they desperately, each of his eyes are blood red, and there is only one Xianyi in his eyes. Now that I use this technique, I have to pay no small price. You should feel honored. Xianyi slowly opened his mouth. The horror rays that gathered violently finally burst out at this moment. Nuclear escape white-hot light. The smoke-like horror beam suddenly burst out from Xianyi's mouth at this moment. The endless concentration of ultra-high temperature condensed together in an unbelievable manner, and in the explosion, it accurately hit the hunter. Everything started to dissolve where the beam of light was involved, and the moment Xianyi spewed out, the entire front of the earth began to melt exaggeratedly, and a long gully appeared. The temperature that surged again has turned this nearby area into a real stove, and even a ninja would feel pain and uneasy staying here. The moisture in the body evaporates instantly, and then the blood begins to soak into the skin, and after losing all the moisture, it turns into a blood clot and adheres to the dry and cracked skin. IWA Shinobu who faced this horrible attack, their expressions changed drastically. They burned almost on the spot, even more instinctively, revealing a deep fear. The premonition of death exploded, and desperation suppressed all distractions. It was the smog-like beam of light that filled all the field of vision. Facing this powerful blow, they even lost the possibility of escape. My body! Damn it, why would he master such a forbidden technique? It's over. Boom! The long white beam of light pierced through all the barriers in front of it in a frenzied sweep, and any form of defense could not be resisted, and it began to melt and evaporate in an instant. There is one exception, and that is hunting. My steel escape is the strongest defense in the whole ninja world. It is impossible to be destroyed by you, kid. The hunter's eyes were about to split, and with a scream, he mobilized all the chakras in his body, and they all piled up on the steel. In his entire life, he has not been forced to this level. In the face of the white heat, he even has a feeling of facing the 3 generations of Earth Shadow's original world-peeling technique. Boom! The toughened hunter was swallowed by the white heat from the sweep in an instant. In the hundreds of millions of bombardments carried out by the countless ray particles, where the white-hot light penetrated, a vague black shadow was shrouded and dissipated little by little under the situation visible to the naked eye. When the white-hot light disappeared, the hunter also disappeared. In the same place, there is only the long and terrifying gully, and countless melted substances flow slowly in the gully, covering everything. The surrounding environment has been turned upside down, everything in the vicinity has disappeared and turned into a desolate scene, while the trees and flowers in the distance, even if they have not been evaporated and burned, have long since died. I finally got rid of this guy. Fortunately, I met a fool. If he just turned around and fled without hesitation just now, instead of relying on steel escape and moving position, it would be really difficult. Xianyi sat down on the ground. In order to hit this white-hot light, he also paid a lot of price. Most of his body was horribly burned, the blood in his body dried up a little, and his lips were chapped. However, he can withstand these costs. Xianyi. The whole person with the soil was frightened and stupefied, standing trembling all over, only the white-hot light that radiated everything in his limited thoughts, repeatedly staged in his mind. Don't be in a daze, take me out of here, let's find a place to cultivate and wait for rescue. Xianyi said with a tired face. www.readaloud.com with soil and body shocked, immediately picked up Xianyi and quickly left the place. When he jumped, after all, he couldn't help but glance back. Those few Yanren, who had already been swept away by the white heat, evaporated on the spot, and there were no bones left. There is only that unrecognizable environment, silently telling this unspeakable tragedy. After a while, Iwa Shinobu, who had been hiding in the distance from the beginning, was responsible for perception and communication, appeared in place, shaking and watching the scene in front of him. This, Master Hunter's team was unexpectedly breathed. No, I must report to the village. The nuclear blood follower is countless times more terrifying than they thought. Iwa swallowed and spit, and desperately fled quickly. But when he jumped to a dead tree in the distance, a pitcher plant-like thing suddenly appeared from the dead tree, and then swallowed him in one bite. Was accompanied by a scream that disappeared quickly, followed by a burst of chewing. Fortunately, I didn't rush out to save the soil just now. I just watched from a distance. I didn't expect that the nuclear escape bloodline actually possesses such a terrible forbidden technique. But this is the bloodline of Ui, or Yomuras. Why did I never listen to Black never said it? Bai despaired of the figure who took Tu and Swanyi away, feeling a panic. Even if he only got into this dead tree later, he could vaguely guess the terrible blow just now. The high-temperature beams that are absolutely condensed are unreasonable at all. Even if he is Baiju, he will be instantly evaporated if he approaches him. This matter should be reported to Madara as soon as possible. Baiju got into the dead tree again and shuttled down the ground, deliberately bypassing the long gully. Chapter 50, You Have Nowhere to Go. The terrifying wave that burst out suddenly was also noticed by some people in the distance. Kakashi and others, who were rushing fast, suddenly turned their heads to look at them. Even if they were far apart, they could feel a trace of heat spreading over. Was accompanied by that short-lived emergence, which was comparable to the astonishing light of a small sun, and then disappeared instantly. Everything is calm. What happened just now? Is that Xian Yi's technique? Kai, how much do you know about this technique? Kakashi clenched the white-toothed short knife in his hand. Kai also looked in that direction with a look of stunned expression. No, actually I don't know. Only my father knows a little Xian Yisang's secret technique. Really, such a terrifying power, deserves to be Xian Yisang. There was a decisive meaning in Kazue's eyes. You continue to move forward and look for reinforcements. Presumably, the changes just now have been noticed by the Konoha patrol in the Land of Fire. How about you? I have the best physical fitness. I want to go back to support Xian Yisang. The technique just now, even if he killed the enemy, he must have paid a tragic price. He died, and I couldn't live. After speaking, Ikki turned and left. Kakashi. Then I want to. No. Other people are not allowed to turn around, move on, and find Konoha patrol as soon as possible. This is the task given to me by Xian Yi, and I will execute it to the end. But their safety. Even if they are all dead, I will complete the task first. In Kakashi's eyes, there was a hint of coldness in his heart. He didn't understand the relationship between Ikki and Hyun Yi. But he remembered what Swan Yi said to him after he once defeated him. Let me transfer the will of hatred to you. It's boring. If this is what you want me to do, then I will resolutely execute your will, even if you die. Kakashi's eyes became more and more indifferent. This year, under the guidance of Xian Yi Ruiaoruau, he worked closely with his companions, and it seemed that he had walked out of a certain shadow, but in fact, he buried the coldness deep in his heart. Task priority, in order to complete the task at the expense of his own stubborn concept, has long been deeply implanted in his heart under the hint of Xian Yi day after day, unshakable. The seeds planted in the past have taken root and sprouted after a year of growth. Kakashi increased the speed. Kai looked hesitant, and the instinct to follow Xian Yi's orders for many years, and the emotion of turning back to help, had a fierce conflict. Fortunately, they ran into the Konoha patrol that rushed in. The captain headed by, Yuri is really red. You are Konoha's ninjas, Kakashi, why are there only 3 of you and the others? Yuhataka stopped. Master Hiroha brought the Shiranui Kenai and Uchiha to bring the soil to block Iwanen's raid team. Captain Iwanen is a guy named Kakashi. Kakashi quickly reported. Shooting? That's bad. Kakashi, take your team back to the village for training, and execute the order. Other people come with me and support our companions. Yuri is really red in his heart, and his face changes. The opponent is the elite of Iwanen village, Shangnan. Not dare to delay, the group hurriedly rushed to the direction where the shocking temperature and chakra fluctuation had just erupted. When Xiri was really red and brought people to the ground, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. A mess and desolation, with sporadic flames burning. The huge gully is extremely long, some of the liquefied material in the deep gully has solidified, silently telling the horror. Was supposed to be a dense forest with towering trees, but now. What kind of technique is this capable of causing such a consequence? Is it bursting? No, it's not like. Yuri was really blushing, and even if he was Konoha Kaminen, he felt a chill from the heart at this moment. The other members of the patrol team also looked stunned at this time. This should be a kind of attack ninjutsu that can create high temperatures. As far as I know, melting blood successor can do this step. Is it possible that the enemy has melting blood successor sneaking into the country of fire? It's not just melting and escape. I remember Xianyi's nuclear escape and blood follower also have the ability to raise the temperature. Can it be Xianyi's secret technique of blood inheritance? But this kind of terrifying power can really be done by a kid. No matter how incredible it is, I hope he is, at least it proves that he may be alive. The entire patrol team fell into restlessness, and their faces were full of horror and anxiety. Is really the scene in front of them, beyond their cognition? Immediately look for the whereabouts of Hirohu, Swanyi, and Dato. They are Konoha's ninjas, and we must not give up on them. Yuri Zhenhong suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and immediately issued an order. The last look in his eyes fell into this deep gully. The whole gully was so smooth that it was heart-palpitating that it was destined to be unforgettable. If it is Xianyi, even if it is a forbidden technique, it is really terrible. In order to use this forbidden technique, Xianyi is afraid, but there is a calm and steady humble call, and the result may not be that bad. Yuri Zhenhong comforted herself, and at the same time recalled Xianyi's face. At the same time as his daughter, Yuri Hong, she is also the strongest chief student, and the rapidly rising Konoha genius. Yuri Zhenhong naturally pays attention. I hope that I can keep such a super genius for Konoha. This kind of blood succession not only means his current strength, but also proves that his awakened bloodline has an unimaginable terrifying potential that can be tapped. Yuri is really red, comforting herself. Somewhere in the forest, in a cave. Looked at Xianyi with a worried expression on his face. How do you feel now? Not so good, but not bad, much better than I expected. Xianyi felt the sense of exhaustion coming from his body, smiled faintly, hurry up and refine chakra. This glow of white heat directly ignited his vigorous chakra. This kind of violent feeling of weakness is really unprecedented. Fortunately, his recovery ability is super strong. After refining a little chakra, Xianyi made the seal again. Super regeneration. The prototype of this technique is a technique developed by Swanyi's reference to the animals and plants born after Godzilla reshaped the Earth's ecosystem. Each of those special plants and animals has a strong self-healing ability, and each individual has a super strong ability to regenerate. Xianyi's original amazing self-healing ability, coupled with the super regeneration medical ninjutsu, combined with the two, Xianyi's damage is quickly repairing. Layers of scorched skin fell into pieces. 10 minutes later, Swanyi had barely healed his injury. When Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com waited for him to look up again, he met the complicated gaze of Dai Tu. What's happenin'? I thought you were going to die. After all, you used that level of forbidden technique. It stands to reason that you will pay a painful price, but now it seems, are you okay? Of course I'm fine, fool. Xuanyi laughed and cursed. The earthy expression became more complicated, I don't know whether to cry or laugh. Xuanyi, after using such a terrible technique and suffering such a serious injury, it was very difficult to walk more than 10 minutes ago. How could he be cured so quickly? This guy is a monster, right? Kai Xuanyi was very calm. He knows that his body is very strong in the eyes of the earth, but there is still more room for development. Tsunade was really awesome. When he was fighting against the filthy spot, he was stabbed repeatedly by Suseo. I don't know how many times. Even if the internal organs were stabbed by a knife, most of them were stabbed. When they were replaced by other shadow grades, they received this blow. The mortal damage, but Tsunade can recover in a few seconds. According to Madara, the healing effect achieved by Tsunade through the Yin Seal and medical ninjutsu is the normal operation of the Senjutsu ninjutsu, they do not need any medical ninjutsu between the columns. It's fancy, people rely on the body the self-healing ability can do. Immortal human body or something, it's simply unreasonable. Thinking about it this way, I still have a long way to go. Xuanyi suddenly sighed, speaking words that made the soil ignorant and crazy. But at this time, a heavy gasp suddenly came from the secret hole, which was exhausted, accompanied by Senhan's voice. You have no way to go. Boy, I have done so much for you, now is the time for you to repay me. Chapter 51, Ghost Shoots Art. Who? With a change of earthy expression, he immediately turned upside down and blocked Xuanyi. Take the soil, you are an acquaintance. I didn't expect you to be dead yet, Master Biliahu. Xuanyi showed a slight smile on his face, sat in the same place, and spoke lightly. The figure at the entrance of the cave staggered in. He was in extremely bad condition, covered in blood, and one of his shoulders almost disappeared. The most striking thing was that he seemed to be torn into pieces, but he didn't know what method to use. To the body that was put together again. A large number of silk threads are all over this broken shell. Is Biliahu? Even if his body is so bad, this guy is still alive, he chased him up all the way, and it seemed that he still maintained a certain fighting capacity. Ah! Pei Lu called on Shinobu, great. Come in and rest, don't worry, those Yan shinobi have been killed by Xuanyi, we are safe. Dai Tu immediately showed a surprised look. This rough nerve would not think too much at all. The limited brain capacity directly ignored the weirdness of Bei Lu Hu. The next moment, Xuanyi suddenly shot, grabbed the soil, and held him firmly. Don't trust your eyes too much, take the dirt, this guy is now showing his original face. Look carefully, no matter what time you are blinded by your own eyes. Xuanyi spoke calmly. Hum hum. Bei Lu Hu panted heavily, and suddenly laughed in a low voice. This laughter is getting louder and crazier. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, one day I will be tricked by a kid like you. You did a good job, using that vibration wave technique to break the ground and deliberately tilt the power to the direction where I was. Forced me to be unable to escape, and then you two flee with the flow, little devil, I admire you very much. Bei Lu Hu laughed wildly, and the shrill cry echoed in the cave. If I hadn't changed my body and fooled those Yanin with suspended animation, I would have died. Who would have thought that the strongest genius known in the entire country of fire, known as the perfect heir to the will of fire, is actually such a cruel and hypocritical guy? Bei Lu Hu's complexion was savage and distorted, and the madness became more and more intense. Xuanyi stood up and raised her head calmly, don't say that, humble and call senior, if I didn't feel the threat from you, I wouldn't abandon you. I would have taken you with me at that time. The soil fled together. Listening with soil, the whole person is dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Inexplicable, abandoning and framed, cruel and hypocritical, what are you talking about? This powerful information content almost subverted Dai Tu's simple 3 views. He watched incredulously, known as the humble call of Sunan's best friend, and turned his head to look at Xianyi, who had studied the will of fire from childhood to greatness. What's the matter with these 2 guys? At this time, Xianyi laughed and patted the dirt on the shoulder again. This simple movement made the panicked dirt miraculously restored. Sometimes, the simplest action is an important signal that needless to say. Take the soil, Lord Bailiaho is a very dangerous guy. When he first saw me, he had already stared at me. The kind of strong malice would not go wrong. This kind of person must be. Find a way to kick out of our team, otherwise we will be injured in the end. Bailiaho looked at Xianyi with a sneer. This kid is so keen, he has noticed since the first meeting, when he was in the Western Front camp. Xianyi smiled and looked at the panting Bailiaho. Senior Bailiaho, your current state looks very bad, do you want to die when you come to the door so eagerly? Hey, you are the one who died. It's a pity that Uchiha who is with you is not the genius Kazuki, but this unopened waist belt. Bailuhu's blood-stained face, full of stitch marks, looked at Xianyi greedily. Is a little regretful. If Xianyi and Yihui were here, it would be perfect. Both the nuclear escape and the riding wheel will belong to him. Little devil, I also took a look at your killing technique from a distance. It is indeed amazing, but using this terrible forbidden technique, your body is probably already gone, and strong support will not change your situation, now it is. It's time to thank me well. Bailuhu sneered. Now is definitely the best opportunity, Xianyi, the weakest time. Fortunately, the group of Yanin forced out the forbidden technique of this cunning kid. If they didn't have them, they would just grab the blood succession by themselves. However, this horrible blood succession and the forbidden technique to kill the hunter will soon be his humiliation. Boy, give me your blood! Bailiu roared, and then quickly closed the seal. Stab! The position of his chest suddenly began to squirm. www.readaloud.com, and then a weird black granulation sprout came out, shaking constantly. What is this? Dai Tu exclaimed. Ghost shooting art, the forbidden art I developed alone, can change my mediocre aptitude. Bailiu looked resentful. The 3 ninjas have already left me behind, chasing the gradual distance of the 3 generations of Hokage, and only myself. So, just let me fuse you and have your nuclear blood inheritance. I will become a super genius just like you. You things, you are born with superior aptitude, why? My ghost shoot Luo technique was born specifically to seize your aptitude. More granulation shoots out of his body, shaking quickly, like long worms, pounced on Xianyi one after another. Come on, give me your nuclear bloodline. Bailiu can't wait, and his vicious eyes are already full of Xianyi's reflection. As for bringing soil, the waste was ignored by him. If it was Kazue here, he would be happy to swallow it. If you can bring dirt. Art fire escape fireball. The soil immediately spewed a fireball. Of course, it failed to defeat Bailiu, and those granulation shoots got rid of the flame while shaking, and began to multiply and regenerate. Xianyi, what should we do? Asked the soil. There's really no way. In this electric flint. Xianyi took out a storage scroll, placed it on the ground, and opened it quickly. I didn't intend to use this dangerous thing, it's obviously not perfect. But since the predecessor Bailiu delivered it to the door, I will use it reluctantly. Hyunyi patted the scroll with one hand. Psychic Art. Chapter 52, Welcome to Hell. Bailiu watched Xianyi's actions with a vigilant face. Psychic Art, what is this kid calling? Arms? Psychic beast? Or something else? When the smoke clears. Xuanyi still maintained the original posture, slapped one hand on the scroll, but nothing appeared. It looks like the channeling has failed. Bailiu felt it carefully, his face immediately showed a sorrowful color, and a weird laughter appeared. The art of psychic, I thought I could summon some assassin, but this was the result? Ah! Xuan Yi, did your technique fail? What should we do? Bringing the soil looked at the approaching Bei Lu Hu, leaning against the cave wall, unable to retreat. Can only throw out the art of Qiwu and Hao fireballs, but this kind of damage can be understood. Xuan Yi, at this time, his face calmly raised his head, looking at Bei Lu Hu. This strange calm made Bei Lu Hu more suspicious and uneasy, and he hesitated for a moment. Hey, pretending to be a fool, you would be too naive if you want to intimidate me in this way. Come on, be a part of me, it's your honor. Bei Lu Hu speeded up, and suddenly rushed over. At this moment, the creeping granulation sprouts suddenly appeared pieces of strange matter, and all rushed towards Xuan Yi. The greed on his face has been magnified to the extreme at this moment, and there is a hint of madness of getting what he wants. The blood of nuclear escape, the forbidden technique that killed the hunter, the superb aptitude, all of this, will belong to him. He will really catch up with Sunan, even if he becomes a traitor. ZZ. A large number of granulation sprouts rolled up the weird mass, and suddenly caught Xuan Yi, and then began the crazy process of annexation. This is a human body's secret technique that involves fusion of the body. As long as the ritual is successful, Xuan Yi will disappear and merge into the body of Bei Lu Hu. Xuan Yi. The soil was about to rush up with a roar, but the next moment it was entangled by a granular bud, and then there was a large amount of masses that covered the soil. Waste like you, really shouldn't stay here, if I merge your blood. Hui Liu hesitated. Do you want to absorb the blood of like this? But the next moment, Bai Liu whispered softly, with a deep surprise on his face. Your eyes? Ha 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 ha, all 6 immortals are sheltering me. Bei Liu looked obsessively at the ergo-writing round eyes that suddenly appeared in Dato's eyes. Is this in an extreme desperate situation, opened eyes by intense stimulation? Very good, bring soil, so that you are qualified to be a part of me. I will use your eyes to overlook the entire ninja world. Bei Liu stared obsessively, and began to pull the soil toward his body frantically. Xuan Yi, let's join hands to deal with this guy. Dai Tu was extremely angry, so he could only continue to be angry, and watched as he was pulled towards Bei Lu Hu. Seeing, Xuan Yi and Tai Tu both seemed to be swallowed up and merged into humble body. But at this time, Xuan Yi, who remained silent, said calmly, the fusion ritual of the Ghost Bud Luo technique is so rough? Senior, your technique is clearly imperfect. What is the success rate of this rough fusion? Liu looked startled, and then sneered, this is enough, kid, is it possible that you can also understand my secrets of human body fusion? He further accelerated the speed of fusion. One of Xuan Yi's arm had already touched his body, and the contacted skin had already shown signs of melting. It is true that I have done a little research, and I have such a rude fusion ceremony, which really opened my eyes. If this is the case, I have nothing to hide. Xuan Yi's voice was calm, and he lowered his head to look at the granulation and lumps. It was indeed too rough. At this time, I hadn't matured this technique yet. Hyun Yi lost patience. Finally used that thing. Cancer clone. In an instant, the moment the psychic came out, it merged into the cancer cells in Xuan Yi's body, and started a crazy self-replication and proliferation. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and the split is endless. Soon, countless cancer cells pile up into wriggling masses, which to some extent resemble the granulation of Bai Liu Hu. During the frantic collision and proliferation of this meatball, all of them poured into Bei Liu Hu's body. What is this? Bei Liu Hu suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis in his heart, and greeted Xuan Yi's smiley eyes, and suddenly roared. What is this? Some kind of stripped flesh and blood. But what's the use of this kind of thing? No matter what it is, you belong to me. Bai Liu roared, speeding up the fusion. In this way, a large number of cancer cells belonging to Xian Yi crazily entered the body of Bei Lu Hu and began to proliferate endlessly. In the next moment, the ghost budding art of Ho Lu Hu tried to control these swallowed flesh masses and integrated them into his own new body, but failed. The control ability of ghost shooting technique can't keep up with the proliferation speed of these ghosts. What is even more frightening is that Bei Lu Hu was shocked to discover that these things are simply uncontrollable. This simple and disordered cancer cell with terrible growth ability was specially cultivated by me after a lot of effort. www.readaloud.com. I didn't expect that I would eventually use it on Senior Bei Lu Hu. A faint smile appeared on Xian Yi's face, and in the humble gaze, it seemed like a roar of an evil spirit. In this short period of time, these things have spread all over the body of Senior Humble with the blood, and will never stop absorbing the nutrients from Senior Humble, and then unending growth. Xian Yi looked at Bei Lu Hu in front of him and laughed. This thing can grow with energy, and to a certain extent it is the opponent of the ghost shoots art. Bei Lu Hu let out a painful scream. His body was already broken, and strange bulges could be seen everywhere at this moment, which was proof that the cancer cells replicated and expanded in his body. Soon, Bei Lu Hu began to lose his human form, and his body swelled disorderly. Countless cancer cells are devouring him. Impossible, this kind of ghost. My ghost shoots art is a secret art to control the body, it can definitely. Bei Lu Hu had red eyes and tried to get rid of these cancer cells in horror, but found in despair that the more he tried to use chakra, the cancer cells in his body proliferated more and more wildly, and swallowed everything more vigorously. There were waves of weakness, and Bei Lu Hu personally felt that he was being swallowed by these terrifying things a little bit. This involves the cognitive blind zone of Bei Lu Hu. He has studied the human body and blood for decades, exhausted his whole life to develop the art of ghost buds, but he has never come into contact with such horrible ghosts. This thing is not reasonable at all. Hui Lu Hu Sr., welcome to hell. Xian Yi easily broke free of the granulation and lumps that had lost vitality, pulled out the stunned soil, and spoke lightly. Chapter 53, Wake. Xian Yi watched quietly, falling into a disintegration and desperate humiliation. He looked at the humiliation who was overwhelmed by this terrifying mass of flesh, and in his heart, he was quickly assessing the power of this new generation of cancer cells. Very dangerous cells. Even though I made this thing, it is almost meaningless to say that it is perfectly controlled. After returning this time, I started to make a perfect cancer clone. Xian Yi thought. The cancer clone is the 2.0 version of the nuclear clone. As long as the mental power is not exhausted, the huge chakra reserve is the basic characteristic of this clone. It can be said that the cancer clone is what Xian Yi can think of, and it is most likely to be comparable to the physical clone of Mu Dun clone. The cancer cells after my replacement are similar to the intercolumnar cells to some extent. They are both aggressive and phagocytic and cannibalize the body of the non-original host. Xian Yi constantly evaluates the state of Bei Lu Hu. Bei Lu Hu's body swelled further, and his screams became harsher. Stay back, bring dirt, don't get involved. Otherwise your end will be very troublesome. Even if I want to save you, it will take some effort. Xian Yi reminded him. De Duo sticks to the wall shudderingly, watching the tragic end of Bei Lu Hu dully, the creeping monster. Xian Yi, is this also your technique? Hey? Well, it's a taboo technique. Don't tell others, otherwise we will be in trouble. Xian Yi reminded. At this time, Bei Lu Hu almost went crazy, and meatballs began to appear in his brain. Help me. Xuan Yi, this is all a misunderstanding, please save me. Otherwise, I will desperately launch the Ghost Bud Luo technique and die with you. Bei Lu Hu screamed vaguely. Xian Yi sneered, don't be kidding, humble and call senior, do you think I'm like a fool? Bei Lu Hu, who had completely lost hope, went crazy suddenly, roared and rushed over, making a loud rumbling noise. He exhausted the last remaining chakras and used all the granulation. A series of black granulation shoots slammed into it, desperately grabbing at Xianyi. The humiliation at this moment clearly has gone mad. I just happened to find the opportunity to try the possibility of using the cancer clone to create unlimited chakras. Lord Bailiahu, I really trouble you. Xianyi had prepared for a long time, and directly sealed the seal. Immediately, the squirming flesh mass was shocked, and a huge air current burst out. This is the fluctuation of chakra. Xianyi raised his hand and grabbed Bailuhu. His own will began to flood into this mass of flesh, trying to connect all the cancer cells. The biggest problem with cancer cells is that they are uncontrollable, but they are ultimately the cells of Xianyi. In this cancer-free world, cancer cells have been unique to Xianyi from the beginning. Come on, let's die together. Bailu roared. A large amount of granulation wrapped Xianyi, trying to pull Xianyi in. At this time, Xuanyi used his greatest strength and began to try to control these crazy cells with chakra, the energy that can connect the mind and material. Is very strenuous. Endless obscure feelings flooded in, only endless rage and mechanical coldness. These cancer cells made him feel very bad. When chakra was born, it was used as a medium for people to understand each other. It naturally contained the will and spiritual fragments of different individuals. The six immortals hope that people can tolerate and forgive each other through chakra and achieve peace. But these cancer cells, violent and disorderly, are the absolute theme. You can try it. Xianyi used chakra as a medium to connect his mind with a large number of cancer cells, and immediately began to try to control the cancer cells to refine a new chakra. This is a troublesome process. The cancer cells themselves are eating chakras to grow. Now Xuanyi uses chakras to control cancer cells and create new chakras. This is a very tricky two-way process. With a little carelessness, if the west wind overwhelms the east, Xianyi's attempt will fail, but the cancer cells will grow further. Normal cells convert food and water into energy, and then supply the human body for consumption. This is itself a process of converting energy. What Xianyi currently does is to obtain energy by eating and drinking water, and then make the same food and water. The wool comes out of the sheep. Not to mention, there is Bailuhu, a strong sheep, who can use his life to offset part of the loss. Soon, these cancer cells were under control in a violent disorder, and combined with the spiritual energy of Xianyi, they just created a chakra. Bastard! Bastard! Bailu roared, but he could only watch. The control of his own body fell into Xianyi's hands, and then brand new chakras were constantly being refined. Very good, that's it. Xianyi's eyes lit up, ignoring many granulation, from Bailuhu, tentatively recovered this brand new chakra into his body. Chakras were rolling in more and more, and they were swallowed by Xianyi in the turbulent flow. Similarly, those granulation shoots also pierced Xianyi's skin at this moment, trying to extract Xianyi's flesh and blood. Insanely humiliated, there was only Xianyi in the blood-red eyes. Come on, look at the two of us, whoever swallows the other first. Heilu screamed. But Xianyi didn't respond to the humble call. In his body, something more worthy of his attention had happened. The biting chakra turned into a violent wind, which was continuously swallowed by Xianyi. This majestic chakra, vaguely, seemed to stimulate some big guy. In the dark space, this behemoth was attracted by the influx of chakras. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Who? A heavy breathing sounded. At the top of the horrible figure, his eyes closed, a faint gap was revealed at this moment. This is not even a wake-up, but just like this, there is an astonishing sense of oppression invisibly. Ha 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 ha, I won't die, I will swallow your blood, where is this? In the dimness, Bailu raised his head in a daze, looking at the vague figure with a look of surprise. People are stupid. His granulation sprouts drilled and drilled, his spirit instinctively followed the surging chakra flow, and was actually sucked here by Godzilla in a daze. Seems to have noticed a strange little ant breaking in. Godzilla's eyes opened a little again, and his horrible gaze fell, almost crushing the humble stay into pieces. This is the sealed space. There is such a thing in this little devil's body, is he a human pillar power? Bailu screamed, vaguely, all his will was filled with a silent gaze. No matter how tough the soul, there are terrible cracks at this moment, as if it will collapse at any time, and be infected by some great power. An assimilation. This shock spread directly to the outside world. Go away! You monster, stay away from me! Bailu screamed bitterly, swelling and wriggling, turning around for the first time, stumbled and was about to flee. What's wrong with him? Dai Tu looked confused. Xuanyi raised his hand, directly controlled countless cancer cells to control this guy, and smiled lightly. Something interesting has happened, bring dirt. Bailu is over, as long as he is still alive, he will never be able to get rid of Xuanyi's control. Chapter 54, Humanoid Psychic Beast. When Iki rushed to the cave, she saw a mass of meat roaring sternly, chakras of astonishing scale surging all over her body. How is this going? Kazue looked at Xuanyi and Dai Tu in amazement. Hey, it's Kazue! Xuanyi calmly took off the granulation from his body, and looked up in surprise. He thought that it might be Kei and Kakashi that turned back, but he didn't expect it to be Kazue. Because I was worried about your safety, I rushed back to support you in advance, but now it seems that I have made an extra effort. Kazue sighed heavily and smiled, although I don't know what happened, this guy is humble, he turned out to be like this. Well, that guy chose the way of defecting and attacked me. Xuanyi gave a chuckle. He paused for a while, a little unable to understand the scene in front of her, and then looked at the soil, but found that the soil was more daunting than her, and immediately gave up the intention of asking. Don't underestimate Hiryu, Kazue, in a way, this guy is your hope. Xuanyi means a lot. Then, he slapped Bailu with a slap, and made the guy shut up. After pondering for a while, there must be inquiries from the village, and this guy has traced it all the way, and has left a lot of traces, which can't be concealed from the elites of the secret and intelligence department. If he was found out, he was actually not killed by Iwanan, but disappeared in the vicinity where Xuanyi and others had appeared. A flash of cold light flashed through Xuanyi's eyes. If he killed Bailu on the spot, it would make things more troublesome. Forget it, this guy, use this guy as a psychic beast for the time being, and collect it after the situation is stable. Xuanyi raised his hand and patted it. After faintly Bailu was engraved with the contract mark of psychic technique, he broke the of chakra at the moment. Bailu made a vague but full of horrified screams, and immediately rolled out of the cave. This guy wants to run away. Bring the soil yelled. Don't chase, we are in a bad state, it is better to go back to the village as soon as possible. Xuanyi stopped Tato and Iki's subconscious move, watching Hiryu disappear into the forest in horror. Wait for a while, and then call the humble stay for recycling. Carries Xuanyi's exclusive cancer cells, and it seems that Godzilla has been slammed by Godzilla. Even if Bailu can return to normal, he will not be able to get rid of Xuanyi's shadow in this life. This time, the biggest gain was that instead of researching out the feasible use of the cancer clone, the large amount of chakra actually made Godzilla react. A certain possibility that was once speculated has become more credible. Let's go back and return to the village as soon as possible. Xuanyi looked at the direction in which Bailu disappeared, and easily converged all traces in the cave that shouldn't be there, said a little, and then walked out. Yuhui naturally followed. When passing by with the soil, he whispered and reminded with a smile, with the soil, you won't say it, right? Xuanyi Sankan will tell you these things, Ben, it's the trust in you, you won't let him down, will you? In the depths of Kazue's eyes, there was a terrible feeling of forest quietly. Of course, I will never betray him, but I still don't know what happened just now. Scratched his head with soil, very distressed. This way, it doesn't matter if you don't know, he won't harm us. Ikki smiled. Dai too didn't know that he walked around the ghost gate, nodded and said, "That's what I said." But even though I said that, everything that happened just now had already caused a violent impact on his three views, making him vaguely aware of something, but after thinking about it carefully, he found nothing. However, I have opened my eyes. Ikki, I am no worse than you. Dado pointed to his eyes, which was the only thing he was proud of. Really, it's amazing. Kazue looked at him in surprise, and quickly followed Xianyi's back. The three people walked out of the cave and moved all the way in the direction of Konoha. And soon, they met with Konoha patrol. "Great, you are all right." Yuri Zhenhong immediately breathed a sigh of relief, showing a surprised expression. "Xianyi, Ikki, it's great to be safe. Oh, and bring soil. I escorted you back to the village." Just now, a perception ninja said that he has sensed the powerful chakra fluctuations, and perhaps a powerful enemy has sneaked into the country of fire. Yuri is really red and solemnly said, and immediately looked around, "Are you not? The powerful chakra you perceive just now should be Lord Baileahu. He chose to defect and suddenly attacked us. If I hadn't used forbidden techniques to scare him away." Xianyi sighed. "What? Baileahu unexpectedly would do such a thing, wanting to kill you?" Really blushed in astonishment. "That's humorous. He is Sunan's best friend, and it stands to reason that he is definitely the backbone of the village. How could he suddenly defect?" But he looked at Jadu again, and received certain news from Jadu. As everyone knows, bringing the soil is a fool, and has no ability to pretend and lie. Since bringing the soil says that he has defected, the 8 achievements are true. Konoha, Xianyi and Kakashi and others met, and they were in a tacit understanding. In front of Ui Mahong and the other Konoha ninjas, none of the 6 of them mentioned anything that shouldn't be mentioned, and didn't even ask. Only Xiri was really red. Before leaving, he hesitated for a while, and asked Xianyi in a low voice, "I found a gully burned out by high temperature. Is this your forbidden technique, including when you start to leave Baileahu? Also use this technique as a deterrent?" "Yes, Senior Real Red, I have no choice but to use this technique desperately." Xianyi sighed. Really Red nodded, closed his mouth and stopped asking, but the gaze that looked at Xianyi had changed. The forbidden technique that can kill the ninja that can kill the hunter, maybe directly evaporate it. Even if it is really red, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can't even imagine how terrifying this technique should be. He only knows that a new generation that is strong enough to shake the ninja world has risen. Has such a forbidden technique in his hands, no one dare to underestimate it, and a bit of carelessness will pay a painful price. Just, since it is a forbidden technique, how high should the cost of using this technique be? I will contact the medical class now, let them make a medical plan around you, and try not to leave you with sequelae. Really Red said in a deep voice. Xianyi was taken aback, then smiled and shook his head, "No need, Lord Real Red. How could it not be necessary? This is a forbidden technique. Every kind of forbidden technique will affect the human body. I mean, what I have lost does not need to be treated with medical ninjutsu." Xianyi said. Zhenhong immediately started his self-strategy. There is no need for medical ninjutsu, so the price of using this forbidden technique, is the soul? Spirit? Life? Or the potential of the bloodline itself? Thank you so hard, Xianyi. Really Red Face solemnly patted Xianyi on the shoulder. It's not hard, it's all I should do. Xianyi responded with the same serious face, which made Zhenhong look at his eyes more and more differently. What a good junior, this kind of spirit, this kind of consciousness, there are not many Konoha worthy of being the inheritor of the will of fire who has been praised by Master Naruto. Even the other Konoha ninjas are full of respect. Immediately after Xiri was really red, he surrounded him and asked Xianyi for warmth and respect, with great respect. With the passage of time, the news that the elite of Iwanan went to the ninja, and was killed by Xianyi with the secret technique, spread at the speed of light, quickly fermented, and caused an earthquake. Chapter 55, The old man liked him very much. Rock Shinobu Camp. Commander Huang Tu, utterly burnt, was one of the few medical ninjas, but he sent out all of them. He even asked 3 generations of Dokage for help and asked to send more medical ninjas. Damn it, this is exactly what happened. Why did these ninjas who came down from the battlefield have a large-scale disease outbreak? While Huang Tu was angry, looking at those ninjas whose condition was deteriorating, their abscesses were multiplying, and their health conditions were still deteriorating, their hearts were cold. Ming Ming has already come down from the battlefield, why is it still like this? That kid's chakra toxin is so terrible. Lord Lois, the test report has come out. The situation is very bad. Something is continuously destroying their healthy cells, and a large number of cells are showing disease. I need to know when their condition will get better. Lord Lois, those with mild symptoms can still maintain their strength, but those with severe symptoms it won't get better for a lifetime, and the poison will last forever. The yellow earth complexion changed, like being struck by lightning. The power of that nuclear escape kit is so vicious. 3,000 people, less than 1,000 people were lost on the battlefield, but after returning to the camp, hundreds of people actually had malignant disease reactions. What's even more frightening is that the lesions on these hundreds of people may still affect other healthier people invisibly until all the toxins disappear. With this kid, how can I fight this battle? Suddenly, he remembered something, and then groaned, what about Konoha, is that the same with their ninjas? No, their ninjas, except for a small part of them, showed some discomfort, and there were no follow-up problems. We speculated that the nuclear escape kid recovered all the chakra poison. The Lois became more and more angry, with murderous intent in his eyes, such a vicious little devil, and the range of toxins that could not be cracked temporarily, fortunately. Fortunately, after he got the information from the spy, he sent a hunting and killing force. Now I'm waiting for the hunting news. Huang Tu frowned slightly, just killing Konoha's little ghosts, which was not a problem for Hunter at all. Next to, Lao Zi looked impatient, you look so anxious, but you don't look like you at all. Didn't you say that there is no problem? The information returned by our spies, logically speaking, will not be a problem. Only Hyriaho and Shangren escorted Swanyi team back to Konoha. Lois pondered. In the previous battle, Iwa Shinobu and Sand Shinobu launched a surprise attack on Konoha's western front camp, 6,000 to 4,000, but I didn't even take advantage of it. Even if they didn't take advantage, they had already lost the raid, not to mention that their loss of troops far exceeded Konoha. The nuclear escape kit is too dangerous. If such a dangerous blood heir cannot be controlled by us, he must be killed. The Lois face was full of murderous intent. Lao Zi said contemptuously, it's just a kid. When I meet him next time, I can just kill him with a tail beast jade. He has 4 tails in his body, and he doesn't care about nuclear escape at all. At this time, a ninja hurriedly walked in. Master Lois, there is news from Master Hunter. What about others? Why not report by yourself? Master Lois, the news we got is that Master Hunter and his team were wiped out. What? Huang Tu's face changed drastically, his eyes widened, the entire army was wiped out? No one survived. Hunter is the double-blood successor owner of Bakudun and Gangdun, even he didn't escape? Bastard Konoha! Could it be Ashimaru or Heifeng Mizuman who took the opportunity to start hunting? No, Lord Lois, according to the information we got, Master Hunter was killed by Shiranui Swanyi using a forbidden technique. That forbidden technique even changed the terrain of the forest. Lois is even more unacceptable. That nuclear escape kid can actually kill the hunter. If the hunter is killed by a strong shadow level or killed by multiple elites, then the Lois will be angry at most, and can only accept this result. But now, the hunter was actually killed by the target. Just rely on that kid. Is that nuclear escape kid dead, and Kakashi and Ikki, are they dead? According to the information we have obtained, there is no. The Lois gritted his teeth. An elite is on the forbearance, with the hunting squad, and the whole army is wiped out without killing anyone? This wave of blood loss. Lao Zi was surprised at this time. Is that right, that guy, hunter, was killed by that kid like this? Interesting, what kind of forbidden technique can kill hunter who has the blood of steel escape? Boom! Huang Tu smashed the table fiercely, and roared, now, rank the hunting sequence of Suanyi Shiranui to the highest level below the shadow level. And set a high reward in the black market, as long as you can kill this kid, how we can all pay. The Lois at this moment was full of chills. He had already realized that if he didn't want to kill this kid, there would be no chance. Genius is not terrible, because it takes a process to turn potential into combat power. But when this genius has already begun to transform his potential into astonishing combat power, then he has to kill him at all costs. Otherwise, there is a high probability that it will be another shadow level in the future. Even if the kid kills the hunter with a forbidden technique that cannot be easily used, it is still extremely dangerous. It's not just that Iwa Shinobu was shocked, and he issued a high reward. The news that hunter was killed by Xianyi spread wildly, which aroused the vigilance of the major ninja villages, and then thought about the plan to kill Xianyi as soon as possible. Really, an elite like Carrie, Shangnan, was actually killed by a kid. The new generation after the generation of Bo Feng Shuman, and Shiranui Suanyi is on the rise. Konoha is really the cradle of genius, which makes people jealous. The forbidden technique, if it is owned by the nuclear escape bloodline itself, then the value of this bloodline is very terrible. Let the 7 fog-hidden people move out and sneak into the country of fire to destroy. It is best to take the opportunity to assassinate Xianyi and bring the body back. Xianyi's name, at this moment, began to spread in the entire ninja realm, and it was really noticed by more dangerous guys. West Front Dang, Dashimaru showed a weird smile after hearing the news. He actually survived. It's really rare. Danzo and Biliahu, the 2 guys are afraid to be disappointed. There are already some people who no longer regard Suanyi as a little ghost who needs time to grow up, but a dangerous ninja who masters an unknown forbidden technique. Konoha at this time, as the center of this small whirlpool, naturally broke out a greater reaction. The whole village is talking about Xianyi. They don't know about hunting, but this doesn't hinder them from supporting and pampering their own geniuses. Fought 3 wars for nearly 4 years. Even Konoha was faintly overwhelmed. The economy was declining, all industries were declining, and the population plummeted, and it was depressed. There are only the various deeds from the front line that can bring some comfort and confidence to the Konoha villagers who can't breathe. Not to mention, this time is a deed that symbolizes the future generation of geniuses. In the Konoha building, the 3 generations of Naruto also listened to the report of Yuri Zhenhong with admiration, combined with the feedback from the Anbi ninja to detect the traces of the battlefield. www.readaloud.com. The more I look at it, the more pleasantly surprised and gratified the 3 generations of Hokage. I don't know who Suanyi, that kid, who is only 12 years old, has already begun to grow up. Moreover, it is really amazing to kill a dangerous enemy like Hunter with a forbidden technique. Hokage-sama, it's not yet certain what this forbidden technique will cost, but the price will be heavy. Yuri is really red and said in a deep voice. 3 generations nodded. I understand, Suanyi must have suffered a heavy loss in using such a dangerous forbidden technique. I will ask him afterwards. It's really red, thank you for your hard work. After Yuri Zhenhong leaves, 3 generations of Hokage fell into deep thought. Such an excellent new generation, in any case cannot let it go. Moreover, the 3 generations of Hokage absolutely believe that Swanyi is the inheritor of the will of fire, and the 3 generations are very confident. But it's one thing to believe, it's another to hold it tightly. Sunan and Mizuman are all fighting abroad, Ashimaru, Tsunade, and Mizuman are all on the western front, and Jilla is also on the eastern front. There is no time. Ju Xinna is also a human force, it is impossible for her to accept disciples, and Ju Xinna obviously has no patience to teach disciples. Hisaka, I heard about that, and Baileaho actually chose to defect. The root ninja has found evidence of his forbidden human experiment. He has failed the village's trust in him. Such a guy must be killed. It's better to let the root perform the hunting mission. Tuanzang opened the door and knocked on the floor, looking very innocent and angry. In addition, the descendants of the Shiranui family are very good, and the old man likes him very much. Danzo. 3 generations of Hokage looked at each other with Danzo, lost in thought. Chapter 56, The Old Man Fell in Love with You. Konoha Village. Xuanyi strolled on the street. After such a long time, he finally had the opportunity to take a good rest. At the same time, he was also waiting for the arrival of the Zongnin exam. After passing the Zongnin exam, you can almost apply for being a special one. Xuanyi thought as he walked into Konoha's food court. Hey, isn't this the Storm team? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Walking into a barbecue restaurant, Hyunyi said hello. Genma, Moonlight Hayate and Ebisu are having dinner together in this restaurant. Ah, it's Xuanyi, ahem, Konoha is chanting your name all over, it's amazing, ahem. Moonlight Hayate coughed while talking, making people suspect that he would cough out his lungs in the next second. It has been more than a year, and this guy's illness still shows no signs of improvement. Xuanjian glanced at Xuanyi with a complicated expression, and took a deep breath. Why are you here? The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Xuanyi, the last student, has already left him far behind. Our team is going to have a dinner here today. I have a treat, so I'll wait for them in advance. Xuanyi found a seat next door and picked up the menu for a meal. This, and this. That's also 5 copies. This made Genma and the others surprised at that time. Ebisu pushed his sunglasses. This, Chu Taoist barbecue is very expensive. Can Xuanyujun's financial resources support it? Well, I have done more than 20 A-level missions this year. Killing the hunter should be regarded as an S-level mission. There are still several million taels in deposits. Xuanyi waved his hand. Listen, this is human words? Is this the terrifying power of a super genius? After a while, Iki and Kei also arrived. Ahem, Kazue, why is your face so bad, ahem. Moonlight Hayate glanced at him, surprised. Kazue? Are you embarrassed to say me? The 2 sick ghosts with pale faces looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. This person's body is really bad X2. Xuanyi sang, I have been walking along and heard many people talking about you. You have become a genius well known for Konoha. Kai picked up the chopsticks and quickly wiped out the barbecue, while mumbling vaguely, the barbecue smells good, it's so hot, and so on. It's all trivial things, it's great that everyone can be safe and sound. Xuanyi smiled. At this time, the 3 of Genma swallowed frantically. They didn't have such luxury and dared to order so many barbecues. Then they squeezed in cheeky, stretched out their chopsticks and started eating meat. Xuanyi directly doubled the barbecue. Not everyone is all right. In Marino Ipai's team, Shang Zhongyu died. It is said that when he was transporting war supplies on the Eastern Front, he was spotted by the Misting 7 and then killed. Ebisu whispered. Xuanyi moves for a while. Really, it is our class. Then, Ebisu said a lot of familiar names, most of whom were in the same class as Xuanyi. These people are all dead. Xuanyi and Kakashi Squad, there are elite upper ninjas and shadow level squad ninjas, plus they themselves are genius squads, growing at an amazing speed, and there is no loss of manpower. But other teams are not so lucky. The vast majority of teams did not lead the team to Shinobu at all. They have not even done a few garbage teams such as weeding and hunting cats. Cooperation, tacit understanding, and secret skills are almost zero. Relying on the three-handed technique and full of enthusiasm, he hurried to the battlefield. The battle damage rate is terrifyingly high. Many people are dead, only those who survive have a chance to become an elite. Xianjian looked bitter. The only good news is that their team has no genius, but the victory is quite satisfactory and stable. It is said that they will soon be assigned to a Shangren to lead the team. This is already very rare. In the battles of the past 4 years, no matter how large the number of Konoha shinobi, it can't help being worn out for such a long time. It is very rare to be able to separate a shinin who will go back to the village to repair and bring the mysterious team. By the time the dinner was over, it was already late at night. The bright moon hung in the sky, like a huge eye, overlooking this chaotic ninja world. Xuanyi took Yuhui and Kai and walked out of the barbecue restaurant. This meal cost 300,000 taels. This price is so outrageous. No wonder the Chudeo family can produce a big fat man. It has already made crazy money by relying on this secret recipe barbecue restaurant that has been opened all over Konoha. Thanks to Hyun Yisang for his hospitality, this is the first time I have had the opportunity to eat so many barbecues. Kai clutched his belly, very satisfied. You are welcome, it's all trivial. Xuanyi waved his hand indifferently. He really doesn't care about money, and even Xuanyi specially packed a large portion of barbecue, ready to be delivered by Matt Dai. I haven't seen Mr. Dai for a while, so I still miss it. At this moment, an NB suddenly appeared. Zyuren doesn't know who Xuanyi, Master Naruto ordered you to rush to the Hokage building as soon as possible. Anbu said. Received, thank you very much. Xuanyi agreed. Anbu nodded, and left with an instantaneous technique. It's so late, what's the matter with Hokage-sama looking for you? Yuhui frowned, I plan to take Xuanyi-sang to my house. Kei looked at this for a while, then looked at that again, feeling that standing here is a bit redundant. As expected to be Xuanyi-kun, I actually had the opportunity to meet Hokage. The Ebisu and others who came out afterwards were more excited, as if they were going to see Hokage. Anyway, you should go back first. If you have anything to talk about tomorrow, Ikki, you know. Xuanyi said meaningfully. Understand, understand, understand. Ebisu and they nodded admiringly. After parting www.readaloud.com, Xuanyi went all the way to the Hokage building. In the dead of night, he thought about what to say and what not to say when he saw Hokage's words. It is necessary to make a plan in advance. Okay. Xuanyi suddenly stopped. There is a chakra infiltrating unknowingly. This is illusion. Interestingly, is the enemy's spy, or something. Xuanyi remained silent. Soon, a brand new chakra struck again, and another cryptic illusion was launched. Combined illusion. Xuanyi chuckled lightly. This time, chakra permeating Xuanyi's body seemed to have reached a certain amount. The next moment, a majestic will spread from Xuanyi's body, and these foreign chakras were smashed in a sudden, and then swallowed all at once. Get out, your technique is of no use to me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Xuanyi slowly settled. At this time, a sound of footsteps sounded. The figure surrounded and guarded by several root ninjas walked out slowly. I don't know who Xuanyi, are you welcome to face the old man? Danzo said calmly, looking at Xuanyi with a one-eyed, the method you used to break the illusion just now was not right. All the chakras that entered your body have been swallowed. Are you the legendary Danzang-sama? It's really rude, but I'm going to the Hokage building, and Danzang-sama stopped me like this. Isn't it a bit bad? And didn't seniors Haihei tell you, I'm not intend to join the roots? Xuanyi nodded slightly and said with a smile. Tuanzang sneered, the old man is not here to recruit you to join the roots. This time, the old man is here to take you as a disciple. Chapter 57, Exchange the Book of Forbidden Art and Seal. Xuanyi did not respond immediately. Danzhou sneered on the ground and sneered, why, is it possible to follow the old man and still wronged you? If you refuse to join the roots, then the old man chooses to accept you as a disciple. This is very appropriate. You follow the old man and can practice more. Do your will and contribute to Konoha. This shinobi is dark, looking at him indifferently. The many root ninjas who surrounded Danzhou also stood silently at this time. No, how come? It is my honor to be able to worship Master Danzang as a teacher. Xuanyi smiled and stopped on the spot. Very good. Danzhou waved his hand, and several root ninjas disappeared quietly. You are very smart, and you can get more things by following the old man as a teacher. Come with me, Sun Slash is waiting for you. Tuanzang turned and walked towards the Hokage building, Xuanyi followed behind him. Teacher Danzang probably hasn't accepted a disciple for many years, why suddenly? Xuanyi said. Tuanzang said indifferently, isn't this exactly what you want? You asks Haihei to tell me that you are not interested in the roots, but you are full of respect for the old man. Your qualifications are also very good. The old man doesn't mind accepting you at this time. As a disciple. That's right, it's Mr. Danzang. Is seniors Haihei okay now? Xuanyi smiled. Because of your gift, life is better than death. After you enter the roots, you can see him. Danzang's only remaining eye took a deep look at Xuanyi. Your will and determination satisfy me very much. Xuanyi gave a chuckle. Danzhou also stopped speaking, and the two walked into the Hokage office in silence all the way. Looking at what you look like, it seems that I don't need to say anything anymore. Xuanyi, Danzhou is a very great ninja, you should learn more from him. 3 generations of Hokage bit the pipe, and the blue smoke floats, blurring his face. Of course, Lord Naruto, I won't let you down. Xuanyi respectfully said. 3 generations nodded with satisfaction. Then, as expected, he talked about Xuanyi's forbidden technique to kill the hunter. That technique is my forbidden technique, incandescent light. The principle is to create ultra-high temperature and melt everything. What's the price? What price do you have to pay if you want to use this forbidden technique? 3 generations of Hokage asked. This is what he cares about most. The price, for now, should be lifespan. Short bursts of ultra-high temperature will make my cell lifespan attenuate sharply, and then shorten my own lifespan. It is not easy to say how much. Xuanyi knelt on one knee, with a sincere expression on his face. Although he was talking nonsense with his eyes open, as soon as he said this, the 3 generations of Hokage nodded suddenly, revealing a sure enough look. Self-strategy is the most deadly. Then can others use this technique? 3 generations of Hokage asked. Xuanyi pondered, I did it through my blood inheritance limit. If others want to learn this technique, it's not impossible, but it's extremely difficult. Seeing is of course okay, but the premise is that you first take refuge in Xuanyi, and then be transformed by Xuanyi into your own sub-subodie. Those who are not afraid of death, want to lose themselves and become a vassal of Xuanyi, just come. Such a guy who is not afraid of distortions and deformities, Xuanyi will receive as much as he can. The 3 generations of Hokage nodded. If this kind of forbidden technique with amazing lethality is achieved by burning life, the price is not unacceptable. Sun Slash, if you want to include this technique in the Book of Seals, just say it. This technique is also eligible to be included in the Book of Seals. Tuanzang spoke lightly. 3 generations of Hokage just smoked, staring at Xuanyi with a pair of eyes. Xuanyi respectfully said, if I can, I am willing to offer the practice method of this technique. If someone wants to practice this technique in the future, I can also teach it." 3 generations of Hokage showed a pleased smile, nodded in satisfaction, then got up and Jian, summoning a huge scroll with a bang, opened it in a squeaky way, and pulled it directly to the last blank space. "Xian Yi, the village will not want your forbidden technique in vain, and considering your achievements on the Western Front, you can choose a forbidden technique in the Book of Seals to learn." "Coming!" Xian Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at the sealed book intently. To learn a forbidden technique, the technique that he had speculated in his mind for a long time will have an extremely important effect on him directly controlling Godzilla. "Thank you Hokage-sama." Xuanyi got up and took the lead in recording the forbidden technique of white-hot light in the Book of Seals. The 3 seals of fire and thunder water stimulate the cells of the whole body and increase the temperature sharply. Sandai and Danzo only watched for a while before frowning. This technique actually involves more micro-level control than cells. "So that's it, is chakra used to push molecules on a large scale?" 3 generations of Hokage took a look and showed a wry smile. Physics common sense, the higher the temperature, the faster the movement of molecules. This is too difficult. But this also indirectly proves that Xian Yi's bloodline is extremely terrifying, and like some of their speculations, it can directly affect the microcosm. This technique, to some extent, is very similar to the original world stripping technique, and it involves the level of microscopic particles. Tuanzang said lightly. The principle of the original world stripping technique can strike an atomic level attack, breaking all matter into countless atoms. And white-hot light is to stimulate the molecules to increase the speed of the molecules on a large scale. Using the cells as the carrier and using the chakra as the medium, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com hits the terrifying ultra-high temperature. Seeing this, the 3rd generation of Hokage suddenly stopped some thoughts. This technique is too dangerous. On the step of stimulating the molecules in the body on a large scale, the entry is hell level, and then you have to control the instantaneous high temperature. Are you sure you won't vaporize yourself alive? With a slight deviation, he will belch on the spot. All newcomers who want to learn this technique, can one survive 100? Xian Yi smiled faintly. If anyone wants to learn this technique in the future, please tell me, at least I can provide him with some help. Don't worry, no matter who wants to learn, you must get your consent. 3 generations rolled up the Book of Seals, and then performed multiple sealing techniques, and then opened the Book of Seals again. A large number of forbidden names emerged. There are some tricks, just looking at it makes people's eyes hot. Such as the art of spiritualization, the rebirth of the dirty soil, and the like. However, Xian Yi browsed a lot of post-operations and finally made a decision. 3 generations of adults, Teacher Denzo, I want to choose this technique. I personally think that this technique should be more suitable for me. Xian Yi faintly smiled. It's actually this technique, are you sure? 3 generations of Hokage looked confused. It is really because Xuanyi chose this technique, which is a bit too weird. If you lack a psychic contract and want to have a superior psychic beast, the old man can help you. Tuanzang frowned. No, 3 generations of adults, Teacher Denzo, I chose this. I have a hunch that this technique is the most suitable technique for me. Xian Yi said. His finger also pointed to the technique on the catalog description of the Book of Seals. 9-faced Suipohi. Chapter 58, something like chakra. The 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo did not understand why Xuanyi chose this technique. 9-faced Suipohi is essentially a special psychic technique, arranged in the order of blue, white, red, mysterious, empty, south, north, 3, and jade, summoning 9 psychic beasts to participate in the battle. If Xuanyi is a ninja who summons psychic beasts as his main combat power, it is very suitable for learning this technique. Since you insist, I won't say more. The 3 generations of Hokage nodded slightly, and directly unblocked the part of 9 faces Suipohi, and a lot of words began to appear in front of Xianyi. Xianyi quickly began to remember and learn. 9-faced Suipohi is essentially a psychic technique, and the psychic technique is the most superficial kind of space-time ninjutsu. To learn this technique, as long as you can master the psychic art and know how to sign a psychic contract, you can actually get started. Yes, it's this technique. Xianyi confirmed, this is what he needs. The strongest spiritism. 9-faced Suipohi appeared in the background of attacking Naruto with soil, and then used a technique called limited monthly reading to pull Naruto into an illusory world. In this limited month reading world, the first day of the ninja world, Tuanxia organized, for the first time in history, to fight a team battle, accepting Konoha's employment to besiege Haihua Naruto. In the end, the 9 psychic beasts that Naruto hypnotized using the 9-faced Subaru technique, psyched up out of it, stubbornly carried it down. Halfway through the fight, Akatsuki retreated, because the Chancellor of the Exchequer said that the difficulty of your task is not right, and you have to add more money. 9-faced Suipohi is exactly what Xianyi needs. With this technique, the purpose of dividing Godzilla can be achieved. If it goes well, I can master the method of creating Sub-Godzilla. Xuanyi quickly memorized this technique, and nodded to the 3rd generation of Hokage. I hope you can also use this technique to show your fire will to your heart's content. 3 generations of Hokage smiled. After bidding farewell to Hokage, Xianyi followed Danzang all the way to the root's base. Even if you choose an absolute taboo technique like reincarnation, the old man can understand, but why is the 9-faced Suipohi, even if this is the strongest psychic technique, it is not worth your chance to waste this opportunity. Danzo spoke calmly. Xianyi smiled and said, Teacher Danzo, everyone has their own choice. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it now, you will understand it in the future. Hey, cunning kid, but you are qualified to be an old man's disciple. Danzo nodded, a little more recognition. Finally, it is not another idiot who was brainwashed by the will of fire that was killed by the sun. Otherwise it would be difficult for him to handle it. It seems that even if you want to start with this old man's disciple in the future to achieve the purpose of restricting or even controlling the roots, it is impossible. Tuanzang showed a sneer, and no longer asked Xianyi why he asked for Ju and Suipohi. Anyway, the forbidden technique in the Book of Seal, if Sun/ can't give it, he can give it too. The disciple of Rizan has Sunan, and the disciple of Jiraiya has Bofeng Shuman. Your future must never be worse than them, and don't let the old man down. Danzo said indifferently. One of the important reasons why he liked Xianyi was that Xianyi expressed some ideas to him through Jihei, which really aroused Danzo's interest. He regretted it extremely, and chose Hyuga Iroha to enter the roots. If he had acted decisively to take down Xianyi, it wouldn't be so troublesome at all. But now it is too late to make up, and by recruiting disciples, Xuanyi is reasonably overtaken by him. Soon, the two arrived at Zhen's base, but as soon as they entered, they were full of the underworld style. This is the root training base. As the only disciple of the old man, you are obliged to understand the root and even lead the root. Danzang said indifferently, everything about the roots was created by the old man, buried deep underground, and nourishment for Konoha. It is indispensable. Only when the roots develop and grow, Konoha can flourish. You have to understand this. Understood, I understand. Xianyi nodded repeatedly. Tuanzang snorted coldly, and took Xianyi all the way deep, especially, showing some cruel pictures. Such as human experiments, such as the training of the root ninja. For these, Xuanyi was extremely calm, without the innocent expression of how can I do this and everyone is a companion of the general will of fire ninja. Very good, the old man is more satisfied with you. Danzo nodded, Sun/, give Xianyi to me, you will regret it. The old man will also teach excellent disciples, surpass your disciples, and eventually the old man will replace you and become Hokage. A disciple of Bo Feng Shuman, there must be no more shadow class. From now on, you will receive root training, but as a disciple of the old man, you don't have to be planted with a curse to prevent leaks. Tuanzang gave a cold snort. Xian Yi nodded and looked at these cold ninjas in admiration. Are all tool people trained by Danzo, but after a while, they will become their own tool people. Hey, this person is... Xian Yi moved his gaze and looked at the corner of the huge training ground. There was a stiff man who was training. This person seems to have suffered a terrible accident. www.readaloud.com. The whole body is full of traces of various human experiments, his limbs are mutilated, and his face is broken. Oil black. Is the biological father of the future oil girl taking roots? Zhaihei has been abolished. Because of you, he lost his ability as a qualified ninja. I have studied your skills, including the special toxins you possess, although you have already recovered you from Zhaihei. Toxins, but I cannot hide it from the old man. Tuanzang said in a cold voice, this toxin that directly damages human cells should be a kind of chakra rays. If the old man is right, this also involves the operation of microscopic particles. It is to use chakras to wrap molecules and shoot out microscopic particles. Flow, destroying the enemy's life cells on a large scale. That's right, you deserve to be Mr. Danzo. Xian Yi praised, as if this nonsense speculation was true. The science and technology tree during the 3 world wars mainly stayed at the cellular level. Except for the biological scientists like Dashimaru who focused on DNA and mitochondria, the entire ninja world had almost zero research on the more micro level. Even if there is only Onaki's original world peeling technique. Even if atoms and molecules are observed, nothing more. The only ones who have touched nuclear fusion are Kyuubi and Naruto. In order to fight against Otsuki, they used a heavy particle mode that cannot be turned off once turned on, burning all their lives and bursting out the most of their lives. Strong attack. But the heavy particle mode is essentially a specious nuclear fusion. The principle is that Nine Tails use their own chakras to collide with Naruto's chakras to imitate nuclear fusion and obtain a more powerful new chakra. Something like chakra. Xian Yi looked at Unv Zhihei and sighed with emotion. Chapter 59, Taboo. Zhaihei is doing training without anyone else. Although his body has been abolished, he is still working hard to show his value, looking forward to regaining the recognition of Master Danzang. Unfortunately, Danzo has never been interested in waste. Since that happened, he forcibly attacked Xian Yi, but after being defeated, Danzang hadn't said a word to him at all. Giggle giggle. This time too, Danzo walked away with a cane without expression. Danzo-sama. Zhaihei looked desperate, even if he still works so hard, even if he has become like this, can he still not get the attention of Lord Danzo? Master Danzo. I am willing to accept the cruelest human experiment. I hope I can continue to work for you. Zhaihei couldn't help but knelt on the ground with a puff. Slightly. Danzo stopped, without looking back, and said indifferently, the root does not need waste. Using human experiments on you is essentially a waste. Zhaihei, go back, return to the oily female clan, this is what I can the last gift for you. After said, his figure disappeared into the shadow. Zhaihei sat on the ground desperately, all the root members, standing in the distance, did not pay any kind of attention to this companion. A failed and broken tool. If there is a repair tool material, why not use this material to polish a brand new tool, but waste time on the broken tool? This is the root's law of survival. It's so sad, Seniors Zhaihei, I didn't expect that you, who was so energetic, would have fallen into this way. A warm palm grabbed him and pulled Zhaihei up from the ground. Then, very seriously, slapping the dust on Zhaihei's body. Hyun Yi does all this very seriously. Xian Yi-sama, please stay away from this person. Several roots quickly appeared beside Xian Yi, staring at Zhai guardedly. The ninja of Zhen, who uses his life to defend the future leader, at this time beware of Zhai, the former owner. Don't worry, he won't do anything to me, right, Senior Zhai? Xian Yi looked at this distressed and incomplete guy, and could vaguely see the fanatical Danzhou follower. Actually fell to this way, was abandoned. Xian Yi, sir. Zhai lowered his head silently. It's really sad, the goal he used to start, the goal that made him become like this, he actually became his leader. Is really sad. People who work hard may not succeed, but at least they will gain something. Seniors Zhai, don't give up on yourself. Xian Yi sighed, slapped Zhai on the shoulder, then turned and left. He has to be busy with other things. At this time, Zhai suddenly moved. What are you going to do? The root ninjas immediately took out Kunao and killed Zhai on the spot. If something goes wrong with Xian Yi, they will all be hidden and hanged alive by Tuan. Boom! Zhai knelt suddenly and buried his head deeply. Master Xian Yi, please conduct human experiments on me. That's it, but you are not ready now. Xian Yi shook his head, smiled and walked out of the root's base, never looking at Zhai again. Oily and Zhai, the master of nano-level poisonous insects, maybe it can be of any other use. Danzhou received a new disciple's news, and it exploded in the village of Konoha like a nuclear bomb. The civilians may not feel anything yet, and they don't even know Danzhou. But those families were immediately shocked, that Shinobu secretly recruited the strongest new generation as disciples? Is this river carp? The 3 generations of adults didn't stop it. This is the strongest new generation, and they also master the horrible forbidden technique. The 3 generations of adults don't get into the Hokage line, so they let it out? It's strange, but it's not incomprehensible. In the past 4 years, the speed of root expansion has been a bit faster. As everyone knows, Xuanyi is a heir to the will of fire. Except for 3 generations of adults, no one understands the will of fire better than him. So that's it. Many Lao Yinbai have smelled some strange smells. Through Xian Yi, to indirectly control the root. In addition, Danzhou also needs such an excellent and powerful heir. Anyone who understands understands. Inaccurate, and after the war, it means to pave the way for the next generation of Hokage, and to reduce the root threat as much as possible. In the village now, there is a lot of people's grievances. The big ninja clan also complains because of the shocking losses. The 3 generations of Hokage have been very difficult to do. Uchiha, Setsuna Elder is talking with Ikki. Setsuna narrowed his eyes. Ikki, your teammates are quite amazing, and they are actually favored by Danzhou. But you have to be careful, Danzhou inherited the will of the 2nd generation of Naruto, and is the most hostile to the Uchiha clan. Yui respectfully agreed. After a while, Setsuna suddenly asked, your illness, where is the point? Recently, your progress has been slower and slower, and there are even signs of regression in physical skills. Kazue was silent for a moment. I have reached the limit. If I can't get past this level, I can only go here. Suna nodded slightly, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. There were already people in the clan and healed Kazue, but it was of no use. What's even more frightening is that a lot of weird lumps have multiplied in Kazuki's body. Using ordinary medical ninjutsu to treat them will accelerate the growth of these lumps. This involves the knowledge blind zone of the Uchiha clan. As we all know, the Uchiha clan are mostly fools who fight and thieves, and do scientific research. Moreover, these many lumps, special cells, will die on the spot for unknown reasons after they are isolated, leaving them no chance to start research. Turning to bed, Xiao Chun knows how to extract these lumps forcibly. No, Lord Setsuna, I absolutely can't lose this. www.readaloud.com. Ikki showed a faint smile, and there was no trace of human color on his pale face. She knows the names of these lumps. They are special cells called cancer cells. She doesn't know more information. Just trust Xuanyi. As for Danzo or something. After reading a little bit of Xuanyi's will, I was convinced that Xuanyi could not be affected by Danzo's thoughts so easily. If the human experiment fails and she dies as a result, she really cannot blame others. She can become a Konoha genius from a mediocre person, and the ninja world is well known, which is enough for her. There was a moment of silence and got up. It seems that you can progress from mediocre aptitude to this level. It really is because of his strength. I have already guessed this. In this case, there may be a way to save your life. In an instant, he took Yuhui and went directly to the clan land, the most secret, the basement full of various sealing techniques. Sama-sama, this is the place where ninjutsu in the clan is stored, why should you bring me here? Because there is a taboo pupil technique that has been passed down since ancient times. Spoke faintly in an instant, and his hands quickly formed a seal. The 5 elements in printing. I don't know what you are planning with him, but think about it, the probability of failure is very high, and he will learn from Danzo, and how much Danzo will inherit is still unknown. It is better to prepare in advance. One of the most secret scrolls sealed up was taken out by instant. Iki, you claim to be the one who breaks the fate of mediocrity. Then, this forbidden technique that blocks everything to rewrite the established fate is very suitable for you. Remember, once things get to the point of irreversibility, use this technique. Izanaki. Chapter 60, Hey, this is it. She also thought about teaching Izanaki to Iki for a long time. Because of this taboo pupil technique, he has the ability to rewrite the established destiny. Although the price is to lose an eye, it is worth the effort in desperation. Shiranui Xuanyi, unfortunately, he never found a chance to brainwash him. Mizumanen's highway had been carrying him on missions before, and now there is Shimura Danzo again. The elder sighed and looked at the back of Yuhui away. Even though, it was clear in an instant that even if he was given enough opportunity to brainwash him, the chance of success would be minimal, because Xuanyi himself is a master of theory, and it is impossible to believe him credulously. In the past 2 years, I do not know that Huo Xuanyi has been very close to taking the soil. It is said that he has made great efforts and insisted on sending a shadow clone to take care of the sick grandmother. Such a guy who was kind to Uchiha was given to Danzo by 3 generations of Hokage. There was a moment of regret. Originally, he planned to use peaceful means to pull Xuanyi into the Uchiha clan's camp a little bit. Based on the relationship between Dado and Iki and Xuanyi, it must not be difficult. What a pity, what a pity. Now let's look at the next fate of Yuhui. If Yuhui dies, then he doesn't need to be patient anymore and try to attack Xuanyi and seize his blood. Time goes by. The news of Xuanyi's apprenticeship with Danzo gradually subsided after fermentation. With the return of many new generations of ninjas and the return of ninjas for a certain 10,000 years, many villages have withered, and it is rare that they have become more lively. The Nikanin exam is here. Well, can't we take it straight from the military merits? Why do we have to take the exam? Early in the morning, I started to complain when I brought the soil. Don't say that, there is a natural reason for the village to do this, and even Kakashi has come back for the exam, so don't complain so much. Lin comforted gently from the side, with the strength of the soil, it will be no problem, father. The soil immediately calmed down, staring at Lin chuckling, turning around, whispering inexplicable things such as Lin caring about me, she started to like me, fart Kakashi, and other inexplicable things. There will be no problems for us in the Zongnin exam. Kai clenched his fists. In the past few days, I have been desperately learning theoretical knowledge. Oh. That's right, Kai, let us work hard together, this is youth. Dai and Kai cried with a headache. Everyone quickly moved away, pointing at these 2 guys. Look, the smaller one is one of the members of the Xuanyi team. It is said that the physical skills are very strong. I feel they are so terrible, Xuanyi is even more terrifying, so I can kill the enemy with such a guy. Hey, what an idiot! The last sentence was spoken by the questionable teenager Sarutobi Asma. This guy glanced sharply, sneered, and walked directly into the examination room. With the appearance of the examiner, the new generation who had appeared restless because of the arrival of the Xuanyi team and the Kakashi team, immediately settled down. Under the arrangements of the on-site examiners, everyone began to enter the venue one after another. The first is the theory test. Don't think about cheating, those of you are the rest of my game. The chief examiner looked at these new generations with cold eyes, without any temperature, as cold as an iceberg. Hey, if you want to scare us away in this way, it would be too naive. The problem, young Sarutobi Asma snorted, the exam, or something, the most ridiculous. At the same time, he quickly moved his eyes, scanning the examination room, and finally, his eyes fell on Xuanyi. He has already made meticulous preparations. If he can beat this guy in the theory class, he might be able to make the old man look at him with admiration. Red, the theory class exam is a good opportunity. You will use illusion to control him for a while, and I also contacted San Tianhuo in the mountains. You can try to interfere with him. Asma, what are you doing? The red face changed slightly, and he looked in the direction of Xuanyi anxiously. Her father, Yuri Zhenhong, explained to him that terrible forbidden technique that melts all terrible forbidden arts. Facing the mysterious power that holds this power, why did Asma provoke him? Asma just shook her head and sneered constantly. He must not be able to beat Xuanyi in the actual combat class, but if it is a theory class, based on what he has prepared in advance, he might be able to fight. Don't be afraid, this guy has been fighting on the battlefield for almost 2 years. I am afraid that he has lost a lot of theoretical knowledge. This is my opportunity. Asma just sneered, her eyes bursting out. When I think of it, in his spare time, the old man likes to hold the written by Xuanyi and sigh again and again, and ask him to look more. Damn it, isn't it just a paper, I can do it too. Soon, the exam began. Sarutobi Asma looked confident and quickly scanned the test paper. There are 6 questions in total, 1 calculation question, 4 knowledge questions, and 1 argument question. This is it. The first question is about the Department of Meridians, and the second question is about ninjutsu. Oh, it's ridiculous. In the third question, our ninja stands on the top of the tree and throws a shuriken at the enemy, hitting the target. It is known that the height of our ninja is 1.8 meters, the height of the tree is 7 meters, and the distance between the tree and the enemy is 50 meters. Please write down the characteristics of the hostile ninja based on the movement trajectory of the shuriken in the figure below. This is probably a parabolic problem, right? In other words, which idiot asked for the characteristics of the enemy ninja? This has a ghost characteristic. Sarutobi Asma's face changed, and she bit her scalp and wrote, our ninja only throws 50 meters lateral distance and hits the target. It is conceivable that the arm strength is insufficient, and the strength must be the ninja, and can be hit by our ninja. The enemy must be forbearance. Looking at the fourth question again, Asma felt that she was blind. Question 4, here is the ether that dissolves all the aromatic compounds. After adding dilute hydrochloric acid and stirring and mixing, the ether is extracted by layers. After adding dilute sodium hydroxide aqueous solution to diethyl ether and stirring to separate the layers, the diethyl ether was separated and extracted. Please write down the proportion of the compounds contained in the ether layer obtained at the end. Examiner, there is a problem with this question. Nonsense, this question is used to test you, is there any problem? The examiner grinned, or, do you want to give up the exam? Even if you are Hokage's son, Naruto-sama will never tell you about it. Oh, hateful, this kind of weird subject, I think. Enough. Didn't you see that Xuanyi has already started answering the last question? The examiner casually pointed. Many people who were about to be driven mad immediately turned their heads and looked at the extremely calm existence. The first person in theory in the legend. Since he can do it, you must do it too. Don't forget your identity, ninja. The exam is the task you must complete now. Only when the chief examiner looks at Xuan Yi, his gaze will not be so cold. What? Why are you asking? There is no other reason, it has nothing to do with him secretly being a root ninja or something. It was only an accident that the reference answers hidden in the sleeves were backed up, and there were people in the mountains who were always ready to help Xuan Yi cheating and answer questions outside the examination room. The other examiners looked at Xuan Yi with a solemn expression, and they all showed satisfaction. Some examiners even started to wander in the classroom, actually intending to take a look at what Xuan Yi, who is working on the last question, can answer. The last question is, talk about your views on the will of war and fire.